TitanX, TitanX, TitanX. How's everybody doing? I'm doing good. I just woke up and found out Titan Farms is launching today. How's it going, Jake? I haven't seen you in a while.
Good, except for the 7-hour stream, I think 2 days ago.
The 7-hour stream and then the read between the lines stream. That's what I'm calling today.
Yep.
This is the read between the lines day.
Yeah, because I remember on our stream together 2 or 3 days ago, we mentioned Titan Farms beginning of October, and you were like, "But it is beginning of October."
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta talk out how stupid you are, just so everybody else can hear it. Yeah. It's like, but it is the beginning. You're like, I know. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we needed to confirm with the auditors and stuff for the actual launch date, but it was always planned for the 8th of October.
Okay. I think I heard you say in the Blaze stream that you were it was 50-50 whether you thought it was going to come out today or not.
Yep, 100%.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, I'm just a pretty face now. Like Eric and his team were building it, or built it, launching it.
You're just doing the PR campaign now?
Yep, I'm just yelling into the mic. That's all I'm doing.
All right. Well, this is not Good Morning America. This is the TitanX journey. Hopefully a little bit better than that crap in the morning. But who knows? Maybe you're going to be on Good Morning America tomorrow. Tomorrow, and then do the rounds, and then hit up all the shows, and the whole world's going to find out. Let's go.
Everybody's like, "Huh? Farming? Farms? Is that a farmer? How do you farm in crypto? Isn't that a real world?"
Did you see the picture I made originally when I didn't know who made it, whether it was you or Eric? So I had a farm picture with you as I had the baby Jake face on a farmer.
You need to put my face on this one.
Yeah, I saw that. Hang on, let me. I'm gonna fucking send it to you so you can see it. It's just stupid enough that it's funny. Maybe I can. Oh, you know what? I can bring it up right here. I found out my way around this.
Wait. That guy's name I can't pronounce it. It's okay. So his question was, how much weight will a hyper have in the farms? There's going to be one of the highest weighted ones. So the input tokens, which means the height, kind of goes hand in hand. They're different, but we'll have a high weight. So Eric just posted this tweet on what farms. Yeah. I'll be farming. We're all farming.
We're all farming.
We're making the world. We're making the world a better place, baby. We're all farmers now.
Let's fucking go. We got our copper cups and we're farming. Let's go.
So Eric posted a tweet with the initial pair. So the initial pairs are going to be Wrapped Ethereum TitanX, TitanX Hyper, DragonX TitanX, DragonX Hydra, TitanX Tink, and TitanX Volt.
TitanX Volt. Wow. Right out of the gate, they get a pairing. That's awesome. They have seriously high volume. I imagine that's why they're getting in there right off the bat.
100%. Yeah, thick liquidity, high volume. Volt is perfect for something like farms. 2.8 million of liquidity. Volume.
What?
On
Volt? On Volt?
Crazy, right? And 3.6 million of liquidity.
Wow. That's wild.
Of which most is TitanX. So 1.9 million. That's crazy.
Look at that. Who fades Volt on day 10? I'm just
right.
Oh man. All right.
I mean, people have had absolutely horrible experiences fading build on TitanX protocols. They're like, yeah, this is probably done after like a week.
It's like shorting Tesla stock. Like, don't just be careful what you do, man. Yeah, I can't imagine just fading it. Right. I mean, God, I brought it up like 3 or 4 times, but the stream I did with Brandon Davis and Vibrant Finance and Face and Reality, we had a guy in the chat, literally, I think it was day 5 for Volt, and he was like, yeah, Volt's not doing much. It's kind of disappointing. I was like, oh, we haven't even started, bro. What kind of timeline are you on that you're like, the moon hasn't happened before the launch is finished? I'm out. Like, that's such a wild timeline to have.
Dude, it's insane because I was watching Volt. So when you look at how much TitanX entered the auction, because there's a Dune Analytics dashboard. So on day 5, it had 5. Yeah, here. Had 1 trillion TitanX come in. No, less. So 500 billion TitanX came in day 5. Then 1 trillion day 6. 2.2 trillion day 7. 2.6 trillion day 8. 1.7 day 9. And 2 trillion last day, which is 10. And now they're entering the treasure vault. So it's like, oh, this isn't going anywhere. Always.
I mean, literally, I feel like that guy's comment was like, that was the exact moment.
Yeah. God's like, we got him. We got another one.
That's my early stock trading. Is every time I buy something, it goes down. Every time I sell it, it goes up. Yeah. Oldest story in the book. What were you looking at for the Volt stats? Were you on the premium or? So
there's 2. You have it on premium TitanX Hub, but you also have dune.com/MikeDean/Volt. This is Volt community dashboard. I'll put the link in the comments.
Let me go to that. Oops. That's not what I was trying to do.
And yeah, farms could be live within the next few hours. Exciting. I'm not shooting my pants today.
When I first woke up, it was like, I don't know, 8-10 hours. So we're thinking sometime in the next half a day, maybe even sooner.
Yep, and then on midnight UTC time, if I understood it correctly, midnight UTC. So now it's 3:25 p.m. UTC. So like within the next 24 hours, Think emissions will start coming out. So you don't need to rush in first minute because the Think emissions start coming out. So the Think farming rewards start coming out after midnight. So everybody has the remainder of the day to build their positions, get into position, and then the Think emissions. So it's not like a farming protocol where you need to rush in first second to get the first reward. It is another fair launch innovation kind of. It starts taking over after midnight, and everybody who is in position starts earning rewards equally.
Am I right to have compared it to PulseX farms? I mean, I know it's different, but no?
Way different. So PulseX farms are V2. That's a very, very big difference. The other one is PulseX farms don't have a buy and burn. PulseX farms on V1 also don't have any liquidity provider fees. Remember that? It's like LP providers on V1 don't even earn fees. Let's start there. Then the other one is Titan Farms, you earn liquidity fees and the Think reward token, which has a buy and burn and is V3 full range liquidity.
So wait, so I'm getting the Think token and I'm getting the fees in the pair?
Correct. You're earning fees on non-input tokens. So the input tokens from the start are TitanX, Hydra, Hyper, DragonX. Meaning you don't earn LP fees on that specific token. Those go towards burning the token and buying a burning Think. But then, for example, you have pairs like TitanX Volt. Volt is not an input token. So when you provide liquidity in TitanX Volt, the Volt liquidity fees still go to you because it's not an input token.
Bro.
Yep. And you're also going to have farms that are going to be non-input token. So like, what would be an example of those? Like Volt Lotus. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, let's do Volt Lotus since they're going to be built on top of each other. Volt Lotus, that would be 2 non-input tokens, so you'll earn all the liquidity fees there and Think reward.
I'm a little man. Okay. Because now I'm trying to run new strategies in my head. Because in my head I was kind of modeling it off of kind of like PulseX. I mean, I knew it was going to be different and better than the PulseX farms. But you're telling me I'm going to earn fees too, bro? I don't have a strategy allocation for this yet. Like, I knew I was going to be in farms, but now you're telling me this, and I'm like, my strategy was too small. I need to go in heavier now.
I'll personally, because farms is epic. It's on tokens that you're gonna hold anyway. You can go into the farms and earn rewards and be full range LP. So full range LP, the benefits of full range LP are impermanent loss is almost negligible and will almost always be overpowered by whatever farm reward you get. Because for you to lose position in a full range, so it's basically like infinite price up, infinite price down, that's your position. So like to have impermanent loss on a full range position, the price needs to move like 10, 100x. Like it needs to move insane for you to be like, shit, this impermanent loss is insane.
Ethereum goes to $1.
Ouch.
That's the scenario.
Exactly. A little bit impermanent loss there. I think we use crypto. Just a slight.
So no fees in a pair like DragonX and TitanX is what Fox Mulder asks. I believe that's correct.
Correct. Yep. Okay. Well, those farms that are input tokens only have a way higher weighting when it comes to Think. So on the farms where you don't earn liquidity fees, you get way more Think because they're going to have a bigger share allocation of the Think emissions.
Alpha. Someone clip that. Alpha. That's okay. People figure that out. I think anyone who's been in PulseX farms, that's kind of why I framed it like that. But they'll understand at least the gist of different pairs have different weightings. You get a different ROI with each pair. But the fact that non-input tokens you're earning a fee on, and then a pairing that is input tokens, you earn a higher Tink, I don't know what to say, ROI on. That's bullish. That's fucking bullish.
Yeah, exactly. Because then you're also benefiting the ecosystem because liquidity fees go towards burning the input token and buying a burning. So that can be set for every input token. So I think for TitanX it starts at 20% burn of the liquidity fees and 80% go towards buying a burning thing. So it's percentage burn, percentage buy and burn thing.
Wow.
So yeah, this is also another TitanX burner. If it wasn't bullish enough.
Well, I was looking at it earlier. Let's see. Verify I am a human. Thank you.
Are you?
I think so. I feel like all my mistakes on every stream I do let people know that I'm pretty much a human. I think that's when AI really starts showing up, all the people who are not really good at what they're doing, you're like, that's a real person. That guy was picking his nose on the screen. That's not AI.
Yep.
That's good. That's going to be the genuineness going forward is fuck ups. Like that guy's real. All right. TitanX 9 6 zeros, 9 5 and an 8 6. Wow.
Mining is almost profitable, by the way. It's kind of interesting.
Mining is almost profitable. Yeah. Let's go to that. Let's see how close we are. Still a little ways, I'm sure.
Yeah, like 40% from here, roughly.
Ooh, 30%. You're negative 30% on it right now. That's not bad.
Yeah.
We're getting there. I mean, this was negative 80, 90 for a while. So we're getting there. We're moving up. What's 30% from here?
Somebody also said, Mike said, can someone please drop the official TitanX Telegram link? Go to app.titanx.win and click the Telegram. So you don't click on fake links.
Say that again.
So somebody just asked for the official TitanX Telegram. Just go to app.titanx.win, scroll down, and then click the Telegram icon in the footer. It will take you to the right one.
Right there.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I have a habit of sharing the wrong screen and then thinking I'm showing everybody something and I'm just in my own world.
TitanX also asked, so people don't need to necessarily rush into this, as there are no real advantage to getting in early. I just made my own sentence there. But yes, there's no advantage to being the first one. This is not a first one gets all the rewards, because it starts ticking over at midnight. So you have until midnight UTC to start building your positions. It's not live yet. Wait for Eric to post the official link, and then you have all the contract addresses in the footer. Ignore DMs, ignore contract addresses, ignore everything except for the official website, and Eric is going to post it. So if somebody DMs you being like, hey, homie, I got this contract added for you. No.
If you get a link sent to you on a launch day, bro, run away. Run
yes, exactly. Oh, he's talking about mining ROI. Yeah, but so mining has a bunch of, how do you say, positives to it. So, like, for example, let's use the Vault auction as an example, because it's very similar. You enter the auction, you mint your tokens. Mining is the same, except there's time in between. When you enter, so for example, when you've probably seen this in the Vault auctions, when a day takes over, ROI sometimes shows as like -6%, meaning that it's a 6% better deal to buy a market rather than enter the auction. The reason whales still do that is if they enter with 500 billion TitanX, for example, buying that on market, you'll eat 20-30% slippage, and you get a 20-30% higher cost basis. So by entering an auction, you essentially buy without incurring the slippage of buying on market, which is why a lot of whales still enter, even if the mining ROI is negative. Because, like, for example, with TitanX, if you're a whale and you want to build $1 million position, if you try to buy $1 million on market, you'll slip the price hard, like 4x higher almost, if you just buy it in one chunk. But if you mine, then you don't have the slippage, and then the buy and burn can eat at the supply that is on market. So a lot of whales like auctions and like mining because they don't need to eat slippage to enter. And then the buy and burn still buys for them.
Slippage, yeah, but I mean, I'm not a whale, and I know that if I want to buy a larger amount and GUE is high, bro, those fucking Uniswap fees get pretty brutal. So what you're just saying right now is like that light bulb in the head where I'm like, oh, I could have been avoiding Uniswap fees and slippage by just starting a miner, because not enough people have said it, but bro, shout out to you for the low gas cost on claiming. Like, I've claimed on even higher, GUE days and been like, oh, that wasn't nearly what I remember in the very beginning, people were like, when GUE is high, no one's gonna claim, and everyone's just gonna have it just get wasted. And then GUE got high, and I claimed the entire time. There's nothing I didn't claim because GUE was too high. Like, I did fine. Yeah, shout out to you, sir. That was a very awesome I assume it was a focus you had for low gas.
For sure. Yeah. Everything is optimized when it comes to gas fees in TitanX. We did it as gas optimized as we could. Obviously, so everything still costs gas, but I think at like 30 GUE, it was still only like $5 to claim a miner.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Think about what other miners are to claim, which I won't mention the name of them, at 30 GUE. It's not $5.
Yeah, it's like 1,000.
Yeah, that's awesome. Shout out to you. You can really see it too, because I mean, the more and more protocols you interact with, even simple stuff, they have different costs because of the way that they're written. And yeah, TitanX is a super low gas cost protocol. I'm surprised people haven't talked about that, because I remember I was like super happy about that. That was one of the big things where I was like, oh, I thought that was going to wreck me. I thought I was going to have to eat at least a miner just for fees to claim all the rest of my miners. And it's fine. We're in crypto. You're not complaining about $5. Let's fucking go.
Exactly. Yeah, another funny thing is also, I've seen these comments all the time. Why are you on Ethereum? Smaller players can't play. I'm like, bro, if you don't have $3 at your disposal for gas fees, you shouldn't be in crypto. You should be having a job. Like, seriously.
Yeah. No, yeah. That's the guy who has $20 to his name and then asks you, how can you make $1,000 tomorrow? You're like, a lot of work. A lot of fucking work, buddy. It's going to be tough. Maybe you need to put your head down, grind a little bit more, build a bag, and then start going.
I think
I still get that. How can I get Go ahead.
You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I still get the DMs where people are like, I get how can I make $1 million this month? Like legitimate community members who I've talked to.
Hey, if you figured it out, tell me.
Like, yeah, no, I know. I'm like, I always want to answer back, like, bro, if I could make $1 million in like that time frame, I might have a bigger YouTube following. Like, I don't think I'd be in this little corner of the internet. Like, holy Lord. Yeah, not just $1 million. Oh, $1 million? Okay. Just buy this, swap it in that, buy this, swap it in that.
You know, one of the things, this is completely off topic, but one of the things I've noticed, and this is very prevalent in Solana, for example, is the culture is so fucking bad. Because people share these fake phantom screenshots of fake P&Ls and people 100% believe it's real. So they start following accounts and then they start shilling meme tokens that they just dump on their head literally 1 minute after they post it. Like all around crypto, people have been embedded with this idea that you make money in a single day. If you don't get rich in a week, you're not making it in crypto. But then what they don't, there's this massive Twitter account on Twitter and he just got exposed by Zach XBT. If Zach's coming after you, better hide. Just move to a different planet, go to Mars or some shit, you know. But yeah, Zach went after this guy, and this is like one of the biggest like Twitter traders, right? Like Bybit trader. This guy got exposed for using fake screenshots of fake P&Ls of a demo account on Bybit. He never traded with real money, and he posted all of it on Twitter and got people into some kind of paid subscription. And then after people paid, he blocked them off Twitter, so they can't complain. That's 99% of crypto.
Yeah. That's what everybody sees when they first come in. Yep. Because those are the things that get the most views. They get thrown out there in the algorithm the most. I was following a guy way back when who goes, hey, here's a funny thing. Just think about this. If I make a bullish post, this is the amount of views that I get. If I make a bearish post, bro, it doesn't even push the bearish post out. Like he's like, I get so little views on those. It doesn't, like, it's only bullish is in your face all day long. Bullish, 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 bullish. And then it's from people who are like, oh, I made this and I made this. And like you said, they're getting paid to shill it. They're dumping it straight on your head the day after.
Fake screenshots. It's fake screenshots. That's the big one. Because it's not hard to
so
fake at all.
To people.
Yep.
People see that. It's like a glittery, shiny, it's like, hey, look at these diamonds I got. Like, what the fuck? You got diamonds? Bro, you got a P&L that showed 10,000 in a day? I'll follow you. I'll go to this. I'll pay for this. Yeah. Be careful, people. Be careful.
I'm not building Titan farms, by the way. It's Eric and team. I'm just promoting it. We're talking about it.
No, I made you a farmer. I made you a farmer in that picture. You are.
I am a farmer. I'll be a farmer on Titan farms, that's for sure.
Fucking Vibra Finance was getting me psyched about farming and creating a giant commune or compound, kind of like that, and getting a whole community together and self-sustaining. That was awesome. I was like, I need to hear more of that. Between the copper cups and self-sustaining, we got a really awesome community, actually.
I agree. There just needs to be goals, not just like 2 for every 100 guys. Because that will go from friendly to very aggressive very quickly.
Hey, you know what? I don't know where it is now, but I saw on one of my analytics somewhere, it was like, hey, 10% of your audience is women. And I was like, really? Really? Does that just mean 10 guys watched me this week and then 1 woman watched me? This is probably what it is. I just didn't have a lot of views. But
I'm checking now. This is actually an interesting statistic. Yeah, for me, it's like 3.9%. It's only like...
Yeah, usually it's like 1% or 2%.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it
was...
Bro, I gotta find it because no one's gonna believe me now. Yeah. This is gonna be my life's mission to find this thing now that I talked about.
Yeah, so farms. I'm excited for farms because it's an ecosystem-wide utility. There's a couple things that are ecosystem-wide. One is borrowing and lending. The other one is farms. Farms is also something that attracts massive whales. Massive whales. Because right now, a whale in our ecosystem, people start calling themselves a whale around like 200K-ish. That's not a whale in crypto. Like whales are operating with like $5-10 million position sizes, etc., etc. And these guys love thick liquidity pools. So one thing that Titan Farms is going to bring is incentivized thick liquidity pools. So thick liquidity pools bring in bigger players that are just going to overpower everything that currently exists in the ecosystem when it comes to player sizes. They'll have more liquidity to play in. The volume is going to go up, which buys and more thing. These guys love farming. They love farming, especially if it's like innovative design like this. 18%.
Yeah, bro. I told you I wasn't lying.
What kind of magic you have back there?
Well, but you see what the time frame is on it? Watch. If I go to 28 days, it goes from 18% to 3%. So I apparently lost them. I think
because I came on.
No, I think it was actually, ironically enough, the little bit that I was posting about Trump when I was doing that, I probably got the few female Trump voters that there actually are. And then as soon as I went to crypto, like that's it. Women like Trump more than crypto. That's I don't know how wild that is to say that, or if you believe it or not, but it's true. That's the top signal when women are into crypto. If that goes 50-50 on women and men, fucking sell.
Also, when you see a Twitter profile that is parading to be some pretty girl, it's a dude in a basement. 99% of the time. There's this one edge case, but then even that is just a pretty face that was brought on by a scammer to steal all of your money. Because like the amount of like crypto women have come out to just have scam people. That's just one of them. But also just general mainstream crypto. A lot of these women just scam dudes fucking left and right. They get them into some kind of forex trading garbage, and then the firm just closes and they run away with their money because they had issues. Yeah, whatever. We're getting off topic.
Issues.
So Titan Farms.
Issues. Hey, it's fine. At least I'm not the one doing it for once. I was in a Spaces yesterday. I went into so far right field. I was just sitting there being like, I'm not doing any of this. This is not me today. I love it.
Here, Bob Smith asked if we are currently farming, if we're currently mining Hydra Hyper, do we receive rewards from Titan Farms? If you claim your tokens and go into the farms, yes. So TitanX Hyper is going to be incentivized, and DragonX Hydra is going to be incentivized on the farms. The pools.
Yeah, that's kind of a non-question.
You can't do it while you're mining. You have to claim your tokens.
Yeah, if you're in the middle of mining, you're in the middle of mining. That's not, this protocol is not going to take your mining and move it somewhere else. This is for liquid of whatever token we're talking about. So if you're doing a Hydra TitanX pairing, you're going to need a liquid Hydra, liquid TitanX, Hyper TitanX, liquid Hyper, liquid TitanX.
Yep.
But X28, I think I've heard you say miners can be burned also.
For X28, yeah, TitanX miners can be burned for X28. Yep.
I know people have this super Christmas wish list that X28 is going to be released this month, maybe on the 28th.
We'll see.
I mean, earlier you said towards the end of the year, but people want to read between the lines and see that. Was it a post you made between October 8th and October 28th is going to be huge. So,
yeah, I mean, there's a lot launching, man, between October 8th and October 28th. So farm starts October 8th, so today. And then between that, there's so many like infrastructure things that are launching between now and October 28th. And then October 28th is the anniversary of Titan and the 369 payout soon after. And we enter hyperdeflationary.
Whenever you start talking about that, you get like about a month ahead. Your eyes like go up to the right and you almost like glaze over and you're just like, yeah, this is going to be so awesome.
It's true. I mean, even now, like 2 weeks ago, we had 65 trillion TitanX liquid. Right now, we're down to 58.7. With miners still being claimed and having a trillion day in between. You know how insane that is? Like we're fighting gravity as we're going up the rocket. And then once we hit space, there's no more gravity. I just zoom, yeah. That's where we're heading. Right now we're in the gravity chamber. Like in Dragon Ball Z, they have this gravity chamber where they train at like 1,000x gravity. That's where TitanX is at now.
9636. We're moving. Think we'll crack
And the crazy thing is,
a zero by today?
I've been tracking wallets. You know, want to know something crazy? So there was a group. In my opinion, they were malicious whales because they were all acting in a very similar manner, and they were one clipping that entire stack. Their entire stack, not like single side LP a little bit, not like slowly selling to the volume. One clip,
market dump.
150k, 150k, 200k, 250k, like 11 of the top 50 whales all at once in a 24-hour time window. Started full clipping everything. And you didn't even notice.
When? Yeah, I was
in
like,
the
wait,
last
when?
72 hours. Yep. The machines are taking over. Smart contracts own TitanX.
You tell me in the last 72 hours.
Yep, and that little consolidation thing there. That was 11 of the top 50 whales exiting. One clip. Full clipping it. Above it.
Oh, this right here?
Yep, there.
I got you.
Yep.
So it's like,
yep, they were all
dump, retrace, dump, retrace, dump, retrace, dump, retrace, and then now we're already above it. Yeah, that's. I
Good
didn't
job,
notice
losers.
that. That's.
Yeah, but these guys were clearly vicious and had some other intent because it wasn't normal market behavior of like a neutral whale, at least. It was like as aggressively clipping as they could. Thanks for distribution.
Yeah,
because like
you just put it in everybody else's hands.
Exactly, the holder percentages on TitanX are beautiful. It's so beautifully decentralized. Like even like because you can exclude Genesis because that's never going to hit the market, and then the rest, 21 out of the top 100 is 21 out of the top 100 is smart contracts, and then the biggest whale holds 2% of the supply. That's it. And then it's like a couple 1%, and then it's beautifully distributed amongst all the holders from that point. To find this in crypto
is the number one the buy and burn?
No, it's just some guy. I don't know who it is.
That's an actual one. But then you got 4 contracts in the top 6.
Yeah, and if you add all of them up, it's 21 smart contracts in the top 100.
That's legit.
And we only have 10 built on TitanX protocols at this point. So just imagine what that looks like in like a year from now.
I keep asking everybody that. Like, what do you think it's going to be like in December? What do you think it's going to be like at the, mid 2025? I mean, here's our. Technically, got 12 right now. I mean, technically, number 11 is kind of a no-show.
Wait, what number 11?
Yeah, the Titans battle.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think they were actually the very, very first, and then nothing just came of them.
I know they're building something because I've talked to the guy. Because I was like, why is this in my screenshot? What is this? And then I reached out to him.
You're like, wait a minute, I don't remember this. What is this shit?
Exactly. But yeah, we only have 10 actual protocols on TitanX. And the builders just keep building. Building. So you might have like 35 by the time we hit January. Wouldn't be surprised.
TitanX is up almost 10%. DragonX is up 16.5%. Hyper is up 11%. Helios is up 27%. Volt's up 40%. Flux is up 11%. God damn.
That's pretty decent. And then let's look at the rest of crypto. The rest of crypto is red. Ethereum is down 2.5%. Bitcoin is down 2%. Talk about decorrelation.
I don't even check the rest of crypto. Like I have I have a Trezor with everything that's not TitanX, and it's just my little, whatever my future bag. Got a little bit of Link in there. Got some Render and just a bunch of other things. And I don't even know the last time I've checked it. It's not doing anything. So the only things they're doing anything is right here in this ecosystem.
Right? Yeah, Johnny is like, what's ETH doing? I barely watch it as well nowadays. I'm just like, there's one thing. TitanX is the Ethereum now.
I used to check ETH every single day. You know, we're the leverage play on Ethereum. Thank you, Mello. Appreciate you. Jake, gonna get some nicotine gum. We're gonna donate to the nicotine fund. Love it.
Nobody's getting my gum. My spiritually infused TitanX power gum.
I'm starting to think that actually this whole crypto thing that you've started is just a way for you to get rich so that when the next supply shock happens, you can grab all the nicotine gum in the world and hoard it for yourself. Like some people have long plays, okay?
Yeah, and then we'll launch the biggest nicotine brand in the world and buy and burn a company with it. Hell yeah. That's it. That's the master plan.
There you go. That's some burning right there. I love it. Yeah. Are you surprised that TitanX has done everything it's done, even though ETH has gone down pretty much? I mean, it was the top of ETH this year was 4,000. I think we're at 2,600 now. Right? But everything that we've done in TitanX since then, does that surprise you, or are you just kind of like, whatever?
Because of the smart contract design and so many of the biggest holders of TitanX being smart contracts that act benevolently towards the ecosystem. That's what it. So the simplest way to look at it is TitanX is controlled by machines instead of humans. Because the reason altcoins correct down with Ethereum is one, the liquidity paired with it. So if Ethereum does minus 2%, by default, your thing does minus 2%, right, when it comes to USD value. But usually the extra 8%, like usually when Ethereum goes down 2%, everything goes down 10% when it comes to altcoins. But that extra 8% difference usually comes from human emotions. So since TitanX and build on TitanX is mainly operated by smart contracts that own the ecosystem, we don't have that human emotion element. So that's why we either track Ethereum very nicely or do the opposite of it, because we don't have that human emotion element having such a big impact on the supply. It's kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, because I tried the reverse engineering. I'm like, why is this happening? And then I started looking at the top 100 holders, how smart contracts operate. And I was like, that actually makes a lot of sense. Because the extra overcorrection that happens when Ethereum goes down is human emotion.
That makes sense. When I trade in the stock market, and I haven't done much in a while, but when I used to do it, my main method of investing was contrarian investing and watching for oversold events. One of my biggest things I did really well in last year was a company, a defense contractor called Raytheon, had a problem with one of their subcontractors called Pratt & Whitney. And they had their engine blades were all screwed up. And they had this giant recall. Pratt & Whitney was like 20% of the entire Raytheon company, and it tanked 25% on the news. And I was like, well, Pratt & Whitney didn't just go bankrupt. They just had a problem. But you're deducting the value of more than Pratt & Whitney off Raytheon. Fuck it, we're buying right now. It's one of the best buys I ever did. Just contrarian, watching that over emotion. People went, oh my God, it's dumping. Sell more. And yeah, they sold past the point at which they'd already devalued Pratt & Whitney out of the entire company. And I was like, that's impossible. Buy right now. So I'm huge on seeing emotional swings and going after them. But I've never had the balls to do it in crypto because crypto is just too wild for that.
I mean, it's emotional swings, but you add a little bit of autism and schizophrenia on top of it.
Yeah. I can't even remotely try and predict schizophrenia.
Yeah, I mean, crypto is like the pendulum swing. It's either we're taking over the world, we're becoming the world reserve currency, or everything's nuked to zero, we're entering World War, everybody's gonna die. And that's like Tuesday, Wednesday in crypto.
Every Tuesday is another nation's gonna start World War III, and we're all dumping. Okay, and then Wednesday we're like, I just made it 3x. That's
yeah, crypto's
emotional
it's so funny.
investing.
You remember that meme that was one super popular meme, like it's stocks versus crypto. The stock guy is down like minus 2%, and he's sitting there all bloody and like depressed and stuff. And then I see this like crypto trader that's down like minus 50%. I know what's wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Is there a minimum amount for LP in farms that you know of?
No,
imagine.
just make sure you at least do like $200 or whatever, so you can out earn whatever gas fee you just spent. But there's no minimum like programmed in the contract. And also the gas fee should not be that expensive because it's literally just sending tokens. You don't create an NFT like on Uniswap v3. Like on Uniswap v3, when you go in and you create a position, you generate an NFT that represents your position in the liquidity pool. You don't have to pay for that NFT generation cost since it's locked in the smart contract, and you get a share of the NFT. So it should be potentially 70-80% cheaper than Uniswap liquidity providing.
That's interesting.
That's a big difference.
Okay, here let me slightly sidetrack you, but at least on topic, because this is something I've been thinking about with this. Will farms? How do I say this? Do you think farms is going to alter the way that LP is done in our system, in the sense that
Maybe
people might want to pull out of Uniswap liquidity to get into farms?
Well, farms is Uniswap liquidity. But like, you mean manual?
Well, yeah. Instead of V3, V3 on Uniswap, would they then want to go into not would they? Do you foresee a shift, a significant shift from the V3 over to farms?
Well, farms is V3. So I think we need to clarify. So from user specific, like they go to Uniswap, they create liquidity, to most of it being in the farms. Yeah, for sure. Like that's usually what happens when you introduce a farming contract into something. Because you have less risk because there's less risk of impermanent loss, and you get overcompensated with farming rewards. So there's also the edge case where, so this is going to create a very, very nice scenario where most of the liquidity is going to be full range. So it's way smoother for the price to move because there's no jagged liquidity. So the price will move way smoother with thicker liquidity pools. And will liquidity providers will have a lot harder time forcing it to operate in a range, because they're going to be overpowered by full range positions, which allows the thing to move, the beast to move on its own, instead of liquidity providers controlling ranges.
Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Yeah. If you're a whale, you can essentially kind of control where the price goes if it's on a sideways move by providing liquidity in a range. So if you're like, okay, we're a group of whales, we want this to trade in this range for a while, you can come together with a bunch of liquidity and do like, okay, plus 10%, minus 10%, and then you need a bunch of volume to break range down or break range up. So they can force price to stay in a certain area. With full range, they're going to be overpowered. So the manipulation goes out of the window. So even liquidity will be owned by the machine in a benevolent way. People are still going to be able to single side exit. So if they want to like take some profit or skim a little bit off, single side above market, you can still do all of that. It's just when for like specifically liquidity providers, likely they're going to edge more towards the farms because it's less impermanent loss and more guaranteed APR, because it's just a contract giving out coins essentially. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. But price should move way more freely without whales kind of determining what range it operates in.
Was that a key idea you had, or is that just sort of an extra bonus?
Came as a bonus because I started thinking through all of this and I was like, damn, that's good.
Yeah. I don't know if everyone, I feel like most of us are pretty educated and they understand what you're saying. When a whale provides range with a lot of money, the price stays stuck in that range unless a significant amount of volume pushes it out above or below. And what he's saying is that by everything being full range, it doesn't matter if a whale comes in and places a range of his $1 million. If there's 5 million in the whole system at full range, it's going to allow us to go above and beyond his range. It's not just going to magnet us into that range that he's set.
Yep. Yeah, and that will also make it smoother for people to exit single side, because the price is going to more smoothly move to the range. So it's better for everybody.
Okay, so you said it earlier, and that if everyone plays, say, we're just going to run a hypothetical. If 10,000 TitanX users place a single side exit just above where we are right now. That's a giant wall, right? And then that price doesn't, for the most part, get above that unless someone interjects a ton of money to break through all of those cells.
It depends, because it's very easy for buyers to overpower sellers. Okay, how would I go about explaining this? It needs to be a very, very significant amount, because TitanX is early stage. It has a lot being built on it. There's a lot of momentum going after it, but entering a bull market. So I've seen it a bunch of times, big whales trying to keep the price down in a range. Because here's what I see. I see these liquidity providers providing concentrated liquidity and then a sell wall above price. And every time it hits price, they start selling to keep it in the range. Every single one of them has failed and got obliterated. so the moment the market overpowers manipulation, usually. So they might be able to do it for like 2 days, 3 days, 7 days, etc. But eventually the market just completely overpowers them, and then they're out of position. Then they need to buy back their $1 million on market, and then they push the price up at 2 or 3x because they have to chase it, because all their coins got bought out. So like playing that game is extremely, extremely, extremely risky.
Would you say that the fair crypto launch is what allows the market to overpower that manipulation more than anything?
The reason these VC style tokens can do that is because they own 90% of the supply. So nobody can actually overpower them. They control the price because they can set the ranges and set the sell walls on set, etc. And that's how market makers exit markets. They control the price. The thing that I hate when a crypto project says, okay, I have a market maker. You know what they're saying? They're saying that they got 50% of the supply and they're dumping on everybody. They're dumping, and it's market manipulation in its clearest form. So that's why here we just have so many smooth things, because it's all community owned, all fair. We don't have market makers. The market makers are the community. They are the users. So so many things are so much better in this system.
Is it hard for you to is it hard to stifle that desire to like think super far ahead of time and like, you know, start getting all grandiose and be like, this is going to be fucking huge in 3 years? Like, you know, like as a user, as from the very beginning till now, it's this ramp. And it seems plain as day. And so as a user, it's really easy to be like, man, where's this going to be in 2 years? Where is this going to be in 3 years? And, you know, you play all those, you know, it's sort of like whenever there's a big lottery jackpot, like, well, what would I do with that winning? You're like, okay. Like, but when I think about TitanX, I start thinking about it in those terms. And like, this thing's going to be so big. Like if we 10x users from here, where this thing could go, do you have to stop your mind from running wild? And like,
I mean, it is kind of interesting because I'm also operating as a user in the ecosystem. Like all my positions, I had to buy like all my own money. Like I had to go with my own money in this ecosystem. So I'm a user like everybody else. I just have a more bird's eye view because I built it, and I see so many things being built because I'm helping a lot of them, just with like game theory and stuff. But I've always been very focused in the moment, because like I remember there was I think it was a Buddhist teaching or whatever that I heard very young. And it's like, if you want to control the year, you control the month. If you want to control the month, you control the week. If you want to control the week, you control the day. And if you want to control the day, you control the hour. Everything starts in what you do in the next hour. And that way you forget about the big vision and you just focus on the granular. And then if you do the small things every day, like 1% every day, Kaizen, then eventually you'll get there. So I never really go too far out. I'm always focused on, okay, well, what can we do today, this week? And then everything else comes as the end result of that. Because I used to have this personality where I would have all these grandiose visions and then not take action, because I would get caught up in like perfection and trying to systemize everything way too much, and instead of just hitting the ground today. That's it. So I'm not that focused on the future. I'm focused on today. That's a big thing, and that helped me a lot. Getting over my like procrastination through perfection and thinking too far in the future and losing track of the day. And I think that's why this ecosystem is so fast paced, because a lot of the builders think the same. Because it's very easy to start daydreaming and then lose track of what needs to happen today.
It's full range for the farms. So I guess that means it's just automatically full range. I don't know. Is he asking a different question than I'm thinking?
Yeah, I think he's trying to ask is, are they automatic? So the LP ranges, they're not concentrated liquidity, so they don't need to move around. It's full range. So there's no adjusting. You just go full range and that's it, and it just stays there.
But
yeah, pretty much. Yep.
Marco, you want to come up? I'll send you a link, buddy.
Yeah, come up.
Come on up, Marco.
His wife hates him at this point.
Come on. I know. We're not trying to like cause family problems, but come on in, please.
Yes, you are. Fuck him. Come on.
No. I'm the worst influence on everybody. Is that a yes? Come on in. Let's go. Hang on. I'm going to send you the link right now.
Where will Think be announced first after it goes live? So the Think contract will likely not be posted on Twitter, maybe after, but the first place it will show up is on the actual website that Eric is going to share. So if anybody DMs you, or you see a Twitter thing, or you get added to some kind of scam group on Telegram with a bunch of fake users that you can buy for $3, just ignore everything except for the website that gets posted on Eric's Twitter, and make sure it's the official one. And make sure you go to the official website, because if you click on the wrong website for a farming thing, you will get absolutely drained and wrecked from every angle you can possibly think of. So official links only, add it to your bookmarks. You never want to go to a fake link. And the contract address will get on the footer of the website once that's officially announced.
Okay, awesome. But you also don't need to rush. You've said that many, many times. So there's no reason that you have to be the first second in on farms.
Nope, exactly. That's big, because usually farms is whoever goes in first gets the most rewards. And here it's not the case. It starts ticking over on midnight, so you have basically until midnight UTC, which is the Ethereum blockchain time zone, to enter. And then it just gets fairly distributed on whoever is in.
Marco, I sent the link to your inbox if you have time. Come on up, even just for a second if you got time. If not, no worries. What is the, do you know what the highest reward will be on which pairing?
I think it was TitanX wrapped Ethereum and the TitanX DragonX. They're very similar in a way. You'll see the weight percentage on the website.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not one that overpowers everything. It's pretty fairly distributed.
I don't understand this question. I don't know what a zap function is.
Yeah, no, there's not going to be a zap function. You need to come in with both sides.
Okay. Done and done. Oop, 0 almost killed. Does that mean I'm on the wrong? Let me see. I already popped off the chart. Oh, we're at 9.8.
TitanX is doing a volt.
We're at 9.8. Let's turtle screen. Here we go. 6 zeros, 9.8, 9.6. Ooh, almost at 9.9. Ooh, I was thinking by the end of the day. That'd be wild if we did this on stream. How long ago did you think it would take to break 5 zeros again?
Well, you're asking a founder, so I'm expecting it to nuke to 0
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I didn't mean to throw a fucking grenade into your lap there. My bad. Let me take that grenade back, put the pin in. Yeah.
Nah, the cool thing about this ecosystem, the cool thing about this ecosystem is like nobody really controls it. Like this is all community.
I mean,
that's nice.
Everything about TitanX seems to be taking what's come before it and expanding on it and making it better. And you took the fair principles concept and you ran with it. And I think we have something that can go forward into the rest of crypto very easily that people will want to follow, especially after they see what's happening here.
I mean, it's so much better. Like, it's so much better for users. It's fair, it's transparent, it's honest, it's all built by people. You don't have all this like corruption and VC and shadow figure things going on. So anybody that learns about TitanX and they're in mainstream crypto, they just become better. It's just better for them. It's like a healthy diet. versus drugs and alcohol. Like TitanX is
it's
the
a really
healthy
good
diet.
point. I don't think we have a lot of I mean, we got crypto degenerates, but we don't have a lot of just overall degenerates. That's
a good point.
Yeah, that's actually really funny. I mean, because there's a lot of them in crypto.
Mm-hmm.
But we got a lot of solid people. Everybody seems to be dialed in on health. And yeah, we're all on the same page. And this ecosystem is really all about educating everybody to the fullest for everybody's benefit. And I don't see that going on in every ecosystem. I mean, it is to some extent in some, but I mean, like I know the peer-to-peer is talked about a lot. And yeah, it's peer-to-peer, sure. Making money versus other people making money, sure. But in this community, like everybody wants everybody to be as educated as possible so they do as well as possible. And in other communities, you wouldn't necessarily help people to learn that stuff because it technically hurts you. But this community is just all about everybody learning everything and getting out to the fullest potential. Like doing that poll the other day, finding out that a lot of people in our community still don't know how to do single side exits. That's wild. We're going to put together a class on Sunday. I know there's a couple videos getting put together. Yeah. So this ecosystem is all about educating itself, but more to that point, because I feel like sometimes, educating is like this, like look at me, I'm this benevolent person, I'm an educating person. There's like a little bit you get out of it sometimes. But when everyone's educating everybody for the purpose of maximizing their bags, that's borderline altruistic because it is peer-to-peer. And so that's awesome that you see that so much in this community. And everyone just wants everybody to do well. And yeah, it's great.
That's a good point. Yeah. That's a great point. Because I've always looked at crypto differently. Like, for example, DragonX is a perfect example. With DragonX, for example, it went up to almost $80 million market cap with 2,500 users, which was a perfect example of quality of user is more important than quantity of users. Because it had such a high quality of holders and patient people that there was just barely any on the market, and people weren't really playing around that much, which allowed it to do those things. So it's quality versus quantity. So I feel like we have a high quantity of quality people. Talk about a tongue twister.
Yeah. 9993.
It's pretty decent.
Almost pretty decent. Yeah, it's not bad. 5 zeros and a 1, people. Are we going to do this right now? We're getting close. Marco, where are you? I sent that inbox, man. Come on, let's go. Family's not important. Let's go. It's a bull run. I didn't say that. Family's literally the most important thing in life. We're trying. We're trying to get someone to push us over the edge here. Yeah, that's a good point. You're almost at $100 million market cap. Oh, here we go. I think we got somebody here. You ready, buddy? What's up, man?
Well, there he is.
Yo, what's up, people? What's going on? Can you hear me? Good?
Yes, you're good.
Yep.
What's going on? See, I wanted to show up, once we drop that 0, not to jinx anything, but what's up, man? What's going on?
What's up, buddy? How are you doing today?
Oh, phenomenal, man. What a beautiful morning. What a beautiful week. What a beautiful month. What a beautiful year for the ecosystem, man. Jake, you damn devil. Congratulations, man. What you build, incredible, bro. Incredible. I'm lost for words, man. Incredible. Everybody in this fucking ecosystem doubted you, man. And look at what you build. And then shout out to all the founders, all the other devs that just followed suit and just put the head down during the whole bear. And this was incredible. It was during the whole bear, but everybody else community was crying. All you guys was just building, right? All sharing, building, sharing, building. And look at what we achieved. And how many days it's been for What TitanX? 320 something? Like incredible.
347.
347. Look at that. Right? Like we still have like almost a month before we hit freaking a whole year. Like incredible, man. Incredible, man. You know?
It's crazy, right?
What shocks me too. So did you guys go over numbers like the inflation coming out, anything like that at all? Yeah.
No.
You
All
want to
right.
go over it?
So
You wanna help
about
us?
about 2 days ago, right? I was just looking at like, okay, let's see what's the inflation like for the whole year plus next year coming up, right? And it's funny because once again, October is the highest we will ever be. This week and next week is the highest we'll ever be. And about 2 or 3 days from now, I think the highest bar, right, day of release, it's only 800, like 15 billion. That's it. That's the highest ever that's going to be in history for the remaining history of TitanX, right? Like that's insane because at one point we used to get that consistently, all the time, 800 billion, 700 billion, $1 trillion days. Some weeks we had 20 trillion coming out, it's insane that we have nothing, right? What blows my mind more is that the remaining supply just for October, remember, once again, this is the highest it will ever be. At 2 days ago, it was about 1.1 trillion, right? And 1 volt reached about day 8 or so. It already did 1.9 trillion, a little bit more probably, right? So volt alone, right, did all this, right? It's insane when you think about it. So it just blows my mind, like how fast the supply is getting burned and eaten up. It's incredible. It's like there's nothing like it. And while this is all happening, just to see like all the other protocols come live and all the other protocols doing what they're doing, guys, that was just Volt alone, and then Hydra alone. So if you do Hydra and Volt alone together, they did about, I think, combined about 32 trillion. They removed 32 trillion off the market, turn it into buying power. Think about that, right? Right now, liquidity, we have about 59 things, like 59 trillion left, right, in liquid supply, right? What if 3-4 other protocols do half of what Volt and Hydra's done, right? Guys, liquidity could disappear instantly. Like, it's scary. Like, back then, 58 trillion was a scary number, right? We'd be like, oh my God, it's gonna take like 9 months to clear this out, stuff like that. It could happen in 2 weeks, right? If 2 or 3 protocols come out, that could happen, right? Farm comes out today, people FOMO. I'm not saying to FOMO. I'm just, speaking hypothetically, right?
In general,
People could just buy up supply like crazy. You understand what I mean? Another 2-3 trillion could disappear just like that in hours. It could happen, right? Like, this is nothing. And this is scary because I even think about like, and once again, I keep on saying, nobody has enough TitanX, and then it's reality. It's like right there. It's true. Like, it's all about to be gone.
I mean, look at those stats.
Yeah,
67 trillion burned already. We're down to 58 trillion. We're not going to have more liquid than burned ever again.
Insane, right? And even if a mining frenzy, and like even if a mining frenzy happens, right? Let's just say a real mining frenzy, and let's say even once again 30-day mints happen again, right? You have to understand, like, they can, even if we all the 30-day mints and we all done and stuff like that, one, it's going to be spread out again. 2, doesn't matter how much we all mint, we can never duplicate and replicate what happened in the past, the 30-day mints when we did it before, right? Back then, remember, we used to get 800 and something million, TitanX per day, per mint, etc. Now I think the number is down to like only like 2 million. That's insane. Think about it. Almost, what is it? If my math is correct, like an 80% drop of how much you can make of TitanX.
And it costs more.
Right? And it costs us more, right? Insane. And this time around, you have all these protocols that are ready to eat it up, right? I think the biggest difference was this. And I was talking to one of my friends that they're like, but aren't you afraid of the same situation? Everybody going crazy for TitanX and minting all over again, and we get flooded with inflation. I'm like, guys, it can never happen again. That's a sand. There was only one protocol back then. It was just TitanX. The only way to get it was either you had to buy it or mint for it. And that's it. It was only one place. And not only that, but there was nothing else available to remove supply to compete with it, right? Now you have 8+ protocols around to compete with this, right? There are ways to get TitanX than just trying to mint it through the TitanX protocol. There's other ways of doing it, you know? So it's remarkable. I don't think people understand, like, the robots, aka the code, took over, you know? And I love that Jake brought it up earlier. Like, there is no John Connor in this story. There's no saving us. There's no time machine to go back to stop it, to stop Jake and assassinate Jake, to stop this. It's impossible. It's done deal, right? Like, the code is there. It's immutable. We cannot stop this. It's a done deal. And it's beautiful because everybody follows suit what Jake did. Everybody followed what Jake did, right? Immutable, triple audits, double audits. You know, the main thing is the main thing. Everything buys and burns TitanX. You could do whatever you want in your protocol, but just follow these golden rules, you know? And everybody did it the right way, you know? And everybody took the time to do it the right way. No SACs, no VCs, none of this crap. It's pure organic, you know? So when I see all the numbers that we see now, it's like, the sky's the limit, guys. Like, we're gonna go so high. Not financial advice, but it's incredible. And I think that the number one stats that makes me go crazy when that GIF, you know, when you see the guy in the chart and he's in the wall doing all the different charts. Yep. Almost every other night, that's how I'm becoming, right? Because now, if one protocol does one big move, it changes the plan of all the other protocols. Okay, understand what I just said, right? Because if one protocol skyrockets, most likely Hart's law kicks in, is going to pull everything else with it. So all the buy and burn balances inside the protocol adjusts and goes up in value, and you know the rate of the way it burns and buys off the market between all the different protocols all do their own thing. It all changes and it keeps on changing and changing and changing, right? Like, nobody could sit here and try to do TA anymore. You really can't do TA on this ecosystem. You really can't, because you're doing TA against bots now, right? You're not just dealing with users anymore. You're dealing with bots, right? And these bots are hungry and they're loaded this time around, right? Back then they were little shrimps growing. Now these are whales, these bots, right? In some sense, you know? And the users, I don't think, have enough TitanX to compete with these whales anymore, you know? So it's just a matter, it's not if, but when the machines take over. And to me, they took over 2 weeks ago, and my calculations are correct. So I'm excited for this, man. I love it, man.
100%.
Yeah.
You know something crazy? So I did the math on it. If we get day one adoption,
yep,
the same amount of Ethereum coming in to mine TitanX, we only create 10 trillion of supply.
That's insane. That can't be right,
bro.
That's less than day 280 alone.
So once again, let me make sure chat understands that. So we get the same users, same everything, and they try to mint once again the same amount, the same time frame, everything. Only 10 trillion. Only 10 trillion. Oh my god!
If they all do max miners at the same adoption rate as day one, the same amount of money coming in as day one, we create less inflation than day 280 alone. That's how irrelevant it is.
And the thing is, guys, and you know how mind-boggling that is? Remember what I just said about 5 minutes ago, right? Volt alone took away 9.1 in a couple of days. Hydra took about, 11 or 12 in one day. Okay? That means there's a protocol out there. And who's going to be it? Who's going to be that protocol that could remove that much in one day again? Right? Insane. Holy shit.
I mean, if Farms takes, between 5 and 10, if X28 takes between 5 and 10, and everything else that comes out from here in the next year takes 1 to 2, we're out. There's nothing left.
Yeah.
And the big fear that everyone talks about, like, well, what if mining starts up again? The amount of inflation we had, and by the way, I started to try and talk about this on Jake's stream, and I totally lost my train of thought. No one called me out for it. I appreciate y'all. But when day one started, all the inflation that we had came from day one. That was when 1-day miners were profitable. That's when 280-day miners were profitable. When miners become profitable again, 1-day miners are not profitable. 2-day miners are not profitable. 30 aren't profitable. 60 aren't profitable. It starts at the 280-day miner, and then the 279. And then the 278. And then, so no matter what, we can't ever make as much TitanX as we used to.
You can't. It's impossible. You can't.
There's all these buy and burns that now exist. that didn't exist back then.
Yep.
And when mining does come profitable again, it's not the full gamut day one all the way to 280. So you cannot ever have the influx that you used to have, that we had at the beginning. It just won't ever happen again.
It's impossible. Because even if they did, right? Even if they did, there's a gap they gotta wait. There's a time frame they gotta wait. And during that time frame, guess what? People, they itch. They gotta do something. So what they're gonna do? They continue to play with protocols. And while they continue to play with protocols, once again, the machines, I'm gonna call them machines from now on. The machines eat it up, right? They eat it. The machines grow. They're in the factories making more of themselves, while the users are falling left and right, right? With the amount of TitanX they have, right? They can't. And let's say the mining frenzy happens, right? Once again, 30-day mining frenzy happens, right? That means TitanX will have to do what? I think, if I'm not mistaken, another 5 to 6x from now for that to happen, something like that. That means at that time, all the buy and burns, the price. Remember, everything is in TitanX. This is why Jake is a genius when he did it, right? All the buying power is all in TitanX. So that means if TitanX goes up 5-6x, that means the buying power goes up 5-6x in these machines, right? Against the users, right? So go ahead, dump. Go ahead, do it. You can't compete with these guys later on. These machines, it's over, man. And I think people need to understand it's over. Like, it's incredible, man. It's incredible, and it's finally all coming together. Like, I love it, man.
Machines analogy is so good.
It's so good, bro.
It hits it on the spot. Yeah.
Yeah. You know why? Because the other day I was watching the Terminator, and it's funny. It hit me. I was like, machines. You know the part where they're like trying to go after the black guy that's trying to like detonate, a Skynet building. I'm laughing at them. Like, look, they're trying to go after Jake in this room, trying to destroy him before he creates TitanX again. Like, it's just so funny, man. It's incredible. It's really incredible. And just to see all the protocols coming out, protocols that I hear out there that people are just trying to develop itself, just knowing that what it could do for the market and what the market is already doing, it blows my mind, right? It's like, holy shit, like, how does this all happen under a year? It's just crazy.
Under a year,
man. You didn't even break a year.
Imagine what this is. Well, imagine what this is after.
Yeah,
builders also get that bull market bug up their ass.
Yep.
We haven't even started Ethereum hasn't even broken all-time high.
Yeah. Yep.
Think about that. What the hell?
And that's what's crazy, Jake, right? Is like, all this happened. So TitanX is a play against ETH, right? And we all thought ETH was going to do his big run and all that stuff, and it didn't. It did the opposite. And our biggest fear was, if ETH drops and it tanks, TitanX is going to tank with it, right? And especially day 280. And we spoke about it last time, day 280 was the safe haven against all markets. TitanX ecosystem was the safe haven. When I mean all markets, guys, I'm talking about all markets in the world tanked. Okay,
I'm laughing because of what you just said. 280 was the safe haven for everything. How is 280 the safe haven?
Yeah, it's supposed to be the apocalypse of TitanX, right? We all expected a 70, 80, 90% dip on TitanX. We're all getting ready for it. And the damn thing did like a 2x. Everything else did multiple X's that week. That week alone, most of the protocols did anywhere from 2 to 10x's plus, right? While the rest of the markets around the world, they're talking about oil, gold, Bitcoin, everything, all went down 30, 40, 50%. Everything, right? And we still didn't skip the beat. We just kept on going up. Yeah, don't get me wrong. We had little pullbacks here and there, but who cares, right? Like, they're nothing. We need it. That's how you create a bull flag, right? You need the pullbacks, right? And it happened. And it happened smoothly, organically. That's the key word, organically, right? These are organic buys. These are organic things, right? Like, it's incredible, man. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind, man.
You're getting me hyped up.
I know.
I get myself hyped up, man. Like I'll be in the toilet,
you're
right?
The entire hyped up.
Bro, man, I'll be in the toilet going over numbers, right? Bathroom break. I get so excited, I jump out, almost forget to wipe my ass. That's how excited I get. Like, oh shit! You want to run to the computer and make some more moves. It's just funny, man.
You're a dad, so we know the bathroom is your way to escape. But
yo, man, I like that door.
If you're like, Dad, you're like, I just took TitanX. Hang on, I just.
It's so funny, man. It's just incredible, guys. And kudos to chat, kudos to everyone, and all YouTube chats, Telegram chats, all that stuff, because all this doesn't happen without all you guys, right? Like Jake could build all this, all the founders could build all this. I could sit here and scream how well all this code is and all that stuff. It means nothing if none of you guys participate, right? And believe and stick around. So, you know, you guys are the code. If you really think about it, you guys are the code. So, you know, congrats to you guys. And I appreciate you guys. I really do.
That's actually such a cool
Appreciate
saying.
you,
You guys are the code.
They are
because
the code.
when also with build on TitanX protocols, they use TitanX to bring it into existence, so they give life to the machine that protects them.
Yeah, it's true.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when
Jake.
Terminator Protocol, Marco?
Maybe in the future, man. Maybe in the future, right? Like,
Come on,
first,
come on, buddy.
like, I'm not gonna lie, right? Like, so I always told myself, I don't want to build anything, right? Like, I don't want to build a token. I just want to talk about code. I like sharing all that stuff, even on Pulse Chain, right? I just told myself I never want to, right? But seeing how TitanX grown over the year and seeing how people build over the years, right? Because you know what is, let me rewind that, right? Me seeing how other people built in the past, I didn't like it in some sense, right? Sacrifices, team allocations under the table, insiders, and this, all this other stuff, right? I don't like any of that stuff, right? I don't want to put my name on that. That's why since day one to now, I've ever been in crypto, I do not take any tokens from any team. I refuse to, right? But I never want to put myself in that position, right? So I told myself, then I cannot build anything, because most of the time this is how people build. But then here comes TitanX ecosystem. Nobody does that over here, right? Nobody builds that way over here, from the founder to all the other founders, right? And I told myself, maybe this is the ecosystem where, yeah, maybe I might actually build something just to contribute to the community, you know? So yeah, I honestly, guys, I am thinking about building something. I think it'll be cool for the ecosystem. I actually think about building 2 or 3 protocols, right? Not promises, not saying what happened, not saying I could do it, right? I'm in talks with certain people. I thought about it. And I want to make sure if I decide to, it makes sense, right? Because I don't want to build something that just takes an 8% dev fee, because I don't need the money like that, right? Like I think in the future I'll be well off in this ecosystem, right? I just want to build something to help expedite the ecosystem more, you know? So if I could build something that does that, then so be it, I will do it. If I can't, I'm just gonna step away and let everybody else build, right? That's my mindset. So yeah, so maybe I might join, throw my hat in there and bump elbows with folks and build, maybe, you know? So it's still in talks with certain people, and, you know, and I'm getting some good advice. So let's see how that works.
Sweet.
In the meantime, let's focus. Yeah.
Go.
Yeah.
All I heard is Mark was building. I didn't hear the maybes. I didn't hear the.
Nope. That's I'm like, yep. I just manifested that. That's happening. It's gonna happen.
I literally would love to, right? Like, so I think that's going to be my goal for the next month or two. Just, you know, put my head down and start doing this. So, you know, I think it's time where I could contribute not only the way I've been contributing to the ecosystem, but in code too. So let's see what happens. But in the meantime, I'm not going to distract from any protocols coming out. I'm still going to be the same old me. I'm still going to be yelling at the top of my lungs about all the protocols out. I'm still be supporting and doing all that stuff, because this is who I am. So, you know, that comes first. So
that's good stuff.
Yeah. And the 0 is gone. Let's go.
Is it?
Let's go.
Oh, shit. Nice.
Congratulations, guys. Let's go.
Hey.
Let's go. And screw the guy that's put 1,975. Congratulations, guys. Wow. I'm so happy. I'm so proud of you guys.
Congratulations.
All right. And now in typical crypto mindset, when's the next 0?
I know. When's the next 0?
That one was last year.
I know, that just happened.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go under it just a little bit. Like, oh, why are we dumping? What's happening? Right?
Yeah, we're a 3x away from doing the doggo's name now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Man. Yeah. I started that 10x ago. I was like, this is a solid year away. Oops. 5 zeros and a 1. Wow.
Let's go, guys. Look at that.
Wow. Let's fucking go. Oh, let's check.
And I want everybody to understand in the chat, right? Everywhere you went, Futters in the Telegram chats, Futter on YouTube channels, Flutter on X, they all told us we would never come up again. They all told us forever down coin. They all told us they would never work. They all told us in the first 2-3 months, the buy and burn inside TitanX was going to be empty, right? They all told us all these things.
Jake's going to steal.
Right?
He's going to run away with the buy and
So,
burn.
but you know what? The chart is going to show them they were wrong. So keep that in mind. Beautiful, man. Hey, Jake, you know what's funny? You know what I thought about? I think, you know why people FUD us the way they FUD and they always sound the same? They all think they understand TitanX the way TitanX is. See, they only understand TitanX 1.0. They don't understand that TitanX evolved, right? It's not the same TitanX anymore. It's hyper deflationary now, right? With multiple protocols that's doing exactly what it does, right? A lot of them, they FUD so hard that they don't even realize there's 9 protocols plus on the unit, right? On the code. They don't understand that all this is happening. They just understand, oh, I remember that TitanX name, that green circle thing, blah, blah. And they look at the chart and they're like, oh, look, it's still down. They don't understand everything that's happening, you know? So that's the beauty of it. They just don't understand. And that goes to show you that education is key when it comes to this stuff, because a lot of people, they FUD themselves and they don't understand what they're FUDing, you know? So,
you know, the funniest part of this chart, that little pullback you see on just the last move, that was 11 of the top 50 whales exiting.
Yeah, look at that.
Maliciously. Full clipping.
Yep.
You can't even see them.
Yep.
This is proof that the machines have taken over.
Yep.
Yep.
Here's your whale dump moment right there. That's
yeah,
it.
and the people who's dumping, they were the rebels. You know, they were trying to get John Connor. John Connor's gone. You can't get him. It's over.
John Connor's already in the future, man. He's leading the resistance.
John Connor's buying TitanX. That's what he's doing. He ain't trying to stop him. He's building on it.
How do you think we funded the resistance?
So funny. That's so funny. Oh man,
it goes to the Volt chart.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's funny? Volt looks like TitanX, just an expedited chart. Mm-hmm. You look at how it looks, right? The quick up, the quick down, and then the explosion. It's so funny,
That's
man.
crazy. I mean, I keep hearing people say, like, don't fade build on TitanX protocols, because I'm the same.
Yeah.
Like, in all these protocols, I need to participate as a user.
Yeah.
With my own TitanX, you know?
Yep. Exactly.
Every time I get a position, I'm like, some psycho is going to build some absolutely insane thing on this, and I'll be out of position forever. So I'm like, I don't want to sell it. I'm scared.
I know, man. I know, man.
That blue line right there is where someone faded Volt on stream when I was with Morpheus. And they were like, it's kind of disappointing. And it was on day 5. You're like, oh.
And guys, keep on building, man. Anybody that's in the chat, keep on building, because, you know, it's funny. We had 5-6 protocols. And I have some friends that, dolphins and sharks, that they still wouldn't touch TitanX. They just wouldn't, no matter how many protocols that were there. But then Hydra came around and it caught their eye. And then Volt came around and some of them just jumped in heavy, right? Like I'm talking about, they did not own that one TitanX coin at all. And they've been in the chat with me in my own little private, TitanX chat that I have. You know, they've been there for a while. And some of these guys didn't buy anything. And now some of them went heavy, right? Like it just takes that protocol too for people for it to click and they'll be willing to come, you know? So don't be afraid to keep on building, man.
It's like that graphic on people entering crypto. And, you know, this is early. This is when the first wave of adoption comes in. And our friends are the same way. You tell all your friends about TitanX a year ago, how many followed you? Maybe 1 or 2.
Yep.
You know, 6 months ago, maybe 1 or 2 more. Now all your friends are asking about it, though. Yeah. Y'all missed 10x, 20x, 30x on certain things.
And it's still early. And it's crazy.
Early.
It's still early, right? Like, you know what's the funniest thing, right? So whenever a protocol in TitanX comes out, right, and it does like a quick 10x, 5x, 6x, people will be like, oh, but look, man, there's not hardly any liquidity. You can't exit out, blah, blah. But now look at Volt. Volt did about a 17-something X since day 1 to day 11, right? Something like that, right? And it has about almost $3 million in liquidity, right? So you could easily exit out if you want, or easily come in. So what's the FUD? You can't FUD that anymore, right? So it's incredible, man. It's like we have something of everything. Yeah. It's oh my god, it's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean they started with super low liquidity and ramped all the way up to
5,000, man. 5,000.
Yeah.
Somebody just posted something interesting. So under that, Amity, if you filter the coins by liquidity on Dex Screener, 3 coins in the top 20, DragonX, TitanX, Volt.
Oh wow.
You know the crazy part, and this is so there's an Indian rapper. His name is Hanuman Kind, and he has this really good lyric and Big Dogs. I fucking love that song. He says, "I'm a product of your errors." I was like, that's a lot of power in that line, because like over on a certain chain, you have the people that do $10 million sacrifices and can provide more than $2,000 on liquidity.
Exactly. Say that again one more time for people to understand.
Yeah, they steal. Let's be real. Steal $10 million of the community and can only provide 2K in liquidity and leave the people to dry, essentially.
And why
and
is
those are the
like
people attacking
Steve?
TitanX?
Exactly.
And
why is it Steve could start off with 5,000, ends up being over 400K just like that, just in hours, right? And now 3 million.
Like you taking that FUD and then just being like, no, I'm gonna start with your FUD.
Yep.
And I'm gonna still go to the moon.
Incredible, man.
Volt's number 10 on liquidity in Ethereum. TitanX and DragonX are in 16, 17. We got 3 things in the top 20 in liquidity in all of Ethereum. That's nuts.
You want a better statistic too? And look at the market cap of our coins versus theirs. We have so much room to grow.
100%.
Like I don't really
100%.
care about market cap like that, but if you want to just put that in the equation, we have so much room to grow. And the thing is this, we're just burning it all. So while we go up in market cap, we're coming back down, we're burning it, and then we're going back up. So it's a yo-yo, man. I love it, man. It's so good.
Want to know crazy statistic? TitanX has buy and burn alone, not including Hyper, has buy and burn $68.7 million of its supply.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, dude. Which you can pretty much say
that's a big amount too.
68 million.
Yeah.
And DragonX, let's see. It's on the
I think it was like
page.
over 60 million, 50 million or something like that. Last time I checked.
Yeah, DragonX is 18 million off of the DragonX buy and burn from staking payouts and 560,000 from Hydra.
Incredible. So that's how much money has gone into mining and already come back out again. Like that's wild. That's wild. The amount of money that has come out of this system, that has gone into it, spun around, built into even more, and then do you know how much did Volt have to pay to get onto CoinMarketCap?
I think it's like I think usually the average is 3 to 5K, something like that, like 3-5K.
Yeah. CoinMarketCap is free, but you have to pay for something called the self-reporting dashboard, and that's like 3 to 5K ish.
Yeah.
That's if you have like dynamic supply.
Yeah.
Well, you can get on CoinMarketCap for free. It's just a long form to fill out.
Yeah. And it takes a while too, like to do that.
Very random.
Yeah.
Every time I look at CoinMarketCap, it still lists us as like in the thousands. I'm like,
and not only that, then he paid for the boost for Volt too, right? Steve is freaking awesome, man. This guy built liquidity perfectly. He built a phenomenal protocol. He or somebody in the team took care of the CoinMarketCap, and did they pay for the boost for Dex Screener? Like, how awesome is this team, man? Right? Like, dope. Kudos, man. Team or maybe an individual in the community did it for them. You know, like how awesome is that? You know, like
I know someone in the Titans Guardian group did that at some point for TitanX. I noticed we were up on that board and we got a boost at one point, and one of them reached out and they were like, "Yeah, I did it just to see what would happen." And I was like, We definitely got solid community members. This is, like Jake said, this is practically community run at this point.
And you know, Jake, you know what I'm excited for? Not wave 1 of Hydra, but wave 2 of Hydra. If it follows or mimics anything that Hyper does, oh my God. The effect Hydra will have wave 2. Incredible.
Oh yeah, and Hydra, because Hyper was alone. It was like this standalone warrior, just out there in the field fighting for TitanX. Hydra has farms,
fighting everyone.
Blasted.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, help me here, hurry up. What show was that? Oh my god, what show was that with the guy has just a sword and the whole army's coming, he's by himself getting ready to fight them?
It's from the movie Kingdom of Heaven, I believe.
Oh, then I guess that's what it, right? Like, how funny is that, right? That's Hyper, right? Hyper's like, okay, I'm gonna hold the ground here, so you guys hurry up and build. Like, incredible, man.
I used that in the hype video I did way back when. I should have done it for I should have done that for Hyper. That's funny. I think Blaze actually.
Yeah, Hyper is like TitanX's sidekick. Yeah, just holding ground. Yeah. TitanX is out there saving the world. Hyper's like, got your back, baby, bring it.
and not to FOMO Hyper, right? But as long as like the way we're going, the way we're moving, guys, like people might do 30-day mints and all that stuff, but Hyper still might be the play to actually compound to get TitanX much quicker, So it's going to get exciting for Hyper. Hyper, like, I think a lot of people are sleeping on Hyper, man. A lot of people, and it's incredible because you have protocols coming out for in the future, finally, right? How awesome is that? Kudos to the builders doing it, right? But just the way it's flowing, the way it held its ground this whole time. And if you look at the chart of Hyper, I love the chart of Hyper. Why? Because there's nothing better in this world of a chart when it goes up like a staircase, right? Because it goes up as a staircase. You don't want things going up as a rocket and just always as a rocket, right? Because then the come down is extremely hard, right? But when it goes up as a staircase, support is so solid, right? And the bounce and the recovery is very minimum, So Hyper looks phenomenal, man. It really does.
Yeah. Mike Dean is building on Hyper, and then I've heard of some other stuff.
Yeah.
Coming for Hyper.
Mike Dean, I love this guy, man.
With all your teasing, I've heard things. I've heard of a couple more things.
Listen, man, I'm sorry. People hit me up and they're like, you know what I love about this community, right? Because guys, and I'm a nobody, right? I'm just like you guys. I'm literally just like you in the chat. Nobody. I just love this protocol. I just speak loud. That's all. I'm very passionate about what I love. And I love how people, a lot of founders, they hit me up before they build. They're like, what do you think about this? You think I should do this and build this and business? I'm like, you asking me? They're like, yeah, yo, I just need to know, do you think it's a good idea? I'm like, yeah, it sounds like a fucking awesome. Can you do it by tomorrow? Like, build it by tomorrow? Like, just build it, It's so great, man. Like, incredible. The passion people have, man. Guys, there's a lot of builders in this ecosystem, a lot, and it's just so good. It's so good.
It's a good point right there. This is the fastest growing ecosystem in crypto, probably.
Grassroots, 100%.
Yes, grassroots, right? Pure. It's pure, right? Like pure. That's what I love about it, man. It's pure, man. Like
I love that word because it describes it so succinctly. Pure.
Yeah, it is pure.
Yeah, it's true.
What's not pure about it, right? Think about it. What's not pure, right? Everything is built ground up. All the teams had to take out money from their pockets to build things, right? They didn't leech the community. They didn't take money from the community. Like, it's pure, man, right? The way you got to get your coins is just like everybody else, right? Either you got to mint it or buy it, right? There's no secret sauce to this, right? This is great, man. Like, oh my god. And I think what keeps me up at night now, right? Is now I understand the farms, right? Like, the farms are great. The way he's gonna do it, I know it's gonna be a twist to it. I'm used to farms, right? And I think farms are gonna be phenomenal for this ecosystem. Finally, I'm just waiting for X28, right? I'm waiting to see how this one thing could become a parasite in all other chains and take the economic energy and funnel it right back to TitanX, like, and to burn it like crazy even more. Like, it just blows my mind. My biggest worry is if all the TitanX is gone, like, does all this collapse then? Like, that's a scary thought, right? It's like, what happens next? Like,
yeah. I mean, the biggest comparison we have to that is Ethereum early days.
Yeah.
In the early days of Ethereum, people were playing around with 10,000, 20,000, 1,000 Ethereum, 5,000 Ethereum, etc. And there's only one way everybody has enough TitanX.
Mm-hmm. Only way is to either buy it or keep on minting. And if you mint, you gotta wait a while.
Yeah, because now people are playing around with 10 Ethereum, 1 Ethereum, 3 Ethereum.
Yeah.
Instead of because we're gonna go from billions to millions to hundreds of thousands.
Yep.
Like, the unit of account just changes.
We're gonna fight, and it's funny because that make thousands.
I remember in the beginning of Dragon X days, right? Nobody wanted to drop a penny in it, right? Everybody just wanted it to do the mints, and that's it. Same thing for Hyper. Nobody wanted us to buy Hyper. It was just strictly mints and dumping it, right? And then soon you saw that $500 buy come in. Everybody's like, "Ooh, we got our first $500 buy." And then $1,000 buy came in. Everybody's like, "Holy shit, we got $1,000 buy." And then now, if you look back now, you see frequent $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 buys, sometimes 10, 20Ks here and there, right? I'm just excited. I'm going to be excited when I start seeing the 100K buys start coming in, right? In these protocols, right? That's when the fun starts to begin, right? Because that's when, you know, whales and sharks out there are comfortable dropping that much load and not being too scared to be like, okay, did I make the right decision? You know, when people drop that much, comfortable, that means they're showing their confidence through their money value. And that's important to people to understand. When you see $100 buy only, $100, that means their comfortable value is not there yet, right? When you see the 50, 100K plus, these guys are comfortable now. That means we're ready to go. So it's exciting when you think about it that way.
Yep, 100%. Dragon X has seen a little bit of that.
Yeah,
TitanX has definitely seen it, and Volt
instantly out the gate. I don't know if you've seen certain wallets. You know, certain wallets they spread it out and buy. Some people drop the 100K, 80K, 60K in one day in increments.
Yeah.
You know, just like nothing, just I'm following in. Even when it was at the getting to that local top for a while, it was still following. They didn't care. They're and just going in, right? It's incredible. That goes show you people are trusting the founders and devs and the code in this ecosystem. You know, they have faith in this ecosystem. It's incredible, man. Man, look at that chart. Look at that chart. And it's only 11 days old, man. That's it.
But this is the crazy thing. This is the perfect example. Volt is the perfect example of meritocracy. Because Steve is not well known.
Hey,
he
what's
barely
up, brother?
has any followers. Steve barely has any followers on Twitter. Nobody knew about him. Everybody was kind of underestimating Volt. And then it just fucking came out the gate swinging.
I know.
That just shows you that anybody can build. You don't need to be popular. You don't need to have a bunch of money. Steve just fucking underdogged it to the top, basically.
Exactly. And don't be scared,
impressive.
you know? Yo, what's up, bro?
Yep.
What's going on?
What's up, buddy?
I'm over here drinking Gatorade, not even realizing I'm live.
I gave you no warning. I just pulled you up.
Oh shit, what's going on, guys? What's up?
I throw people under the bus like that. My bad.
Thanks for having me. I just cut my live stream. I was like, let me see if these guys will let me on the stream. And I was talking to my audience live. So what's up, Mo? What's up, Marco?
Thomas? How you doing, brother?
Up, JS, the man, the myth, legend, Jake Sharpe. Never spoke with you before, but
right?
It's an honor to be live with you. Hope everyone's doing well.
Oh yeah, man. How can we not do well? The ecosystem is doing phenomenal, man. Everything we worked hard for and thought about, it's coming to fruition, you know? This is cool, man, you know? Like Jake likes to say, this is great. This is so great. This is great.
That was nice. That was a good impression.
Right?
Close,
so good,
man. That was close. I love his accent because I'm a huge Conor McGregor fan. So I watched Jake from a distance scene. I think he likes Conor McGregor too, because he's posted some stuff about him. But Conor McGregor goes deep into the thought process of things, which I know if he follows him, that's the thought process he was on, where he just manifests stuff, you know? So as you went through all this tough times, even when I was beating the hell out of you too, I know that somebody who's on that Conor McGregor is like, hey man, I'm manifesting. I know what's to come. No matter what this guy says, that guy says, he trucked through it. Still here. Exciting times though. Just killed a 0. Congrats.
That's awesome, man.
Can you give me a dog for that?
Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog.
Yeah, dog. There he goes.
Hey, but
Friday, Marco. Thank you.
I watched all your videos at the start because you were one of the first people to start creating content around TitanX. So I remember watching your videos and shit. I remember all of it. I think it was you, Vibra Finance, The Verse.
Mm-hmm.
You guys were the first people to start going public on YouTube about TitanX. Was there anybody else?
Smooth
when did you come in, Mo?
Also,
Smooth and Crypto.
I was in on day. I made video on day 6 or day 7 for the first 8-day payout. That was my first video.
Yeah, in the car with your dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what I like about Thomas videos, right? In the beginning videos was the risk he took showing people that he was in one ecosystem, took a big chunk, went to a new ecosystem, took the risk, made the mints he made, right? Laddering out from the experience he had in the past and showing people live the potential power of TitanX, right? Like, not a lot of people was willing to do that, and he did that. So kudos to you, Thomas, because that was a big play, right? To show folks like you could take a big chunk, and it wasn't no chump change you did, bro. It's not. You know, when you do the math, it's a big number, and for you to make the mints you did, and to show it freely and show people how this works, it's big, man. Because that put other people that was thinking about doing that on the move, you know. So, you know, good job.
Yeah, you know, I was able to document the journey of like the good and the bad, like the entire process. And unfortunately, I'm not built like V1 or V2. I got emotions, you know.
We all do.
They don't. They just buy. It doesn't matter what Jake's doing, what the weather's like. It's just designed to do that. So I went through that period, and I went through that with Hex too. And the thing about with Hex was I was in stakes, you know. So I had a year when the big payday event happened. We're like, what just happened? He just diluted everybody. I didn't understand what's going on. But when you get to the finish line and, you know, those candles start to go green, it heals. And, you know, it could heal cancer for real. It creates happiness. And I think at this point, it's just getting started. So we're barely feeling something that hasn't even came yet. But Vault was a big experience for people. Now they're going to see, like you said, a delayed response as far as the market. You're going to see Vault show us a simulation of what's on the verge to happen with TitanX coming up late November. So I think everybody is going to finally experience the unknown that I keep talking about, and that's man versus machine versus these smart contracts. Because you and I, Marco, can battle all day long right now, and we can kill another zero. But what happens when there's not enough supply, and then now we're going against the Terminators, the V1s and the V2s, and all these systems? It's going to get a scary feeling of like, hey, we don't have enough of anything. So I'm preparing now. I'm scared now when I wake up and I look at the price, and I'm looking now like, man, another zero gone. Just wait. We're
getting quick.
Yeah, so it's crazy, man.
No, and just to jump on what you just said, right? Like, it's everybody goes through emotions, right? Everybody. And for somebody like you who came from the pulse chain side, all that stuff, and we witness 99% dips for 2-3 years straight, stuff like that, right? Where you have your high hopes and everything like that, and then all of a sudden the market just turns on you, right? Nobody's fault. It just happens, right? And you go through that phase of years of like, oh my God, when is going to start popping up again? And when we were in TitanX and it was like green candle, green candle, green candle, and then we went for like 3 to 6 months of just nothing but red going down. It does play the toll, because you kind of almost, there's always that, and even for myself, there's always that little bug behind your head that goes, oh, is this another one of those where it's just not going to go up anymore? That I screw myself again, right? It happens, right? Even though you're smart enough where no, this is the code works. I read the white paper. I read this. I read that. You're still human. You still got emotions, right? Like you said, sometimes you got to go through that, right? And then it's good to go through it early than later on, right? So I'm glad I went through the experience. I'm glad you went through the experience and other people, because now we understand the ecosystem. Now we understand that, oh, now I see what Jake meant when he meant about hyperinflationary and we got to wait. And even though me included, everybody else in this panel, everybody else in the chat was like, Jake, press that fucking buy button, increase it, use V1, go do it, spend the damn money, come on, asshole. And that was the smartest move he made, was not using it, right? And just letting the system do it. Let the seller sell, let the system fully sync, let all the buy and burn sync, let all the protocols sync with each other, liquidity get right. And now look, everything's primed, everything's looking great, so it's awesome.
Yeah, I will say this to Jake, even though I made a video not too long ago kind of saying I was going to throw an apology out there, and then I kind of just, boofed it. Here's the thing, like, this is as close as you and I are going to get face to face, you and I, Jake. And I will say and admit that I was wrong, but I'm glad you proved me wrong. So that for the things I said and the emotions that were built up, I'm sorry. That's all I can say is I'm sorry. And I think the best apology to you is not just saying that, but to keep structuring videos to show people how to use the system, what's to come, because I believe in it. And that's why I made those miners, regardless of what I went through. So at the end of the day, you were right. I'm glad you're right. And got a lot of respect for you as a builder. You've inspired so many people to build on your platform. It's like it is a blockchain, like a layer one of some sort.
It really is.
Because people are building on you. So it's a beautiful thing.
Appreciate it, man. Because I remember people mentioned that like one video or whatever you made. I never actually watched it. Because I know, especially when it's going down and you go to the hyperinflation and it hits the bottom and it looks like there's no way out. Obviously, people are going to be like, "Oh, dude, he's a scammer. Like this is all going wrong. This can be done better, etc." So I never took it. I never took anything personally from that period of time. But you're a man, dude, for saying sorry. Most people don't even say sorry or apologize. It's just like they just kind of sweep it under the rug, kind of move on, pretend like nothing happened.
Yeah, but move on. Cool, dude.
You were there from day one.
Yeah,
that's sick. Yeah, like you're an OG. OG of OG.
Yeah,
100%.
A big OG.
Thanks for accepting the apology. I got, it's been a big couple of weeks. I got Marco sending me the hat that gets here Friday. Got to just squash it with you. But everything happens on chain. So everything that's happened on chain up until this point, the way it was designed is happening. And I got a big family, so I know what this is going to do for my family. I got nothing but respect and love. And thank you, Mo, for what's going on. You know what, Mo? I've watched your videos from the beginning too, as we grew in this space. I had a lot of fun watching you and your dog.
Hell yeah, dude.
I started looking at the background and I was like, I know where he's from. I know where we're both from, because we're actually a lot closer than you think. So we could probably talk outside, of off camera about that. But never know. Maybe we can meet up someday. I know you're far, Marco, and based off your accent, I don't think you're anywhere near where I'm at. Jake, maybe you'll come to Vegas. Baby. Maybe you'll come to Vegas and dance on the dance floor like Richard Hart. Who knows? But yeah.
I'm actually going to be in Vegas the last week of December. I'm going to see a huge DJ in the Sphere, the Vegas Sphere, Anima. Ooh. On the 31st, I'm going to be celebrating there. But at least for like a week, I'm going to be in Vegas celebrating.
Some people are starting to game plan things in their head.
There's two things I do. When I celebrate, I either eat hot pot, I do EDM events. Those are the only two things I do. Or anime. That's about it. Those three.
It's the only two things I've ever heard about you, besides crypto.
Well, I got a question too. I put in the comments. I wanted to. Well, we don't know. Assuming that we don't know. Well, we don't know who operates or how the V1, when it's going to be used or how it's going to be used. But I was thinking, I was like, all right, if the V1's got all that back pocket Ethereum, right? Assuming that Ethereum doesn't go even 2x in the next month or so, I wonder if it would be wise for the V1 to start operating while TitanX is still cheap, to get as much as it can cheap off the market, versus if you wait and let's say Ethereum's 3,000, but TitanX is 5x the price, which it could be 5x the price before Ethereum even hits 2x. I'm hoping that the V1 starts doing some damage in the near future. But if I could time it, I would say November. But that's just something thrown out there. I don't know if I should ask you that, because I know you're like, no expectations or anything like that. But I'm just assuming like the V1 could drop any second. I don't know if people are thinking about that. They kind of forgot.
Yeah. So the design behind the V1 is very simple. For people to feel comfortable, it's good to have a backstop of capital, because it's one thing to have like a liquidity pool, but a backstop of capital. So there's two big backstops in TitanX, and that's the V1.
Yeah, I agree.
But then you also have the Genesis, especially Genesis TitanX. That's a massive security backstop on the ecosystem, because this is also one of the big reasons why everything needs to be paired with TitanX. Because Genesis has a crap ton of TitanX that I can use to save any project if anything ever goes wrong. So Genesis and the V1 are massive security backstops on an ecosystem, because you might have a protocol that comes out, gets massively big, then rugs and dumps 10 trillion TitanX on market. If it's not done via the ethos and somehow gets adoption and community marketing, there needs to be a backstop for it to recover very quickly. And that's why I remember tweeting this a lot in the beginning of TitanX. TitanX is anti-fragile, and that's because of these types of systems inside of it. The Genesis, V1.
Yeah,
those are all hardcore backstops on the ecosystem. If
I love
anything
it,
ever
dude.
goes wrong.
And I love that you do that, right? Because that goes to show, like, everybody else building behind you are following your guidelines, right? Like the holy grail rules of TitanX. And if they see the TitanX Genesis acting in that behavior, all the other Genesis and all the other products will probably do the same to protect their protocols, So that's awesome when you think about that, right? So, we have like all these future whales protecting the ecosystem if something ever happens, in some sense. It's beautiful, man. It's dope.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and nobody should ever know if V1 triggers. That's the secret behind it, because otherwise whales just get positioned for it.
You can't blame the man for trying.
Yep. And then the cool thing about V1 is because I like thinking about everything from a user perspective. How could the creator of something abuse the V1 to personally enrich himself? And even with the V1, that is not possible, because if you move the global cap up more than 1 Ethereum at a time, it starts getting MEV attacked and drained. Because V1 doesn't have TWAP, etc. installed, so it needs to move very slowly over time. So for it to fully empty the V1, that's like a 2-month process. So awesome, the moment it triggers, people will notice. So that it's impossible for somebody to use it for personal gain as well. And there's only one thing the code can do, and that's buy and burn. That's it. No withdrawal functions.
Yeah, but people forget that it's not in a wallet; it's in a smart contract. So,
and that's big, man. Yes, because I even have a message I sent to my dev, because I'm human. If I see $20 million or $50 million sitting in a wallet that I control, some kind of dev of your head is like, what if I just skim off 1% or 2%? Nobody will fucking notice.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, put it all in a smart contract. I don't want any control over it. No withdrawal functions at all. And that's why it's all in smart contracts. And there's been other stuff that has tried copying TitanX and puts it all in wallets and see what happened.
Yeah.
Trust me, there's a fuck ton skimmed off.
No, kudos for you doing it that way. That's awesome, man.
Frank, so Titan Farm should go live in a bit, like in the next few hours. Don't click on any address on Twitter. Don't ignore DMs, ignore tweets, ignore everything. Eric on Twitter, G1 Eric, is his Twitter handle on Twitter. Make sure you follow him because he's going to post the official website URL, and then you'll find the address at the bottom of the page. Everything else is fake, scam, is going to steal your money. That's just safety. But yeah, I did the same at Hydra. I was like, okay, how can we protect people from scams during launches? And that's making the official link the only source of truth. So that way people don't even spam contract addresses in telegrams.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Hydra launch was so smooth and nobody got scammed because everybody had the official source, which was the URL unlocking. That was it.
I think there was a comment earlier that said it. Yeah, right here. Well, people were scammed. They were scammed at the upside.
That's funny.
R2R, I apologize. Every time I pull up a comment, it's obscuring your face, brother. I'm trying not to keep the comments up.
No, you're good. You're good.
What are you excited for right now going forward? Since you're not a builder, you can't name your own protocol right now. Maybe you are in the background. I don't know just yet.
No,
but what are you excited for in the Build on TitanX ecosystem coming forward?
I think there's so much being built. I think Element 280 makes it easy to onboard somebody who doesn't know like what the heck's going on because there's so much to digest. So I'm excited for Element 280 to participate, but for other people to onboard because I got a lot of people asking me like what they should do. And at first I was like, wait for Element 280, you get a piece of all the action. But Vault was born and it came. And now I'm looking at that like, you might want to go into Vault and then wait for Element 280 because it's very simple. You know, there's a daily auction, there's X amount of tokens. I talked about unit bias yesterday too as well, how some people feel like on other ecosystems, they want to own a large amount of tokens, you know, like kind of like what Richard Hart talked about with Pulse and Hex. And I'm like, TitanX is the reverse of that, right? We want to burn more tokens off the market than we see because we see trillions of tokens. I'm excited to see 70 trillion tokens, maybe like the other week, TitanX. Now we're at 58 trillion or some number like that. So that gives you what people are looking for, less tokens. And there's 1 billion, but a ton of them are getting burned. So I'm most excited about Vault and holding that position because the market cap's low, just like Hyper. And when all tides rise together with TitanX being successful is where I think it's going to rise those market caps to where you see like a DragonX at and even TitanX. So there's more room to grow. So I've been really excited about Hyper, and I'm definitely really excited about Volt. And if I'm going to bring new people that are kind of not too savvy, I'm just going to hey, Element 280, simple and easy. You can go there, get a piece of everything, you know?
That's a good call.
Do you have an allocation set aside for farms, or are you just going to kind of wait and see how that develops?
Yeah, I want to play, like, I want to take a wallet that I farm right now with just on Pulse. And I'm thinking I'm going to play the farms, but I don't know too much about it other than I caught a little bit of your stream and that it's going to launch soon and there's going to be admissions. So I haven't gotten too much information as far as that, but I'm definitely going to play that because it supports my bag and then I can earn from it too. So would it make sense not to dip into that for sure?
Ooh, I would watch the stream I just did before this one with Ali Kane, because I went very deep into the fund. So synopsis, it's a Uniswap v3 full range farm. So there's very little impermanent loss since it's full range. Think is going to be the incentive token that you get. It's Titan Farms incentive token, TINC. You go into the farms, you get it. There's one Think every second. You don't have to you don't have to go to Uniswap v3, create a position, then go to the farms. The farms holds one NFT and everybody gets a share of that NFT and it's locked in a smart contract. So you don't have to pay a massive amount of gas fees to do LP positions. It's like 70 or 80% cheaper when it comes to gas fees. You get a percentage of the NFT, depending on your ownership of the total liquidity. And then the liquidity fees of the input tokens. So there's the distinction between input tokens and normal tokens. The input tokens are TitanX, Hyper, Hydra, and DragonX. These input tokens have a burn ratio and a buy and burn ratio. So the burn ratio, the tokens just get burned, and the TitanX gets sent to the DragonX vault, which is burned. And then 3% of the liquidity fees from those input token pairs get used to buy and burn Think. So it's a farm token that has a buy and burn attached to it.
Built in, yeah.
Massive innovation on the V3 liquidity providing stuff, and it's full range. And you'll see the APR, etc. And 2-3 days from now, you'll have a calculator for APY if you compound.
Really? So there's going to be like the zap functions and all that too, just kind of make it simple. Like you can zap in
I don't think
like
there's
your TitanX.
Yeah, I don't think there's zap functions. But you'll have 50-50. So 50% of the pair will be one side, 50% will be the other side. Maybe they can add that in later.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Like if you have like Liquid TitanX or DragonX, you just zap it on into the pair. Just one click.
That'll be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people have asked that. I'll send it to Eric. Yeah, that could just be an extra contract on top of the main contract. Shouldn't be that hard.
Well, that was easy. I'm in. I'm in.
And then the
farming
buy and burn
token.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the farming token with a buy and burn. It's never happened before. At least not on this level.
That's what gets me interested. Like,
interesting.
The buy and burn that's on top of the Tink, right? Is that going to be a fully automated system, or is that something where users will have to trigger to operate the buy
user
and burn?
will have to trigger.
Same thing? Yeah.
So it's going to be very similar to TitanX V2.
Awesome.
So there's going to be a max capper swap similar to TitanX, so MEVs can attack it. But then other than that, users call it. And you're going to see it. There's going to be 2 pages on the farms. One is farms and then burn. And on the buy and burn, you'll see the buy and burns of all the pairs.
Oh, man. Hey, fellas, you know this ecosystem is about to explode, right? Because there's going to be a lot of sell pressure off the market. Holy shit.
I'm interested to see how it, with all these buy and burn functions, how it performs going into the bear, because I listened to what Jake said a long time ago, and it directly aligned with my position of where I felt the bear market was going to start in March of 2025. I heard you say that. When you said that, I had doubt if I was correct or not. Then when I heard you say that, I was like, okay, so there's another experienced person in crypto that thinks March 2025 might be the end of the bull market. But I think like in the ecosystem like this, it can be a lot different than what I've ever seen because of the buy and burns and how scarce it's going to be going into 2025 because nothing's coming out even in December. So there's going to be very rare scarcity. Yeah. So
nothing left.
it should. I told people this. I said if you calculate everything from the floor, the bottom, right, and you say TitanX does a 500x from the bottom, the floor could potentially be 100, 200x from the bottom going into the bear market, considering the amount of tokens that have been burned. So you still might be up during the entire bear. So that's interesting to see. I think there's a possibility that, especially if you bought the bottom, you still might be up substantially to hold for further gains down the road. Might not have to sell all your bag.
And you know what's great about what you both just discussed? Let's just say, hypothetical, March 2025, whatever it is, the end of the bull, right? But we're still rocking and rolling, and we still got buy and burns that's pretty fat, right? Everybody else around us, once again, will be going down. Everybody's gonna be like, what is that over there that's still rocking and rolling? And you know what? All the economic energy that could be exiting out the crypto market could just be like, you know what? No, let's go play over there. That's the only thing that's up right now. That's the only thing that's hot right now. And you never know. We could absorb so much new users just in those couple of months. It could get insane, guys. Because there's one thing that I keep on saying, that there are smart people out there that all they do is they watch on it. I'm talking about on Ethereum, the big players, the data analytic guys, all that stuff, and they watch where the ETH goes. Remember that old joke, where the ETH goes, right? Like, they watch it. So soon they're gonna start saying, all the ETH is getting absorbed in this one section, and they're all gonna think that it's all users, but it's all buy and burns. Some of them have ETH, some of them they don't, and they're gonna realize, what is TitanX, what's this ecosystem, what's all these other contracts that's built on top of it, what's happening over here. They never seen nothing like it. And you never know, it could spark a conversation. Next, people could be, it's all hypothetical, right? But next, people could be inviting Jake on streams and on spaces. And, next, he's on other platforms talking, right? Like, think about how early we are. You haven't seen Jake on any major platform talking yet, right? Or major spaces talking yet. That's how early we are still, right? Now,
I'm a major platform,
right? You get all I'm saying, man. Think about that, right? Like, he, no considered huge influencer or big player in the crypto world has spoken to Jake or spoken about TitanX yet, right? Like, that's fucking cool, man. That's kind of cool. To me, that shows we're early.
It's a good point.
There's only been one.
It's actually a good point.
And it's Joe Perez.
Yeah, Joe.
Yeah. Well, besides Joe, I like Joe, right? But I'm talking about those.
Now it's like slight mentions. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. Because this ecosystem is impossible to ignore, man, and there's nothing sketchy about it. It's all fair. It's all community ran, community built. But there's nothing like going on behind the scenes that somebody would be like, "Oh, this is sketchy. I'll never talk about that." Like, the gates are wide open. You just need to hear about us. That's it.
Yep.
And we've been running for a year.
Yep. And think about those smart folks, right?
Yep.
Those smart folks that they go and they find out, they finally understand what TitanX is, right? They go, oh my God. The way to get this coin is you buy it or you mint it. Minting, the way they do it is kind of cool. It's different, right? It looks like it's fair. Then they go to find out there's something called Hyper on this protocol. Oh, I can multiply my bags this way. And then they find out there's a Hydra. Then they find out there's a this. And they find out there's that. And it's all because of that one token. I don't think they have ever seen anything like that around anywhere, So I think that's the part that's going to blow their mind. And they're going to tell their folks, yo, bro, you don't understand. There's something over here. Come over here. Check this coin out. Look at all these protocols that's built on it. It's already built. There's no promises, no VCs, there's no nothing. No sacrifices, none of this ICO stuff, right? Like, it's all pure, right? It's all code, immutable. Like, that could just open the floodgates to everything. You just don't know that conversation people have with each other, Like, this could be the new standard for, let's say, the next, guys, think about like this. Think about the next bull market, right? What if the next bull market, you know how the previous bull market, there was beginning DeFi 1.0, where certain coins like Hex and all these other coins started making their own DeFi, right? And that was becoming the norm. And then this bull market, everybody's starting to do that already, but nobody's doing what TitanX did type of situation. Now, in the next bull market, TitanX could be the standard of DeFi, the way you do things. You understand? The way you make a coin and how you have all these other protocols support that particular token. That could be the new DeFi going forward. It's awesome, man. You think about it. We're doing that now.
I think the conversation I've only had with myself and I wanted to talk about it on stream today, but then I hopped off to come here. It's actually something I even dreamt about too, where I was like, you know what? I'm already thinking about what I'm going to do to prepare for the bear market. And then I just thought TitanX. And the reason being is because of the primary goal is to get most of the tokens off the hands of the users and into these smart contracts. If you head into a bear market where majority of the supply is held by the buy and burns and all these smart contracts, then you don't have these smart contracts with the emotions doing what people would be doing, selling during the bear and the bull.
That's right.
So you could store value there up until the next bull market. And I thought that, and I thought to myself, is that possible? And I said, yeah, it entirely is possible once we go through this phase. It might be several months into the next bear, but it seems reasonable to think that the smart contracts are gonna own majority of the supply. We're gonna be limited, and you hold on to that, you could store value into the next, cycle, and it could be worth much more. That's why I'm like, X28 comes out, I'm not gonna burn my stake, because originally I wanted Shogun to come out and get out of that stake, but I go, no, wait a minute. Yep. I could pay my future self down the road. And that's based off the math, the 55,000X and all that. It's down the road further, but it's possible based off the math. So you won't see that unless you can control those emotions.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to ignore X28, because at any given time, if I can give that up, I would be selling my future, and I don't want to do that. So hopefully I can refrain from that as much as possible.
What is 10 years to folks like us when we did 15-year ladders? You understand what I mean? So 10 years to me, it seems like it's nothing compared to what we did before, So I'm with you, man. My stakes are staying there. I'm leaving it there. But you never know the gold rush of ETH we could get in the future. You just never know how the ecosystem works, right? Like, that's your safety back. You understand what I mean? You never know from now to then. You might, God forbid, you might mess up. You might FOMO and just be like, I gotta sell this. Oh, I sold $20-30 million, whatever it is. And then years later, you have that big stake sitting there, and nobody could ever get 60, 70, 100 billion TitanX anymore. You have that locked up, right? How incredible is that, right? That's huge, man. That's huge. I agree. I'm with you on that.
Jake, you want to touch on this question?
What are your thoughts, Jake?
At all?
Yeah, stakes are interesting. I just put them there, forget about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting. Would I burn them for X28?
Save yourself in stake.
Maybe. Because X28 is going to be interesting. Like, once that gets closer, we'll start talking about it. But in theory, like, pretty much everything built on top of TitanX should outperform TitanX if it has different supply mechanics. So X28 is built on TitanX. So in theory, X28 should outperform TitanX. So you might actually get more value out of that stake just going into X28, but then you do have to prevent yourself from selling. That's the big thing a stake does. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out. I wonder how many people are gonna burn their stakes for X28. It's gonna be an interesting stat to look at.
I feel like I'm like promised.
Well, I think
if you asked me 3 months
would.
ago. Yeah, if you asked me 3 months ago, I would. Now I'm starting to think like Thomas, though. And I'm like, oh, I see how these are worth way more down the line than I did, 6 months ago.
Well, I think people would, because I already see people talking about if they want to like early claim their Hydra mints and stuff like that, just for the farms alone, right?
They will.
I'm seeing the conversations of that already, right? So you best believe people will probably do that for X28. Once we find out the details of it, I think people will FOMO and be like, I can't wait. I got to do it. So it's gonna be interesting, man. It's gonna be cool.
So many angles in the system at play.
You want to know something crazy? So Hydra had $7 million in the buy and burn. It's now up to 11. It's not like $5 million in the extra miners cost started.
Oh my god, man!
There's so much game theory.
Like you don't want to touch
answer this question down below in the chat. Susie wants to know if it's better to enter Tink with the DragonX pair or DragonX Hydra pair, or do I just hold them separately? So maybe without getting into founder minefield of prices, do you want to just maybe explain to them maybe what farms is in a different way, so they can kind of understand what they're trying to do with the Tink token.
If you're going to hold both anyways, farms will outperform. It's a simple way to look at it. If you're planning to hold them anyway, because it's full range, very little impermanent loss on a full range position. If you're going to hold them anyway, now if you're going to start selling one for the other 4 farms, then you start getting into like gray area on how the math is going to work out. But if you take 2 things you hold already and you pair them together in a farm, it's fine because there's no risk of impermanent loss. Yeah, exactly.
Like what I tell folks that want to do LP and all that stuff, right, is you want to pick a pair that you really don't care what you end up with, right? So when I was on Pulse Chain, like one of the big pairs I had, like, and I still do have like a huge portion in, is just a Pulse and PLX pair, right? Because to me, long-term wise, I don't care which one I end up with, right? They're going to be kind of similar, close to each other, right? So that's the way I look at it. So, you know, if you're going to play with these things, guys, 1, just be comfortable with the position and the percentage you're going to play with. And 2, understand that whatever pair you enter it, just be okay with regardless what pair you end up with, right? Because if not, then you will be not a happy camper, right? You're going to end up with the token. If things, you know, if things do rocket, you're going to end up with the token that you didn't want, and you're going to lose the token that you did want. So just try to enter the ones that you feel comfortable with. And this is what's great about, oh my God, this is so fucking good when you think about it, right? Like even if we do the farms and you do, let's say, for example, Dragon X versus TitanX, or this versus TitanX, or this, and at the end of the day is TitanX, I wouldn't be upset holding TitanX if that end up with that coin down the road, because I understand sooner or later it's going to be disappearing anyways, right? So regardless what pair you end up, and this is not financial advice, by the way, regardless what pair you end up with, you might actually do very good in the future, right? Just keep that in mind. And once again, there's no inflation anymore coming out like this, you know? So regardless of which one you end up with, you might hit a winner, guys. So just understand that. This ecosystem is so fucking good. So good.
Well, if you want more TitanX, then is your end goal. The way I'm thinking is, I don't know if it's an option, which I think it is, pairing up like Hyper with TitanX, because I would imagine Hyper's got a lot more room to grow. So that price would appreciate faster and you would get more TitanX when you LP out. So that's how I would see it, because ultimately, if you're making hyper miners, you're trying to get that ratio back to compound. Or if you ended up with a 5-to-1, you sell half for ETH and make more hyper miners down the road. You might get that quicker with price appreciation during this time of hyper deflationary with TitanX, because hyper is already, the chokehold on hyper's inflation is already happening. It's barely moving. So when Mike Dean comes and builds on it, and this person does that, and it's really going to see it go below $1 trillion. And that's when people are going to get very emotional, like, I need to buy this, but they should mine it, right? But people are still going to buy it to get the price appreciation. So if you want more TitanX, you got to go, I would say you'd have to go with an asset with a very low market cap, which would be Hyper and TitanX. So if you're looking for the opposite and you want of that, then you would go with the different route. So,
and another thing, Thomas, was great that you're saying, right? And it's great that you said that, because another way to do it too is they do the Titan and Hyper, right? And over time they lose the Hyper for the TitanX over time, but they are earning fees. But with that fee, there's a lot you could do with that. You could make more Hyper mints while you're earning those fees daily, you know, and push them out. You understand? So when those are done, you either could stick with those Hyper to replace the Hyper you lost, or that could be just extra TitanX on top of the TitanX you're getting out, right? So there's ways to play this, guys, right? So that's like, my plan is to put a portion of my portfolio in these pools. Not financial advice, guys. Don't follow me, right? I'm gonna lose it all, so don't follow me, right? To do that, let the ratios play. I don't care which one I end up with long term. I don't care. Every fee I get up every single day, I take out. I'm gonna just make more Hydra mints. I'm gonna make Hyper mints. I'm gonna do all these things. I'm gonna keep on doing it. I'm gonna keep on feeding the system, feeding it. Because why? My goal is to play that ratio game, right? When the day I feel like, okay, I need to get back into TitanX, and that's when I'll convert all my tokens to TitanX. But I don't think that day will ever come. I don't think I'll ever have to do that, you know? But This is my way of multiplying my bags, right? I make my money work for my money, you know? So just I park it. I don't care remember, once again, I don't care which pair I end up with, right? Because that's just me. Take my fees and re-enter the system over and over and over. And next, I'm laddering mints, That's my plan. So
not financial advice, like you said.
Not financial advice.
I don't know what I'm doing, and we're lucky this code works, right, Jake? So
exactly.
On the flip side too, if you wanted more Dragon X, looking at Hydra's market cap, you pair them up, you get more Dragon X like most people want.
Exactly.
Take the fees, like you said, make more miners, and
keep on doing it.
And I think too, like Tink should do really well, right? Just like Ink took off.
I think it's gonna be a better Ink.
Yeah, and that's a way to extract more TitanX too, because Ink will outperform probably TitanX in the short term, and you can pull that LP and reposition. So there's a lot of ways, but
I think is another way to kind of look at farm positions. You take 2 tokens. So the only way to get TitanX, so let's say you own Dragon X Hydra and you want to start more Hydra miners. The only way to really do it is by selling Hydra into TitanX and then going into the miners. But you can take a Dragon X Hydra, go into Titan Farms, sell your Think for TitanX, and create more Hydra miners. So it's a way of generating liquid without selling into liquid.
That's exactly what I'm doing. It's just parking my coins, taking those fees, and reminting everything all over again, and just keep on doing that. And like I said, that's just my way of doing it. And if I do it right and I do it consistently, the proper way, any tokens I lose, so let's say I end up losing more Hydra or more Dragon X, like I said, I could just take those fees and just earn more Hydra again, and almost combat that impermanent loss if you keep up with it, To me, it's not impermanent loss because I don't care which one I end up with, but just for the folks who do
it's also fair, like impermanent loss can almost be forgotten when you have full range. Unless something moves 10x, 50x, then you'll notice it. But like if it moves deviates like 50% of each other, like 80%, like the difference in full range is not that big. Like there's even some calculators that show it. Just look impermanent loss calculators, and you'll be able to calculate some stuff to get an idea.
And that's what got me excited. What you just said, right? Like it's full range, so impermanent loss is minute, right? It's the chances are really low. So this gives me even more bullish to be able to go a little heavier than I thought I wanted it to do. What's up, buddy? And be able to play the way I play, So I agree, man.
Oh, what the hell, kindness?
What's up, guys?
Yeah, what's that?
What's up, man?
I was like, what the hell is Mo doing?
That's a new thing we're gonna do. What's
that? Old school Bud Light, man.
That's right, man.
I have a skydiving video in college where we did that. Everyone on the plane.
That's dope.
Nice.
Kindness, how you feeling, bro?
I am doing everything I can to suppress my emotions right now.
That's what's up, buddy.
No, it's
pretty wild, isn't it?
It's wild. I mean, there's a lot of upside to it. There's no doubt about that. So it's just it just exacerbates the hyperdeflation that we're going into, and it thickens the liquidity pools. I'm talking about TitanX farms, of course, and all of that is good stuff. So how could you not be excited? What were you saying, Marco? I missed. I just got on at the end there, but you were talking about
1 second, I'll be right back. 1 minute.
Full range LP and some of the advantages you saw in it.
Yeah, so Jake was saying that basically the farms are going to be V3 but full range LP. Mm-hmm. So the way they're setting it up is basically it's not going to be barely going to be impermanent loss. The way they structured it. So you could play a little bit more safer. Of course, you still got to be safe, guys, right? Because it could still happen. But the way I look at it is you're from Pulse Chain, right? So when we do those farms on Pulse Chain, right? Like me personally, I'm very heavy in PLS and PLX pair, right? Because I really don't care which side I end up with more because I know down the road they're all going to go up together, right? So on the TitanX ecosystem, I think that same way where I don't really care if I end up with more Hydra or Dragon X. All right. Either way, they're both going to go up with each other and they help each other. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a portion of my portfolio in all the pairs, right? And whatever fees I end up getting, I'm just going to make more mints of those particular pairs. If there's a minting protocol behind one of them or both of them, I'm just going to keep on doing it just to keep up if there is a permanent loss or if I just want more of the other, doing it that way, right? Or I could collect those fees, right? And this is what I love about the farm, right? Because collecting those fees, if you do play, guys, and everything goes well, you could enter and use those fees to buy other protocols inside the TitanX ecosystem instead of selling your tokens for one token to another, and taking that bigger risk, right? That's a bigger risk by doing it that way. Rest is you're doing little by little. You're doing the farms. You're earning fees. You buy some more Blaze. You buy some Vault. You buy some Hydra. You buy some Helios. You buy some Hyper. Whatever it is you decide to buy, you get to buy instead of, you know what, damn, I got to sell some of my DragonX bags just to chase this. And I got to sell this just to chase that. And that's the biggest risk. That's bigger risk than permanent loss risk, right? Because now you're selling big, huge positions in your bags, right? That to me is the bigger danger. Versus me putting a certain percentage of my portfolio, taking the fees, and then buying something else. I think that's the smartest play to do. So that's what I'm going to do, me personally.
Couldn't agree more. You save yourself from yourself. You're not chasing the price of one with the other. Like this time in the market, if you sell one thing for another, your risk profile, you're like opportunity cost. It's hard to measure because you never know what's going to do what. But if you're using fees, if you're using yield to make those additional trades, then it's I don't want to say it's risk-free investing, but it decreases the risk profile.
Absolutely. Yeah. There's always going to be risk, no matter what, guys. There's always risk. You just got to be that's why I said in the beginning, the first thing you got to do is you got to be comfortable with which pair you enter. And then the second thing you got to do is you got to ask yourself, if I enter with more A than B side, am I okay with that? If you're okay with that, then you proceed forward. If you're not, then just walk away. This isn't for you because there is a permanent loss, whether it's minimum or a lot. There is still some. And just like Thomas said, we are humans. We do get emotional. And next, you start making swaps. You might start making trades, and then you start messing up more. So please don't do that, right? Like, just understand. And not only that, before you even play with farms, guys, learn how LP works. Okay. Because I do see a lot of people, and look, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like we all learned, right? I do see there's a lot of people in all these different chats talking about the farms, and they have no idea how LP works, and they're ready to throw their whole bag in. Hey guys, you're going to lose your bag if you do it wrong, right? Like there's a guy named Johnny, aka John. There's a TitanX LP chat that they all teach about it, they all talk about it. And if you do join that chat, doesn't mean that you have to participate right away. I still recommend you take your time. He posts a bunch of videos of teaching how to LP right, how to do LP right, how to set your ranges out, if you want to leave, how to do this right. That's a fantastic group to be part of. It's a free group. It's an open public group. I recommend people to join it. Once again, if you join it, doesn't mean you have to participate. If you don't know what you're doing, just watch. See the pros talk, see how they talk, see how they move, watch their videos, and then enter the farm little by little and stuff like that. There you go. Johnny's right there, right? If you want, Johnny, you come online and you want to talk a little bit about it, come on board, buddy. But please, guys, just understand what you're doing with farms, because I know farms is the next product that's coming out. Don't get me wrong. Everybody wants to play with it. But if you're not ready to play with it, you could get hurt. Even though if it could be minimum could be big down the road. So just know what you're doing, know how you play with these things, guys, please.
100%. Yeah. Thomas, I'd love to hear from you, man. It's the first time I've ever been on stream with you, so it's kind of out. It's an honor.
Yeah, man, it's an honor to be on stream with you too. Yeah, we were just talking about these LPs and just kind of there's different game theories. So at the end of the day, if your end goal is to end up with more TitanX, I was telling people that I'm going to pair up TitanX with Hyper, because I think Hyper's market cap is really low and has tons of room for performance. When you pull that LP, you're going to have more TitanX. DragonX people, the same thing with DragonX paired up with Hydra. Low market cap, probably the lowest out of all of them. That has a lot of room for price performance, especially adding LP and farms. We want more DragonX, you go that route, but you got to learn how to do this stuff, because at the end of the day, it gets confusing. People right now don't even know, like if you're farming on Pulse, there's a V1 and V2, right? And one doesn't collect fees, the other one does.
God, you remember those days?
Ooh. Yeah, and if you want to collect your fees when you go to your LP pair, you got to type in 0 and click withdrawal to get your LP fees. And a lot of people are just kind of sitting there thinking it just gets compounded on there. So there's a lot of things you got to learn. I think there's people out there that can help. I know people want help in my chat when this happens. I'm going to start doing some things in my group to show them, what I'm doing and what my thought process is. But LP is also a long-term game too as well. So it could be a dangerous sport, but I've always had luck with it. I've always had good luck. And unfortunately, guys, I got to run. I think this is like this is a really good stream, Mo. I'm glad you got all these people on.
I'm glad you came on, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's an honor to be on with Crypto Kindness. First time talking with you, Jake, Marco. Definitely would want to do this again. I got to go to a dentist appointment, but damn, I should have canceled. But
you gonna get golden
grills?
No
dentist in the bull run.
Get some green diamonds, bro.
Green diamond, green diamonds. Well, before you go, Thomas. Remember during the beginning with that V1, V2 situation, and when people would exit out the LP position, they would get the LP token. And a lot of people didn't realize you had to actually reclaim to get your tokens paired back. And people would just sell those LP tokens and then lose everything. That was the craziest thing. I seen people lose tens of thousands of dollars just like that. I was like, what are you guys doing? So yeah, man, just know what you're doing.
Yeah, I would do my best, if I can get on camera and show people, how to do it and versus how not to get wrecked and what can happen, because it's a learning process. And in crypto, I think my biggest expense is the learning curve. And sometimes it costs you thousands of dollars is making those mistakes. So I'm glad I had this opportunity, guys, just because I'm going to go into the real world right now where nobody knows what TitanX is. They barely know about, they want to know about Doge and Shiba. And that's where I'm going to be. And I got the opportunity to pick the brains of people that are knee deep in this space with me in DeFi. And even fair launch crypto is new to people because Zen presented it. But where Zen's at this point, it's kind of like there's not so much momentum. It's like X1's coming like Pulse Chain, right? But things are happening here that are exciting. All the unknowns are unfolding, hyperdeflationary, all these different things. So I want to educate people about that. So if you guys are out there, follow me, Rector Riches on X and YouTube. And I'm just going to help the community, build and be aware of what's going on. But before I leave, Vault hit a $16.9 million market cap. I'm excited about that. Go check it out. You guys enjoy the rest of the stream. Mo, hit me up. We definitely got to do this again because you guys are all stars, rock stars. And I definitely want to pick Crypto Kindness' brain too when I have time. It was great to have you for the split second, but you guys all have a great day. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you too, guys. We'll talk later.
So he just said something I'd love to throw out to you guys. I know, Jake, I don't know how much you can comment on it being the founder, but he commented on Hyper being relatively low market cap and having some potential upside opportunity. Marco, I know you and I are in a couple of the same groups, and that's something that's been mentioned before. Don't know if you happen to notice, but Hyper, I think, is the best performer today. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It's up like 40%. I know it and Volt are like wrestling, but Hyper's right now it's retesting its previous not all-time high, because obviously when it launched, that was the all-time high, but
it's about to break its local all-time high.
Yeah, local all-time high. And, that's a pretty solid line of resistance. So I'll be curious to see what happens here. What are your thoughts on, I'll ask Mo. I haven't heard from Mo yet. So Mo, what are your thoughts on Hyper to start with, and then we'll go through with everybody else.
Well, I've been intrigued with Hyper ever since people started mentioning, hey, I don't know if you knew it, but Hyper miners are profitable now. And then I started getting back in because I was like most people, I didn't miss the start, but I misjudged the start. And so when the start of Hyper did its initial price action, I believe I had a couple miners that just barely came out positive. And then I sat on them for a while. And then I think I sold them at barely a 2x to the initial TitanX that I put in there. And I'm super bummed out about that because now Hyper is actually one of my main strategies. I am going pretty heavy in Core 4. I see them as being a synergistic group of tokens that are keeping themselves propped up with all the buy and burns and the vortexes. And so I want to have I want to have a hand in each of them. So my main bag is split amongst the core four, and I've gone a lot heavier into hyper in the last 2 months since I noticed the changes in that. I'm super excited about hyper. Hyper is the way to get more TitanX. I wanted more TitanX a couple months ago, and so I started more hyper miners, and that's always been for me the way to start getting more TitanX.
Nice. Jake, are you allowed to say anything, or allowed? Can you say anything to this?
I mean, so the thing with hyper is the main design feature of hyper is to bolster TitanX. And so the three main features. One, it bolsters TitanX. Two, it gives an easy on-ramp for new people in the ecosystem. Because selling them TitanX can be relatively hard. But then if you're like, hey, start this miner thing with your Ethereum, you're buying TitanX in the background, you don't even know it, and it's 300% ROI, that's an easy sell. The third reason it got created was to essentially load balance TitanX inflation. So once TitanX miners go positive, my guess would be a lot more people will be mining hyper than they are TitanX, because the mining ROI on hyper is way higher than TitanX. So instead of that inflation being future TitanX inflation, it becomes future hyperinflation, and it allows TitanX to deflate harder while mining ROI is positive. So it was also created as like a load balance mechanism. So onboarding, load balancing, and bolstering. And then now hyper is getting interesting because people are building on it. It's been like this lone brave heart, just like, taking everything on. Everybody's just kind of like, oh yeah, hyper, of course, hyper. But now people are building on it. So like it's getting a little army around it. It's going to be interesting to see where it goes.
How yeah, dude.
Marco.
Don't ask me, man. You're in my private chats. You hear me all fucking day, night, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm still chatting with everybody in there. You know how I feel about hyper, bro. You know how I feel about all these things, man. I can't sleep, bro. I can't sleep.
No.
Man, like, all jokes aside, I love hyper. Hyper was the eye-opening for this ecosystem. It was like one of those ways where I don't have to ratio trade against TitanX to accumulate more. I could just make more mints, wait its time, keep on accumulating, and then when the time is right, I could accumulate as much TitanX as possible, right? So hyper, I keep on telling folks, as you know, in our chats behind the scenes, I always tell folks, sooner or later, hyper is going to be the only place where people who go to accumulate TitanX as quick as possible to keep on playing with all the protocols when they want to play with the protocols, right? So anybody that's falling asleep on hyper, not financial advice, it's silly, because that's going to be the talk of the town, where people go and exchange to get more TitanX to play with everything else. So hyper is dope, man. Hyper, I think hyper is phenomenal because it was the most hyped project and the most hated project for a while, and then people fell in love with it again. So and it's good, right? It's good. It lets people to go through the motions, and it was the first protocol to show that if you stay consistent with it, and if you just believe in the code, you don't need to believe in the founder or the influencers. Just believe in the code and let it do its thing. Give it time to accumulate. Give it time to sync. And now look at what it's doing, right? And it's beautiful, because then now seeing that, you get to see what the Hydra future is, right? How Hydra could be. So it's phenomenal, man. Kudos to Jake once again for making this stuff.
I love it. I mean, Hydra is like hyper on steroids.
It is. It's just improved, right? It's like all the negative stuff of hyper removed, and just is pure, man. And that's not even saying that hyper is bad, right? It's just you just improved on it. It's awesome, man.
Yeah, but Hydra is also harder to get because Ethereum doesn't move around that much.
Yeah.
But Hydra has already become 50% more expensive to mine because TitanX moved up.
Yep. And people forget about that.
So, different game theory. Yep.
And that's only going to get catalyzed as hyperdeflation comes in. And TitanX just going to get more and more expensive. And then those Hydra miners, you're just going to be like, dang. And then because of all of the TitanX that went into it, DragonX goes up, which drives demand for, oh man, it's insane to watch the flywheels. But yeah, I mean, that's a beautiful thing about hyper, is it's kind of a leading indicator as to what you could possibly expect Hydra to do.
Yep. Exactly.
Nuanced differences, of course, because to what Jake said, ETH, the value of ETH isn't going up or quite as fast. It might at some point. That's steady Eddie. Hydra's going to be it's going to be interesting. It'll be very expensive to create in about 60 days.
Well, think about it now, right now. So in the beginning,
8 hours.
I think Hydra, the first day, first mint, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was like $630 to make, something like that, right? Day 88, max power, 100 power, etc. Right? It was about 640, 650, something like that. Right now, it's $1,000, guys, to make the same mint. Same distance, same power, same mint. 1,000. Okay. Now, if TitanX does a 2x from here, a 3x from here, right? Now it's gonna cost more than 1 ETH soon to make an 88-day 100 power miner, right? In Hydra. How insane is that? And we're thinking TitanX is gonna be 50x from here, 100x from here in the future plus, right? Think about how expensive, how rare it's going to be to have Hydra, right? They're also going to make how rare it's going to be Dragon X, right? Like, oh my God, this is why I love this ecosystem. It's such a synced, fluid way of everything happening, right? If one thing gets affected, the rest gets affected. It's freaking dope, man. It's a multiplication of each other. It's awesome, man. It's so cool.
Jake, did you allude to the fact that your team is also going to build on Hyper? I believe you said that in the stream with me a few days ago. We know Mike Dean is, but you're building on it also, right? Potentially.
He's like, did I say that?
Well, he did mention he wanted to make some deflationary tokens.
Yep.
So,
yes. But
right?
I want to make the hyperdeflationary token backed by hyperdeflationary tokens.
Okay.
So it will be backed by DragonX, Inferno, Vol, maybe some other stuff that shows a bunch of strength in the ecosystem. Yeah. And then the thing I think I mentioned is I'm aware of 4 or 5 different teams building on Hyper.
Well, you can still do that with Hyper. I mean, just like Inferno did, you burn Blaze to get it, but only for a certain number of days, or just like Volt's a perfect example. So you use Hyper as the fuel, but cap supply, and you've only got so many days to do it. That would be sweet. I see Marco smiling. That would be sweet.
That's right.
I mean, maybe that's what Mike Dean is doing. We'll see.
I don't know if they want me to share it yet.
No, don't.
Come on.
I was going to say, I just learned everything I needed to know by Jake's body language.
Yeah.
Let's just say Hyper is going to get real interesting, guys. It's going to get real interesting.
I mean, when you look at Hyper, for example, it has 32% liquid with nothing built on it. Just go to the stats page on Hyper and Hydra. Hydra is 26%. What the hell?
Jeez.
But that's also because supply is still coming out. But Hyper is more clear because it's already happened the first mining cycle.
Yeah.
Has Hyper had its first halvening yet?
Good question. Hyper does it very slow.
Yeah.
It's getting there. It's like 20. How much is that? 20% more expensive, roughly, when it comes to per day.
Hyper or Hyper?
Oh, that's right, because the amount of ETH necessary doesn't creep up. Yeah.
Correct. Yep. And also the estimated Hyper at the end of miner goes down slower because it was designed to be a compounding thing that lasts.
And that's why Hyper is amazing.
Yep.
That's why it's going to be the main place where people go to get more TitanX. I'm telling you, it's going to be.
That was the design of it. Same thing with Hydra. Hydra is a way to get more DragonX if you want to do that game plan.
Hell yeah, man.
Man, I just pulled up the Hyper app and I'm like, I thought I was playing it fairly hard, but I'm like, I'm not playing it hard enough.
Go to the stats page. Look at that. 0 things built on it, by the way. Look at build on Hyper protocols. 0.
Look at the liquid amount. Oh my God.
Nothing.
That's it.
Didn't you design this to burn itself faster than it can be created? I thought that was one of the things that was.
It has burned more than is liquid.
It's wild.
And if this goes up, TitanX goes up.
Yep.
And how old is Hyper? 6 months at this point, maybe. 7 months.
7 months ago.
About
7.
Yeah. Nice stats for 7 months in, sir. Nice stats.
I love that. As the price goes up, the ROI goes up, and it's such a short window. It's 90 days, 88 days, that people will, chase that ROI, 320% ROI. And then all that does is just pump ETH into the TitanX buy and burn.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
If you want to go
another interesting thing. I don't want to see that 44 number. Get it away from me.
Oh, my bad.
They're like 53 or 35.
28. There you go. A 28-day miner is even 43% on Hyper right now.
Incredible.
Not financial.
Hyper has a build on Hyper. Hyper has build on Hyper coming out today. Hyper TitanX farms.
Oh, that's true.
It's one of the core 4, so it has one of the highest weightings.
Yeah.
These are the days to get the input tokens. Just saying.
Crypto kindness. I wanted to ask you something. Since you're asking everybody questions here, right? Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a question.
Please.
So I sit there, I see you, and I see the hat you're wearing. I remember the exact day I made that for you a long time ago. And it hit me. Back then, we really only had TitanX, man.
Yeah.
Look at your journey, right? And all your questions and all your videos and everything you did was always about just TitanX. And then we finally got a protocol called DragonX that came out. And that was just early, right? And then we talked about the future and all the hypotheticals. Oh, what if this project, if somebody makes this? And then baby, our lover of our life, Mike Dean, showed up and they started putting protocols with just random names there. And nobody knew if it would ever come true. Yep. These names, right? These protocols. And then now we're here with like 8+ protocols that are live. Like all the things we're talking about now, bro. How amazing is that, bro?
It's incredible. It really is. Like when we first talked about TitanX, when Jake and I first streamed about it, like the launch day stream and all that type of stuff, it was hard to imagine. Like, oh yeah, you can build on it, and there's this incentive for devs, but why would people do that? All this type of stuff, and then of course the inevitable happened because it became so profitable. You got the hyper inflation, which drove the price down, and everything goes through its season where stuff isn't good. And that was it was inevitable. It's part of the reason why I disappeared for 4 months. Cause it was like, I know it's going to happen. I just let time do its thing. And there's no reason to sit here and sit at the stream or stare at the screen and get frustrated. But how quickly that all changed. Like it was the flip of a switch. It hit the crucial point. TitanX hit its bottom, which surprisingly or not surprisingly was the 280-day miner price on day one.
How crazy is that, right?
Weird, right?
And we used to talk about the apocalypse of the day 280, bro. And then it was the savior. Like to this day, it blows my mind how phenomenal. Like, dude, this number stuff that you do, Jake, just keep on doing it, bro. Whatever you're doing, just I don't care if you snip garlic or hang it in your hair. I don't care. Do what you got to do, bro. Because it's just phenomenal. The timing of everything, man. Not to jinx it. Like, holy crap.
And then it just went up from there. And in the meantime, during that down period of time, I guess phase 2 is as Jake called it.
Yeah.
The builders that understood the white paper, they were not fazed by price. They were not fazed by inflation. They were just like, I see where this is going. And they're building. And it just like everything seemed so harmonious. Now that you look back, you're like, that window of time was great because it allowed the builders to just focus. They weren't chasing numbers, inflation, price going down. It's like, okay, now I'm just going to focus. That was like a gift. They were able to focus.
It was a needed.
Get everything they needed to be done. And it allowed for the timing to just, okay, we hit our floor. DragonX starts to go up. The ecosystem is picking up some speed. Then all of a sudden it's just like protocol. and now it's going to be that way for the next 3 months. There's just one after another. I got like 3 DMs today. Oh, hey, did you hear about this? Like, no, I don't. That's going to be our biggest problem, is keeping up.
And I think to summarize the whole journey with you and with everyone is, we were crying, oh my God, when the next protocols can come save us from this inflation. Now we're saying, oh my God, where's the inflation? We need it back. I don't have enough TitanX, right?
100%.
Think about that. How crazy is that, bro? Well, congratulations on your journey, man. It was a good one, and it's a great one, you know?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being a part of it too. I still got some of these hats of yours to give away.
Oh yeah, man. Let's do it. I got listen, I upgraded the hats. We got some new styles, some new stuff. So let me know. I'll send you some more.
Dude, I love that Volt hat you're wearing right now.
I love it. I know. It's just
that's sweet.
I know, man.
And I had originally like, you know, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this too. And Mo the same. Like, we only have so much TitanX. How much do you plan to participate in all this stuff? That becomes the like the meme you put. You're just like looking in your wallet, like, I don't know if this one's worth it. How are you gonna like measure that?
So, me personally, I'm always gonna have the core tokens, right? I'm always gonna be big in the core tokens. What's up, Johnny? I'm gonna be big in the core tokens. That's gonna be my thing, right? For something like the farms and all these other things to come out, I think I'm going to be using the fees of those things and all that stuff to go play with the new protocols, right? I don't think I'm going to risk my major bags anymore in other future protocols. And once again, I'm not saying I won't participate in other protocols. Hell yeah, I am. I'm not stupid, but I'm not going to sacrifice bigger portions of my other bags for them. I'm just going to let my big bags work for it so I can earn the fees to go play with these other protocols, to play the safest way, you know, and do it that way. Because it's an important question you just mentioned, right? Because sooner or later, our supply of our own TitanX that we own is going to go down, right? And you're going to have to start tightening up your selection. And you got to start thinking ahead 6 to 9 months from now and try to say, okay, which protocol is going to be here to stay? Which ones are going to be still strong? Which ones are going to start slowing dying down a little bit or going to go in their sleep, you know, their hibernation mode? You got to start making these decisions, right? So it's a great question you answered. So yeah, that's my plan and what I'm going to be doing.
You and I think very much alike.
That's why we get along.
Like Volt's a perfect example. I saw that the price dipped for a while there, and I was like, I'm just going to buy ETH. I just used ETH. I ate the slippage. I was okay with that. Yeah. But I was like, I'm not going to use my TitanX. I'm just buying ETH, and that was a good move.
Smart.
That was a really good move.
Smart man. It was smart because not only did you appreciate the Volt price going up, and now you let your original Titan backs go up with it. You understand? You use fresh capital to enter in. You know, you didn't sacrifice one capital for the other. So smart move, buddy.
Hey, pull up the Volt chart again. Man, that thing has a life of its own.
I know, dude. It don't stop. It don't stop. That's why I'm not looking at it. I don't want to look.
Oh, dude, I don't want to.
I can't look elsewhere.
I got greedy. I was going to wait for it to hit the 0.61 and was really hoping for a 786 pullback. And
it's about to make an all-time high again. Oh my God. Oh man, Jake, what have you done? Yo, Jake, I'm going to tell you this, man. Once again, bottom of my heart, I'm not going to lie to you guys, right? And I've done very well on Pulse Chain, right? I did very well. I am still doing well, right? But I still have major bags over there and big positions over there. But it was a crazy 2 years, right? 3 years in this ecosystem. And, you know, I wanted a fresh start somewhere else while building this thing too, you know? And it's scary because I don't know if it was worth trying to touch ADA, Tron, Solana, all these other things, right? Because I like to diversify too. I like to make some money everywhere else to build more, you know? And you came along and you made this ecosystem. And when I read the white paper, I fell in love with it. And then to see where we're at right now, it's remarkable. It's like you, brother, I'll look in the camera. You made the bear market fun for me. You made it enjoyable. You helped me learn with new people. You helped me make much new friends. I learned new founders. I met new devs. I met new people, new chats, new everything. Because if you're one thought process to make TitanX possible, all this was possible. And I think everybody else in this panel and everybody in the chat could say the same thing, right? You made the bear market fun. Don't get me wrong. There was a little portion where I was like, fuck Jake, why is this going down for a little bit, you know? But you made it. You made it really fun, bro.
I'm not going to lie, it got bad. even like a couple months in, I was like, fuck Jake. Oh, wait, what? Wait a second.
But dude, you made this fun. You made this remarkable. And I couldn't thank you enough for being ballsy to step out the ecosystem of everything and do your own thing. So thank you. Seriously. Awesome, buddy.
Well said.
Yeah.
It's been fun to be a part of
5
it.
zeros and a 1.
Yeah. Let's go. John, what's up?
Hey, let me ask-
John.
What's
Johnny,
going on,
are
boys?
you? Hey, you said you were on just on a headset. You were like, no mic. I was like, what does that mean?
No, I don't have my fancy mic.
Yeah,
you know,
you're
like
fine.
Marco has and Kindness has.
I'll hide it, bro. There you go.
No, it's all good. I'm at the office today, dude. I'm like, okay, the one day a month I go into the office, it's like, oh, Farbs is coming out. We got Jake streaming, Mo streaming, Marco streaming, Kindness streaming. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Everyone's
man, that's so
asking me
funny.
to jump on. I'm like, I guess I'll go in the bathroom in the stall.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Johnny's gonna, along with Nathan from Titans LP Group, we're gonna do a class on Sunday on LPing and specifically single side exiting. So we will be teaching part of the community about that. I don't know if you guys saw the poll that I threw up, but we had a lot of people participate, and something like 45% of TitanX that answered in the poll doesn't know how to single side exit liquidity.
Exactly.
So those
This is
videos
key,
need to
guys.
get out there more, and we need to educate more. So Johnny kind of took that one along with Nathan, and we're like, let's do it. So we're gonna do a little class on Sunday for everybody.
Yeah, it'll be
Nice.
fun.
Push that out
It'll be
there.
fun.
And Johnny, you're doing God's work,
Yeah.
man.
Man, I appreciate it, man. I really do. I'm talking to a lot of really cool people from all over the world with these one-on-ones that I'm doing. And it's funny, the majority of the people that are reaching out to me, I was saying this before, like these guys could buy and sell me with their bags. They're like, hey, you know, I've never LP'd before. Is 60,000 good to start with? And I'm like, what? I was like, dude, just a portion of your bag. They're like, yeah, you said 5%, right? And I was like,
Tell them add a zero.
God. They're like, oh god. They're like, all right, sure, yeah, let's go in, let's dive in. And they're like, dude, this is awesome.
Let's
this is
fucking
great.
go.
You know, so look, I'm not a videographer by any means. So if you watch my videos, you're gonna be like, this guy's video is crap. But what I do promise, or try to promise, is straight, raw, unabridged education. That's really it. I am not cryptographics. You look at this guy's videos, he's got like entrance videos, music, he's got the background. His videos are sleek, very, very professional. I do not try to be that. And I do not try to tell anybody that I'm on that level. All I'm trying to do is say, here's LP, here's how you do it, here's the buttons to click. Because a lot of people try watching these YouTube videos, and it's like you're assumed that you already know how to do a position. And a lot of these videos are just like, hey, here's what I'm doing, right? People aren't hungry for that. People are hungry for, how do I do it?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where, you know, that all got kind of started. So I was like, here, click here, click here, click here. Here's how do you set a range. Here's a degen range. Here's what not to do, you know, and here's, you know, what I would recommend doing, especially if you're a first timer. Because Jeff had said, I think a couple streams back, he's like, look, LPing is fantastic, but you can and will get wrecked if you don't know what you're doing. Absolutely. We saw that happen.
Yeah.
We saw that happen in Vault when I tried telling people, guys,
I was there in that chat. I was like, don't do it.
I was like, guys, just hold Vault, just hold the bag. Let it do its thing. It's not even 10 days old yet.
Right.
It's just just flying through everyone's ranges. And they're like, oh crap, I'm in all TitanX. I was like, well,
I lost 20% of my bag. Well,
oh man, yeah. It was just like, oh guys, I tried telling you, but they see the fees. They like the idea that they're getting fees and holding Vault until. And now with farms coming out, it'll be a lot easier to get people to engage in liquidity providing because it's not nearly as intense as active management, right?
It's the easy button, man. I love it. Like I had a great stream with cryptographics this morning, and we just talked about it. Like it takes a lot of that complexity out for newbies.
Oh yeah.
And it almost protects them from themselves, which is amazing. Like participate in the fun, participate in the yield, But man, if you don't know how to set a concentrated liquidity pairing in V3 and purposely want to do it, then yeah, you're going to be in trouble. Like I was doing a consultation 2 days ago with a very similar guy to you're talking about. It's like, yeah, what if I just put in $100,000? I'm like, dude, that's worth more than the entire liquidity pool. Like, you don't want to do that.
Yeah, we're going to eat you up alive, buddy.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Exactly. But he's like, oh, but if I move these numbers, I'll earn $1,500 a day. I'm like, you'll earn $1,500 for a minute, and then you'll be out of range.
Fee envy is what I call that. And absolutely. And that's why I tried telling people, I was like, everyone's always asking me for a LP calculator. Which LP calculator is great? I was like, look, you can use this one. That's fine. But do not, as soon as you start moving the sliders in and you say, oh, man, I could make $1,500 a day. Heck yeah. Watch what happens. You're going to be in range for 2 hours on an exotic pair, degen range.
The worst thing you could do.
Yeah, it is. But people learn very quickly. They learn very quickly.
One of my buddies, he wanted to get into farms and do all this type of stuff and LPs, and he thought he was a badass for a week or two, right? Because he's earning fees. Bro, I'm making like $250 a day. I'm like, all right, revert that finance. Yeah, go grab your wallet, put it in there. Oh, click on the tab on the bottom. Yeah, you see all that red? Yeah, you lost money, buddy. You didn't make money. You lost money. You think you won. You lost. They don't realize it, And Johnny,
they just see the fees and they don't take anything else into
exactly. Yeah. One thing I want to say to you directly, right? What you're doing is God's work for 3 reasons. 1, you're teaching people now how to get wrecked by LP.
Yeah.
2, you're teaching people how to DCA properly into a position. And 3, you're teaching whales how to exit out. And these are whales. Remember, not all whales are smart, guys. Some people just get lucky, right? And kudos to them, right? You're teaching them how to exit out properly with maximum value, right? Without hurting the chart for everyone else and the current backs, right? So what you do yourself and on your team in the Telegram chat, you guys are helping the ecosystem tenfolds, big time. So keep doing what you're doing, man. It's very important what you're doing. Very important. Please understand
that. Yeah. Those kind words, my friend. I definitely appreciate it.
It's huge.
It's grown a lot. It's grown a lot.
Oh yeah.
When we started, it was Nathan and myself, and then like 3 people would come in, then 2 people would come in, and then we'd have 10. Then we got to like 30. We kind of plateaued around 30 for the high inflation period, and then Eric came to that. He gave us our marching orders. Like, no one's working hard enough. You guys got to work for your bags. 2 months ago or whatever. And that's when you just saw everyone was like, you know what? I have something to offer. And I wanted to kind of get out of my comfort zone. My comfort zone was our little group of 30. That's what I was comfortable with. I wasn't huge on X. I wasn't doing videos. I wasn't doing any of that. But then Eric kind of lit a fire. And I was like, you know what? I could be doing more. Instead of just sitting here staring at Dex Screener at 10 o'clock at night, maybe I'll make a video. Instead of staring at Dex Screener at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll make a video or post something, right? So ever since we did that, okay, now we just hit our 500th member. Actually, it's pretty crazy. Right after you just gave us that really awesome shout out.
Hell yeah, dude. Nah, man, because I look at that chat and I look inside and I see that, it's like, I'm not stupid, right? I look at that, that chat and I see people's mindset, the direction the community is going and the education level. And it gets me excited when I see these things. That's why people be like, dude, you're freaking all over the place. You're in all the damn chats. Like, go away, because I like to judge the mindset and the level of the community. And that's why I'm all these things. So, and that chat alone, man, is skyrocketed really fast. And then the conversations in there, it's some really good conversations there, some really good ones. So keep it up, man.
Yeah. This is something that we weren't vocal about that Utah just brought up. We were not vocal about this at all. But if you saw my very first stream that I ever did with Steve, I talked about Titans, like our Red Hat team. We have like a very small team of like 5 people. And if we see an instance like this where something's getting meved to hell, then we'll try to jump in and start opening up other pools, trying to divert some of that MEV action over. And we were a little bit successful, right? We were able to successfully get some over here, some over there. kind of thing. But that's just something that we're trying to do. And I'm trying to really, that's kind of the next level, is grow that little group. And everyone in that group has bags. So if we need to jump on something quick, everyone's ready, willing, and able to jump on something. And they've proven thus far that they know what they're doing when it comes to liquidity providing. So, you know, we also have that. So you have your benevolent actors, right, that are kind of unseen. And then, you know, we're pretty vocal that if you try anything, or if you try messing around, we're at least going to try and step in and see if there's something that we can do.
Yeah. That's dope.
Johnny,
That's great, man.
Johnny, do you have Telegram on you? Can you drop the link for the Titans of LP in the chat?
Yep. We'll
Speaking
do.
of,
it's public now, finally.
Yeah. I had to get a private link. I felt special. I don't feel special anymore.
I know, right? Private. No.
Dang it.
No, but it's good, man. I think everybody needs to learn, especially Johnny, like your videos you have in there, right? And the series you have in there, dude, they're top notch. Forget about how they look visually. The information there, they're top notch. I send them to a couple of my friends of mine because I don't want to sit there and teach my friends anymore. Like a lot of these guys, like a lot of my friends of mine, like they'll disappear for like 8-9 months. They see something happen, they come back. They want me to reteach them again and all that stuff. I don't have time for any of that anymore, you know? So, you know, people like you that come out and make these type of videos, it's like a fresh breath air, you know?
I have shared it so many times.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, guys. I really do.
The other thing
I'm looking at it and I'm hearing myself and I'm like, man, I sound like a big fat mouth breather on this microphone, and God, I hate myself.
It's great, man. Keep it up.
Nothing more humbling than putting yourself out in public.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's also a good way to grow. I mean, you talk about getting outside of your comfort zone. Question for you guys, like the value of understanding liquidity is, it takes a lot of the guesswork out of where you think the price is going to go. It's no longer just I think it's going to do this, or I think it's going to do that. Like if you know how to read a liquidity pool, especially if you know how to read a liquidity pool in the presence of understanding Fibonacci retracement, it's a lot less guesswork with the price. And that's one of the things, Johnny, I get asked all the time, is like, okay, well, how do you know where to set the range? And I'm like, well, just go look at the chart. It'll tell you where to set it. Well, how do you do that? And you know, it's not just providing liquidity. It's also understanding the liquidity pool, understanding fib retracement, where it's likely to go, all this type of stuff. RSI. I mean, there's so many indicators that just kind of all add in.
MACD, DMI, all that stuff.
Yeah. MACD, exactly.
Jake, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you do was it you that did that stream with Axis Alive? Didn't you do a stream, or not a stream, but like some video with Axis Alive, like, I don't know, like 2 years ago or something? You guys dove deep into liquidity.
It could be.
I need to look that up, because that video is super powerful, where he goes through and shows everyone how to see where the liquidity is and what's going to happen. You guys were talking about Hex, I think, and you're like, hey, here's where all the liquidity is. Once it gets past here, there's like no liquidity down here. It's just going to kind of go. That's when we were all hoping that Hex was going to do its thing. It got to 12 cents and then came back down. But the conversation, though, was very, very powerful. And I could have sworn it was you and Axis Alive on that.
I mean, liquidity, oftentimes when I'm curious where the price will go, I'll overlay the liquidity chart on the chart. And that's a massively, because the moment you have these tight ranges that whales put up when they're trying to exit, it's usually very tight. The moment you get through that sell wall, like you need like $1 million to get through a sell wall that's like 20-30% thick. But then once you get past that, you only need like 100 grand to shoot the price of 50%. That's why, like in V3, especially with these like concentrated liquidity positions, so farms is going to make it way smoother for the price to move, and it's going to be more realistic. But then on these jagged V3 pools, it's just like, and then you see when a thick liquidity position is getting past to when the candles are so small, and then the moment you get through, it's like a fucking rocket out of nowhere, because there's almost nothing to buy in that liquidity range. So
just
like
look at the chart behind you.
That's a perfect example.
I pointed that out on today's stream. I was like, and here's a sell wall.
Look at that.
So you just described the chart behind you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, liquidity is king. Like a lot of the build on TitanX ecosystem is also built on the understanding of the liquidity pools, like TitanX liquidity pools. So when somebody sells TitanX for Volt, they don't sell into TitanX Ethereum, so they don't change the ratio. So they're never actually selling TitanX. It only damages the price when people go back to Ethereum. So it locks TitanX up in all these pools. Then there's so much design. Also, all the V3 pools are 1% by design because you can set 0.13 minus 0.3%. We did 1% exotic pools because we wanted to make this an ecosystem where liquidity providers could thrive on all the ratios within the ecosystem. So that 1% pool, not only does it protect against MEV bots because they pay 1% in and 1% out, so they need a much larger margin to attack, but then also the liquidity providers get paid so much more to support the ecosystem because we don't have market makers. Our market makers are users. And our market makers need to get paid because we're not like these billion-dollar companies that have a bunch of money to throw around. So like 1% pools attract big players. And as you can see, the liquidity in the ecosystem is very, very healthy without farms. Like just you see how this changes with farms is going to be insane. And it's not going to keep the price in a range because it's full range. So you can go from $2 million of let's $3 million liquidity pool with 30% of that being a concentrated range, 20% above price, 20% below price. That keeps the price more in check than a $20 million full range pool because the liquidity is spread across ticks. So even we can get more liquidity and yet at the same time make the price easier to move, which is the crazy part about full range farms.
That's awesome. Hey, Marco, real quick, I want to give you an opportunity to plug your hats. I've seen many people ask where they can get the hats. What's your website?
It's craftedwithcrypto.com. I'm still making adjustments. And the reason why I won't make hats for like this week or so is if you know, when I make hats, shit drops. So I'm not letting anything drop. I'm not making anything hats this whole week, guys. You know, I'll do some later. Right now, let's enjoy the pumps.
I remember when Trevon put out a post.
He gets it to me every day, man.
No, it was funny though, because it was like, he was like, "Uh-oh, Marco's making hats. You better sell all your TitanX." And just sure as crap, it went down after that.
Me and Trevon for years go back and forth. But I love the guy. The guy's funny, man. Today I went at it with him in chats over Vault. It's so funny, man. But definitely. Soon I'm gonna open my website. I'm redoing the whole website. So basically portions of the website will be dedicated solely for just TitanX and the whole ecosystem itself, and for all the products and all the new things and stuff like that. So yeah, you'll be able to. For now, no merch because I don't want no dumps. You know?
I'm gonna post it in the chat for you.
Sure.
I mean, you do a lot for the ecosystem. Yeah. So
and then and then if somebody does want something, guys, it's not going to be on the website. Just DM me and I'll take care of it. It's not a big deal.
Shout out Crypto Kool-Aid in the chat.
I got to jump off, guys. Thanks for the invite, Mo. I actually have to work. It's kidding. I need these farms to do their job so I can quit my job.
I'm with you.
Hey, thank you for coming on. I appreciate you very much. It's awesome to be on stream with you, sir.
Yeah, man. Have a good one.
That was my first time having him on stream. That was awesome.
Oof.
Hey, Mo, I can't post the Telegram channel. I got a kickback.
Why? Can you post it in the private chat?
Let me do this. Let's see here.
Yeah, I got it.
Went through. Yeah. There you go.
All right, guys. That's the link to the Telegram for the Titans of LP group. And it's also available on Nathan changed his X page.
Give that thing a name.
It has a name. It says t.me/Titans of LP.
It does that for some reason when you copy the link.
Yeah. If you
I run into that.
Post the right link, right? So t.me/Titans.
You just put that.
Yeah, t.me/Titans of LP.
I'll post
so funny.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Twitter's starting to do that now. If I pull the deck screener and try and just click the URL from the deck screener, it'll pop up like a blanket banner where it'll look like a link that you don't know if it is or not. And I'm like, no, just put the fucking deck screener address in there. I don't want people to see a picture and think I'm giving them some phishing link. Like, let them know they're clicking on fucking deck screener.
Wait, share the other link. I just posted in the comments. It's easy to read.
There you go.
Yeah,
Titans of LP. There you go. But I was going to say, Nathan changed his X page to Titans of LP, I believe in the name. Is it on there as well, the Telegram link?
Yep.
Okay. Let me go to that right now, just so people can see.
Hey, we're getting very close, by the way.
What?
We're getting very close.
It's 3 hours into the stream. I'm almost expecting at some point. I sent.
Yeah, I'm an hour away from my house.
Wait, 3? Oh, wow, we're streaming for 3 hours. I didn't realize that shit. Wow.
Hey, you guys have been on here for a minute.
Wow.
Well, fucking Jake streamed for an hour or two with Blaze beforehand with Ali.
Yeah, after that 7-hour stream, this feels like walking the park.
I know. I feel like it's only like 40 minutes.
I learned that what a journey you go through by watching that from start to. If you watch it from start to finish, like you go through, like you look inside, deep inside your soul. I mean that journey took me all kinds of places. You know what I mean? We're talking about
so many
Rexes flying. We got into the Book of Job, and then we're talking about Volt skyrocketing. I'm like, man, this is some deep stuff here, guys.
It's like a psychedelic journey almost.
Yeah.
Everybody take acid or shrooms and then up on stream.
Oh yeah, Volt.
Yeah, I'm gonna lie to you guys. Right? You know why I'm so happy for farms to come out? So I could just park all my tokens in there and go play Diablo 4. The new expansion just came out, so then I could just relax and just focus on that. While everything else just happens behind the scenes, you know. That's what I need, man.
Wait, say that again,
dude. That's not happening. There's no way I'd be able to just. I'm gonna park it. That's the idea, but not like. But set it and forget it. For me, there's no such thing. It's set
Did
it.
You just said you were gonna play a video game.
Yeah, man. Diablo 4, baby.
Bro, I'm one of those dudes that I play video games on and off, and I'll play it, and then I'm like, I'll have that sudden realization of how much fucking time I put in this video game, and I'm like, that's it, I'm out.
I know.
I'm out for fucking years.
Same way, dude.
Is that or anime or
At the beginning of the bear market, I went back to video games. You know, I'm fucking caretaking. I was reading a shitload of books. I went down my rabbit holes, and I was like, all right, I'll put some video games in. I haven't touched a fucking video game in like 6 months now. Like
video games are
I'm
interesting.
locked into this.
It's like often I've noticed I have this like pattern every 6 months. I get like this nostalgia feeling of a certain game popping up in my head. I'm like,
League of Legends.
And then like the theme song starts playing in my head. I'm like, oh, I remember this being super cool. Then I spent like 3 hours downloading it and installing it on my computer. And then I open it and it's like, wait, this actually fucking sucks. But the memory is so good.
Yeah, I used to love Final Fantasy VII for the.
Oh my god, that's the goat of the goats, man. Goat of the goats.
And so I download because you could get it. You could download it on your you can play it on your phone or iPad now, right? So I'll go and play it, and I'll be like, God, this game sucks so bad. Like it doesn't suck, but I mean, it's just like it takes forever to do anything now. So
there's only one game. There's only one game where I've went back. No, two games where I've went back and played for like 30 minutes that I actually enjoyed, and that was World of Warcraft, Wrath of Lich King PvP, and Counter Strike.
Counter Strike is OG. For me, it's
League of Legends
any Meta Gears. Final Fantasies and Meta Gears. I love those.
I'll tell you what killed it for me. You know what killed it for me when I was like, this was it. I'm done. I'm fucking done with this shit. Grand Theft Auto. They put a timer in the stats so you can see how much time you've spent playing the game.
Oh wow.
And this is like GTA 3, I want to say. And GTA 3, I had played so much fucking GTA 3 that it was like, you have spent months of your life on this fucking game.
I think we all done that.
What? When I had to have the hours that I've spent, because I'm like, I don't play a video game all day long. I never did. I was never that dude. But I'd plow out an hour, maybe 2, And then over the course of that time, it's like, well, stack all those hours. All that productivity now accounts to 4 months of your life you've just spent on a video game. And I was like, I'm done. I can't. If I had spent 4 months on anything in my life, I could be so much further than where I am now. Like,
bro, when World of Warcraft came out, like productivity in the US just
dude.
you thought COVID happened, you know?
Just nosedive. You know, I would see females, I would see chicks on laptops in airports playing World of Warcraft.
Man. No serious.
And just absolutely crush it. You know what I mean? Everybody was playing that game. So I don't even know how anything got done in the US for like a good solid 4 years.
Well, I mean, did you ever see on like the Zoom meeting, you know, where like every interview is done on a Zoom meeting, and then sometimes people would click off and they'd be like, oh, they're playing World of Warcraft right while they're waiting to be interviewed on CNBC or something, and they're just like fucking, you know, they're sitting there and like they're just their boxers, like they got like a, you know, a tuck shirt with a tie, and then just below they're probably just, you know, free balling it, just playing a video game, just like that was 3 years in America, solid.
Yep.
Like,
now crypto, this is my World of Warcraft now, man. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This is it. All my energy,
hey,
every second I get is in this.
Really quick, Facing Reality said that TitanX Farms will be on Twitter Spaces in 30 minutes.
Whoa, who's doing that?
I think Eric probably might join on I guess I'm assuming he'll be on Spaces talking about the farms in 30 minutes.
I was hoping he'd come on here.
That's what Facing Reality said. TitanX Farms Twitter Space in 30 minutes.
We'll see if he can pop in here first, and then we'll end it when he goes on to Spaces. Yeah,
you heard it here first.
I'll do this all day long, but wait, Eric's gonna do Spaces? I'm out, guys. Sorry.
Abraham Lincoln, let's get him in.
Yes.
Imagine he's right. Shut up, Mo.
Yeah, it's getting close now.
Are we going to be able to see what he says back? This ought to be great.
I know, right?
Let's see it.
Imagine if he's like, fuck you, Mo.
I know.
I'm telling you.
You this shit. Stop sending me nudes, Mo.
Probably a good point. Probably a good point.
That's so funny.
He's like, if you message me one more fucking time. That was
I love
on
Eric.
stream.
Eric has an interesting personality. I love it. He's so funny.
This entire community has just experience when it comes to personalities. There's so many different types of people.
I know. That's so good. Yep. Bro, this farmer behind you be freaking me up, man. I'd be laughing.
He's the OG farmer. He's the most honest farmer in the world.
When you went like that, I'm like, who the hell is that? I forgot he was
Everybody
there.
will know who he is in a little bit.
That's so funny, man. That's so funny.
That was what I did originally before, when I didn't know who was behind farms. I was like, well, Jake's or Eric's behind it. Eric's pumping up Hydra. Maybe Jake's behind this. I don't know. So I made this image way back when. Farmer Jake. I don't need to make a farmer.
I picked that baby picture because I'm holding a pot. It's like I'm cooking.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I picked that picture.
That's funny.
I think my favorite meme of all time, Jake, I don't know if you remember this, is when I took your baby face and I replaced it with Richard Hart's face and his logo. I got so much shit for that.
Yeah,
bro. Oh my god, I didn't even see that. That's so funny.
I got threats because of that.
Oh, I imagine.
Oh yeah, I'm not even joking. Like I can't even try to look for the DMs. Like, be like, how fucking dare you? You better take that down. Don't you ever do that to Richard Hart. Take that scammer face out of his face. I started laughing. I was like, bro, relax, people. It was the funniest shit.
They come at you with AKs.
Yeah, it was the funniest thing because, you know, it's just Jake's face. It looks so funny, you know, like as a kid. When you put it there, it's like, what am I doing here? It's the funniest shit, man. It was one of the funniest memes I made.
Volt needs to break all time.
Just going back to that time, how heated people got in their own personal beliefs.
10K buy. Let's go. I like that. I like seeing that.
Let's fucking go.
One thing I do love that Volt is heavy, you know, is heavy in liquidity, but it does make it a little harder to pump right away. But it also does risk of dumping right away too. So, you know, it's a yin and yang.
Liquidity. Thick liquidity just makes the price more real, essentially.
Yeah.
This is real. because of
nice and slow. Yeah, I like it. And not only that, but think about it. Once we pass this section, this becomes strong support. So I'm okay with this.
Mm-hmm.
Mo, is this your chart?
Yeah. So those two vertical lines are flood points.
So that vertical line that you drew there, I drew one very similar to our group, and I was like, "Stop LPing here."
Nice.
The first one, the first blue line.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because I saw the Bollinger Bands. I was looking at Bollinger Bands. I was looking at RSI, and they had gotten real skinny. I was like, pull now. If you're LPing, pull it now. And then people were like, "Oh, I'm going into Volt, blah blah." And then I was like, "Told you guys."
Yeah, a couple of people in my group was like, "Hey, I'm about to join the farm. I'm about to LP for some more volts, try to get more." I was like, "Do not do it." I'm like, "Get out of there now." I'm like, "Guys, get out." I'm like, "Are you stupid? Did you see how many people FOMO the day before?" I'm like, "Get out. This is gonna take off," and it did. It took off.
But not everyone. I also have to think that not everyone has no life and only does this like us, right? Like we only do this. We only stare at all the stuff. We go into LP. We really use DeFi for what DeFi can give us, right? A lot of people are just like, they look at a chart, they're like, "Oh, cool. I'm going to go ahead and do this." And that's what part of the education is DeFi isn't just, buying or swapping coins.
Yeah.
There's so much more to this, which makes it amazing. And then once farms comes out, you remember back in the day when TitanX first came out, you were on that DApp like this.
Oh yeah.
You're on that DApp like, wow, what's that? It would just stay on your computer. It would just stay up. Now that farms is here, you're bringing that stickiness of all these DApps to, I don't know what's going to happen. People's computers are going to start exploding, dude, because, the RAM isn't going to be able to handle having farms open at all time plus 18 other tabs. I mean, it's just
that's why I built this supercomputer I have, man, to handle all this shit.
Your computer is so sexy.
Bro, I got RAM right here. I just bought
128 gigs in this shit, man. 128.
Dude, it is clean, sir.
490, 128. Yeah, man. I went heavy in this one.
I bought 32 more.
I was like, is this guy making his own server? Like, what's this guy?
Now, I like to build my own PCs,
I get it.
I like to replace my PC every 5-6 years, so I like to go heavy making it, so I don't need to worry the next 5-6 years.
Right.
That's what I do. Funny comment that Crypto Ray put. It's funny what Eric should do for great marketing. He looks like one. He kind of looks Amish, right? Like he's Amish, so he should look dressed like a farmer with his beard, with an Amish hat, with Amish clothes, just be there on camera. It'll be dope. I think it'll look really good for him.
I'm hounding him on the inbox. I'm like, let's go.
Just some lady churning butter right behind him.
I know, right? Just
churning butter.
Not even. Do you guys enjoy that? He's just making his own butter, right? Oh, he's so funny, man.
Oh, by the way, you guys are going to get very exciting in a couple minutes.
Oh, come on, man. What's happening?
What's going on, man? Let's pull out my treasures.
I think someone's talking in inboxes right now. What's going on? Come on. Spill the beans.
Well, what's the stream about?
Hold on. Wait a minute.
This is not my crypto computer.
Wait a minute.
This is not my crypto computer.
What's happening?
I mean, one benefit is you don't have any hair. So when you walk home, pure aerodynamics. You just teleport.
Oh, that's so funny, right? Yo, I'll join. Yo, I'm saying, man.
Hey, that's the Miami look. Let them know. That's the look, dude. That's it.
The beard, bro. The beard.
It's actually so funny. My girlfriend lost my hair so much. I was like, what if I just go bald? Then I save time not going to the barber. It's so easy. I just trim.
Oh yeah.
She's like, no, I fucking love your hair.
Yeah, that's the, would you love me if I got fat? Yeah. Would you love me if I cut my hair? No, don't do it. You're like, oh, damn. All right, fine.
But yeah. Okay, I think Eric is announcing it.
What? TitanX Farms has launched.
Hey, you know what's funny? I actually did lose a beard once, and I didn't consult the girl I was dating, and she got so pissed we were done within a month. I couldn't grow it back in time. She was out.
I mean, to be fair, take this beard away, and I look 17.
Ooh, farms just launched.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, is that
What?
real life?
It just launched.
Is that
It's launched.
Eric just
What?
posted farms launch?
Oh, it
Yep,
is
it's launched.
pretty. It looks so pretty.
And the data is going to start populating after that.
Can you go there, Mo, and share the screen? Yeah. Oh, what a great movie.
Here we go.
I love Eric's gifts. It's always so serious.
Yeah.
Note,
And then you have
the first Tink tokens will be issued on October 9th at 0000 UTC. Until then, you can start preparing by providing liquidity in the farms. The initial Tink supply will start at 0 with no liquidity available at the beginning. Your preferred TitanX Tink pool will be available. Use TitanX Tink farm to provide liquidity and earn Tink rewards. Compound your rewards once the first Tink tokens are distributed.
Dun,
Right.
dun, dun.
Yeah.
Share your screen.
I'm going to pull us all off screen. Oh, my bad. Here we go. You ready?
Yes.
That's
All
pretty.
right.
I like it.
Look at this. Oh,
Yep.
Give me so horny.
what a playground this is going to be.
Let me look at the document.
So how do I make this the smallest possible? There we go.
Document's not working for it.
See white paper. Oh yeah, no, I think it still needs to propagate someone to DNS.
Yeah, it's not working
it's not
properly.
okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's not okay. It's coming. It's coming. All right. Look at this. Look at it. All right, man.
So is he gonna do like a walkthrough, like how to use it, that kind of thing?
I think he's gonna do his spaces here in a second, is what they were saying. I'm bombing his inbox trying to get him to come here first.
Everything's gonna rocket. Let's go.
He just sent me it. He sent me the link. I'm like, I know. I'm on stream. Let's go. Come on.
He just wanted to make you feel special. Take it.
I know, right?
Because he saw that I put the inbox on the stream. He's like, fuck, now I have to answer.
Put him on pressure.
All right. This looks good.
It's sexy. I like the color. It matches DragonX, how it looks. I like it. I like it. It's nice and simple. It's clean.
It's very
clean. Obvious what you're touching, what you're playing with. The right information you need is there. Oh, wow. Good job, team. Good job. Good job. Has the weight, has the liquidity manager farms. Nice. I like that.
Bro, the front end guys that all these different teams are using, they're all like killers, dude. They all
is all the same people? Yeah.
No. I'm saying
okay.
like I think all of them.
Yeah.
Everyone that's been involved in TitanX.
Yeah,
like these guys are just absolute killers, man.
Yeah, it's also simple. Because I think it also started when TitanX launched. Everyone's like, "Oh, this is super confusing with the white paper. Like, I won't be able to do it on the UI." And then we made the meme like the big blue button. That's all you need to know.
Oh yeah.
One big blue button.
Right. Oh man, my heart's racing. I gotta calm down.
DragonX Hydra, DragonX TitanX, Tink TitanX, Volt TitanX, ETH TitanX, Hyper TitanX. Let's fucking go.
So right now, somebody started the DragonX Hydra one. 28,000 went in.
Marco, you remember in Pulse Chain? You guys all remember when PulseX Farms came out and the APR was just dumb.
Ridiculous.
For like a good month.
Yep.
It was just dumb. And you're like, why would you not do this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, DragonX Hydra.
Sorry.
28. That's funny. The first liquidity position is 28.
I know.
Numerology, man.
It works. It works. Oh man, this looks good, man.
That is the link, but please just go to Eric's X page.
Yeah.
Click on the link there. He has posted it officially on his.
I would like to see Eric say it live with his face so we know he didn't get hacked. Like, yes, this is me. It is live.
Someone was asking that earlier. They're like, well, what if his X page gets hacked? I was like, well, if X gets hacked, then X gets hacked. I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, everybody's definitely gonna read that. It's like a 1-8.
I don't even want to go. I don't even want to know what my Telegram's doing right now.
80K inside.
This is the that's the notice that pops up, so everybody understands. When I was reading the notice, that's what it was.
So starting to show APR on the TitanX Hydra pool.
So people they won't be able to they're not earning any fees right now. Or anything?
No, it starts ticking over on midnight.
So might as well not even play right now, is it? I guess.
Yeah, correct. So you'll start your farming positions, you'll get a percentage of the liquidity, and then once the emissions start ticking over, you can already be in position. So it's not like one guy takes all.
Got you. Okay, so let everybody get in first. Smart. That's very smart. Very, very smart. I like that.
Very smart.
Very smart.
I've never seen this before.
Wow,
fucking amazing.
That was a really good move, man. I just thought about you explaining that. I just thought about that prevents somebody just taking a huge supply right away. Fantastic, Eric. I love you. Good job, team. Oh, somebody answered the Volt one. Let's go. 29K inside the Vault.
Oh, it's going to be very interesting to see how much money goes into that vault.
I was banging on that keyboard. Did you hear that?
Pooja, if you hear me, I'm talking to you, buddy. This guy.
What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. I'm so happy.
Utah said he would come on if he could, but he's at work right now. I don't think you're working. I think you're watching the stream, buddy.
Yeah, I'm going to report you. I'm going to call HR right now. Wow, pretty, man. All right, so far, 2 of them is activated. People are using. Okay.
TitanX Hydra's going hard.
Wow, hey, do you notice the color gradients here?
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
TitanX color, you got the Hydra color, you got the Volt color, you got the TitanX color.
What is the Volt color? Steve be posting like so many random colors. It's so beautiful, so jolly, and so happy.
It's whatever color works for the moment.
I wanted to do like a dedication for 1 week when my PC is just dedicated to Volt for him. I'm like, what colors are there? Like, what's the main colors? So funny.
It's blue now.
Right? This is dope. Wow, this is really pretty, man. I'm really excited for this.
Did you see that? Did you see the APR just go from like 1,300 to 700? Someone just put some money in.
Mm-hmm.
Total liquidity managed by Titan Farms, 150,000.
Oh, somebody's entering Volt heavy, 70K now.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Let's go. Remove the supply.
The cool thing is, if you if you click under Volt, you can see liquidity managed by farms.
Yeah, right there, right at the bottom.
That's 1.71%.
Ooh,
that's a cool stat.
Yeah, I like that. When I saw that, I was like, and the weight of it, I like the weight too.
Yeah, so you can kind of take a look at that. If you're wondering which farm to go into, you can take a look at that and be like, okay, maybe I'll have a better experience in this one or one in this one.
See, the carrot that you don't want to touch is the ETH versus TitanX. Nobody wants ETH. Do not get ETH. Stay away. Only if you're trying to DCA out, then might as well, But why would you? Why would you want ETH? Yeah.
I mean, ETH has been.
I know.
For the last couple months.
Yeah, I'm starting a campaign.
Did anyone see that coming? Did anyone see that there would be the day that we'd be saying, who the hell cares about ETH now?
I mean, honestly, since day 280, we all have been kind of saying that, right? Like, I don't care. I look at what ETH does and I'm like, nothing. Again, nothing. It's just sleeping, man.
Oh, this is so pretty. I love the website.
Hey, how terrible is my mic sound, by the way? I'm on a different setting today.
Yours is good. Sounds good, man.
Sometimes it sounds like I'm in a fucking tunnel.
It's so dramatic.
Like when I was all excited on the Jake stream the other day, I got all loud and I kept picking up on the mic. And when I listened on my phone, I was like, good God, that was terrible.
Yeah, you got to put up the money
at this all day
for that Sharpe mic.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, literally everybody. I think it was like
the best.
9 out of 10 answers.
Honestly, they're the best. It's not the one that I have, but I will be getting one for sure.
I'm like James. I'm like, I spent $120 on a mic. Is that not enough? Nope. Fucking nope. You didn't. You thought it was.
Dude, I got mine for like $65 on Amazon. But again, I wasn't planning on streaming. You know what I mean?
$80 mic. But I thought it was good.
That's all you need. It's all right.
It's okay. When I hear everybody else and it sounds like there's just dead silence in the background perfectly, there's no echo. Like, I'm like, oh, that sounds perfect.
Oh,
I want that.
Ooh. I love just watching the money come in. It's like, bing,
I know.
bing. Oh, look at you. Look at you.
Look at the hype of
TitanX. Someone's like, yep, I own this one. Give it an hour.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what it kind of settles on after, I would say, 2 weeks of like things being out.
Just being average.
It'll still be awesome. It'll still be awesome.
Oh, especially with the buy and burns. Come on. This has never been done before. It's fucking so good.
Dude. Yeah, now you're kind of like, what do I do with my tank? You know what I mean? Because at Pulse Chain, you would just use your tank and just buy more Pulse immediately or buy more Pulse X, right? With your ink. At least that's what I was doing, right? A lot of people were doing that. But now it's like, I saw what happened to ink a couple months ago when it just started doing this. And you're like, there's no buy and burn on that. It's heavy. It's just heavy inflation. Now add a buy and burn to that. And you're like, do I even want to sell? Do I even want to swap this for something else? Or just keep a portion of it at least. Jeez. Makes you think. Definitely makes you think.
Yeah, you can see liquidity positions being formed on DEX through the farms contract.
Just pow. It's just working. Look at this.
So Volt TitanX pairing has about 100,000 in it right now. The Weave TitanX pairing has about 50,000 in it right now. And the Dragon X Hydra pairing has about 80,000 in it right now. Those are the main pairings right now that have been formed just in the first couple minutes. There's so many things to look at right now.
I see a bunch of people in the chat that are part of the LP group, the Titans of LP group. We just gained 20 members. What just happened?
Hell yeah, dude.
Nice.
Because of you, that's all you guys. Anytime you guys mention the name, we'll get like immediately like 20 new members or 30 new members. Jake said our name one time and we got 100 members within like
I haven't even tweeted it. Well, I think when I tweet it, I'll get like 400, 500. I'll tweet it after.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's 5 hours until UTC midnight. That's when Think is going to start emitting.
So 5 hours from now?
Yeah. I think Marco is balls deep. Dude,
hey, Dragon X is
oh no, right now I'm actually making a great tweet for the farms for Eric.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I gotta show Eric some love.
All your tweets are great, man. What are you talking about?
I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Let's see.
Marco, I don't like your tweets enough because I'm starting to get buried in community tweets, and I see things like 2 or 3 days later on something. I'm like, oh, that was an amazing tweet. Wait, I just got to that.
Do you guys even have anything? Do you guys even have anything else pop up that's not TitanX on your?
No, that's my feed now. That's my feed now. It's just all green.
Like
5%.
Literally, that's it. Every once in a while, I'll get like a Trump meme.
Yeah.
Like someone posting like a Trump meme, like something funny.
I'm 5% Trump, 95%.
And you can't like it.
That's my feed.
You can't like it. I want to like it, but I can't because I know if I like it, then I'm going to get less TitanX stuff and more Trump stuff.
Well, I found out that if you start replying and posting on any Trump posts, the entire angry left, man, a lot of them will just tag you as spam, just spam, and then because like everybody's complaining in it and all these conservative posts, they're like, all my engagement just shot down into the toilet, and everyone figured out it was like, oh yeah, because we're all supporting Trump, we're all tweeting about it.
You know where that doesn't happen?
To limit us.
When you do stuff on TitanX.
Yeah, I stopped posting about Trump immediately. I was like, oh, as soon as I figured that out, I was like, that's what killed me. Okay, fuck it. I'm not doing this. Because I thought it was, I changed the profile pic and then I lost the blue check mark. And then it was like, oh, I'm sure it's just that. And then I gained the blue check mark again and everything was just still in the shitter. And I was like, I was like, well, let me stop posting about Trump. And then just start inching up. And now I'm pretty much back to normal. So as long as nobody takes a pot shot at him again, I won't post again. Space.
Yep.
Marco, what are you doing?
So I'm about to post this tweet for Eric regarding the farms.
Did they start at the spaces? Is there a spaces right now? Are we stepping on that?
And post. There you go. I posted it. I'm sorry. What was your question?
Mello posted. There's Eric. I don't know what he meant by that.
I was trying to see if the spaces had been started, but it doesn't say he's in the spaces as of right now.
Yeah, I clicked his name. I didn't see anything.
I just didn't want to make sure that if he jumps into spaces to start talking about farms, that we go ahead and end the stream, so everybody can migrate over there and listen to that.
Is there money in all of them now?
Yeah, you can also go to the burn page and you'll see there's some liquidity fees accruing on the TitanX.
I saw the ETH and TitanX one. I mean the Tink and TitanX one before.
So I was totally wrong about this. I told people it wasn't going to burn, but it is burning the input token. I was thinking it was only going to be burning Tink.
Yep. Yeah, it's a burn rate and a buy and burn rate. So 20%, I think, was what it is to start.
Nice.
Yeah. An extra quiet TitanX burner in the background. It's quite a killer ninja.
That's so cool, man.
Death by 1,000 cuts. That's what supply is. Death by 1,000 buying.
So not only is it going to burn Tink, it's going to burn the other pair too, little by little. That's so awesome.
340,000.
Oh my God, man!
This thing's been open for like 6 minutes. You degens. God.
Where were you looking at when you saw the 340,000?
Park all your tokens.
All the way top, right there. Up. Yep, right there.
Yep, that big giant number staring me in the face. Yeah, that one. Got it.
Yeah.
I have literally. I'm pretty sure every time I had a girlfriend change her hair, every single time, I don't notice. I have to be like, "Do you notice anything different?" And I'm like, "To get a haircut?" She's like, "I dyed it." And you're like, "Oh."
Pro tip: they're always talking about their hair when they say that.
No, he's like,
so bad.
Notice anything different? My minors are done.
Yeah, I just got in this phone.
Or there's no more inflation. God. Is that different?
Do you notice anything different? I'm on Mike Dean's Dune Analytic dashboard right now. It's changing every second.
Your girlfriend changes hair, you barely notice. You see inflation pick up 0.001%.
Freaking out.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
I noticed it.
Jake turned the buy and burn up by 15 minutes.
You call your friend just out of nowhere. Yo, the rate just changed. The rate just changed. You saw that? All right, cool. I'll call you back later.
Saw that?
Literally had relationships end because I didn't notice.
It's so funny.
The most obvious shit right in front of me because I'm just looking somewhere else.
This is great.
Speaking of relationships ending, at some point we're gonna have to get like all of our wives and girlfriends to like start their own stream because they just keep them occupied. Significant
that would be
others,
just a giant hate fest.
Nah, all the dudes would be like, "Damn, this fucking stream is interesting." I don't know what they're saying, but that's an interesting stream right there.
It'd be the highest watch stream ever.
Yeah, just everyone talking trash about all that.
And the wives are gonna mention like, which husband was crying during the bear of TitanX.
Oh, yes,
which one cursed out Jake?
Which one had to take a loan out because he just wouldn't cash in a minor?
Oh, let me tell you something. My wife knows Eric, and the reason why she knows Eric is because the first day Eric announced what DragonX was, I cursed his names to the high heavens because of the staking. I hated his guts, and then the next morning I fell in love with him again. My wife's like, "What's wrong with you with this guy?" I'm like, "Babe, you don't understand. He was a genius. He made the contract, and it does this and it does that." She's like, "Is this the same guy you fucking was cursing out last night?" I was like, "Yes." I'm like him. That's so funny. That's so funny, man.
He took arrows fast.
Oh yeah.
He took so many arrows, man. And I'm like,
couple of mines.
This guy's got scales like a dragon because it's just.
And they're all hitting his beard. Just
hate on him. They were finding anything to hate on him about. You know what I mean?
Oh man, it's so good. It's so good. Where is Eric? His ass get in here.
I have been blowing his inbox up.
No, I get it. He's probably making sure everything's working properly and everything. He just doesn't want to get distracted.
I think he's in front of the mirror, just getting that beard. Just
I know, right? He's probably like, "Who's sexy? Who just released the farm? No one." His skinny ass in the mirror, just like his long ass arms, just.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
And he's sick, drinking his tea. Looking hilarious, man. Eric is so funny. Oh man, this is great. I like all the little details. Even if you look at the top right corner, it says connect wallet. It's like blinking to get your attention. Like the little details he put. I like it. So cool. So cool.
He says he can't talk for more than a few seconds without coughing badly. He's still
just a sign language, bro. Listen, we got AI these days, man. Let it talk for you. Oh, we get it.
Marco wants sign language.
Why sign language? He's gonna put the middle finger.
Yeah, right. I sent him the link. If he's watching and he's able to come up, just to maybe throw us a peace sign, take a bow, that would be awesome. But I understand. Pneumonia is a bitch.
Nathan just asked if we were getting botted in our Telegram channel because there's so many members joining.
My bad, bro.
I was like, no, man, I'm online with these guys. You know, you can blame them. That's funny.
Oh wow.
Morpheus. I'm planning on ending the stream so everybody can hop into the spaces.
Who's doing the spaces? Is Eric still doing the spaces?
I don't know. I'm kind of waiting to see.
Right, I think what Morpheus is saying is this particular stream they're putting it on Twitter Spaces. I think that's what he's saying.
I got.
If I like hardcore fall alpha with just a bunch of dudes talking.
I know, right? Hey guys, I'm sorry, man. The alpha was like 3 hours ago. Right now we're talking about Eric's beard.
The shield for the TitanX ecosystem is Eric's beard.
That's so funny. I know. It's like me and him competing who has the biggest beard. So funny. Oh, man.
You guys see what Cryptographics just put in?
Oh, which one?
He says add to wallet button isn't working.
I just tried. It seems to work fine on my end. I sent it over as well.
Add to wallet.
Yeah, otherwise you can just manually do it. Just click on Think and then copy the contract address on either scan.
Oh, you're talking about to add the token? Yeah, okay. I
got you.
Yeah, just do it manually. Just manually add the contract address.
Big fan of that.
Hey, by the way, I sent him an invite to come on, and he was like, I'm going to go to sleep, but I appreciate you. That was 20 minutes ago. You could have jumped on.
We caught you. Bam! You got caught.
Gotcha, bitch. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. I hope to stream with him soon. A lot of the streamers are on all different time zones. It's very hard for us to... I generally have a very tight window I can stream in. I keep hopping off to just make sure the seniors are still okay. They got water, they got their coffee. Their Good Morning America is still playing. They're good for the morning.
Did you let them know the farms came out so they could play?
No, I didn't. I told them, I go, hey, I just started streaming. I'm gonna probably stream for like 3 hours.
Listen to me, man.
Just yell at me if you name me.
Hear me out. Social Security, man. The checks. Tell all those elders just to put all their money in the farms.
Well, one of them is 92, so I don't know what she's saving all her money for. She may as well.
Yeah, she could buy a new body, man. Just buy it. And God bless them.
Hold on out. I can't keep up with this chat. The chat's absolutely insane. We have 3,343 people following between all the streams.
It's pretty
Shout out
decent
to
number.
everybody. That's a decent number.
Damn, what a day. What a month TitanX is having. Phenomenal, man. Holy shit.
Well, we were at 6 zeros and a 1 something right before 281. Right before 280. And we're at 5 zeros and a 1 and something now. Not bad.
Think about it. Sometime last week we was at 6 zeros 5-9. You know?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
I expect us to have like a little pullback, but I know people are going to be moving funds around to just get in the farms. And then things will just continue to go up after that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the next kind of 48, 72 hours, see if people decide to take some profits. That would be kind of wild. And then see as people buy it right back up to stick it in farms. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see where this goes.
Farms is nothing but great for an ecosystem because it pulls, if your stuff is in the farms, then you can't nuke the price, right?
Exactly.
So the more money that comes into here, it's basically what we've been trying to do is teach liquidity. Well, here you just press a couple buttons and it does it for you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is I serve no more purpose anymore. Sorry, guys. I'm out.
Ah, shut up.
Because
I've been made obsolete.
I've been made obsolete, dude. I have. I've been made obsolete now that we have farms. Because this is really what we're going to be hammering on, hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, because anyone that's new, it's so much easier to just be like, hey, look, go into this, get your feet wet here, and you never know. You might really love it. I know I loved Pulse Farms when I was in it.
Yeah, I played a lot in Pulse Farms.
Yeah.
Ooh. Who's this? Who's this?
Ah, let's go. Let's go, Eric. So I told you look Amish.
Yeah, man. Growing that beard out.
Yo, bro, congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, man. No, congratulations to everybody. It's a big moment for TitanX. Yeah, it was a lot of work. Thank you, Jake, for all your input. Thank you for all the promotions you're doing. Yeah, guys, man, I'm really excited for this. I don't know how much stuff you've gone over in terms of the functionality and what it unlocks. I don't want to run over the stuff you've been talking for the past 3 hours.
Yeah, Jake did good.
Yeah,
so.
the biggest
talk
thing
as much
is,
as possible.
For people to make content, the docs link. So do you know when the white paper link is gonna go live? Because I know there's some DNS stuff.
Yeah, I just fixed the settings on that before I left. So it should be, let me check that real quick.
Oh yeah,
he
it works
rugged
now.
us.
Nah, it worked. Docs.titanfarms.win.
Now it's working? Okay, cool.
Yep.
Awesome. Good job, Eric.
Yep, white paper's up. Good to go.
Yes. Good job.
It was my weekend. Oh God,
Eric, I just want to say, man, the UI all around looks beautiful, bro. So smooth, perfect colors, perfect spacing, looks simple enough with enough information for advanced users. Good job, bro. Seriously, man. Well done.
We have a great designer. Team Dragon is amazing. I'm super lucky to have the guys I work with. Because I've been really just indisposed with pneumonia for the past 2 weeks. Yeah. So it's starting to get better now. Good. But man, it was really, really bad. Really bad. But they were able to keep pushing to get this out. So my team is amazing. I really think we're one of the best teams, especially my guys are some of the best guys in crypto right now building stuff. So shout out to them. Thank you guys. And yeah, I'm so glad we have this utility for the whole community now.
Okay. Yeah, you're doing God's work, bro. Seriously, man. This is incredible. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Yeah, don't die on us, bro. All right, Dragon is getting millions of money, man. You don't die on us.
I know, man. This fake internet money doesn't matter if you're unhealthy, you know?
Send me the C words. I got you, bro. Take care of yourself, bro. We need you. We need you back in full, full health. We need you rocking and rolling. So, good job, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. Is there anything I can answer now that you guys got me here? I mean, it's really cool. Like, people can come in right away. They don't need to form an LP, create an NFT or anything like that. They can come right into the UI and do it right away. We have that NFT design where we're all sharing a single NFT, which really improves gas for the bull market. So we can do routing through basically any pair, from one pair to another. We can collect fees in one token. We can burn a percentage of that token and then send the rest to burn Tink. So it's just, we can even direct funds into, say, the DragonX vault. So the default right now for the DragonX, the TitanX that's burned, is to go into the DragonX vault. Into the DragonX vault. So yeah, it's super flexible, and that's really what's so powerful about it. Just all the flexibility we have now.
Yeah.
Does the burning turn on tomorrow?
Yeah, midnight UTC.
Yeah, because I can't burn anything now because Zero Think exists. And then at midnight it's going to start coming out. So then there's going to be actually something to buy in liquidity pools.
Nice.
How do you feel?
Oh, by the way, the one guy
not
that
health-wise.
dumped wait,
But
the one guy that dumped now.
Go ahead.
Mo, shut the fuck up for a second.
Go ahead.
Oh, I gotta clip that.
The one guy that dumped TitanX now was one of the malicious whales, so he's fully out. They only have like 5% of ammo left now. Back in all of their fucking wallets.
You're talking about the 100
now?
The 180K guy, right? Yeah, that's one of the guys we were watching. Yeah, we were watching one of those guys. Yeah,
it's funny. 12 of the top 50 whales out now. There's one more guy left and has 120 billion, 130 billion TitanX. That's it. They're out. The entire group taking the fuck out.
Jesus, I know like 6 guys that could buy and sell that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Now my little crew behind the scenes are watching these particular wallets too. We're just laughing at them. We're like, you realize you cannot compete against these bots. Like, go ahead. Everybody's hungry right now. Go ahead and dump it.
Yep.
You ain't doing shit to us. So,
so you can't buy Tink yet because it's not made. Right?
Nope. Midnight UTC.
Yeah, you can't buy now. No, it's great how the buy and burn, we basically gauge the Tink so that it should be similar to the amount of fees that come in to buy and burn the token. So it should help with price performance on Tink. I'm not sure if you covered that, but yeah, it's really well balanced in that regard.
Man, we've been streaming for 4 hours. That's crazy.
I know.
It feels like you did it for an hour.
My wife walked by like behind me, like on the corner. I was like, "Did you brush your teeth?"
Well, thank you for asking. No, I didn't.
No. That's so funny.
So no, and no. That's funny.
Hey, oftentimes whenever I go to bed, I'm like, holy fuck, I haven't brushed my teeth for the entire day. Because you wake up and you get in the zone instantly, and then you're like, wait, I think I forgot something.
If someone joined this stream, like when Farms went live, they're just like, why are there 4 dudes just staring at a screen right now? That's all we've been doing. We're just like staring at how awesome this is.
Going like this.
Yeah, but it's pretty, man. Like, wow, it's really good.
It's so nice, dude.
It definitely looks like an extension of DragonX website. I love it, man. It looks so clean.
It's so clean. Killer.
Yeah, Jake, we got to get a button up on TitanX.win for this.
Yes, yeah. Good reminder. I'll also, so there's going to be 2 links. There's you have titanfarms.win and also farms.titanx.win, but that DNS needs to be set up.
Awesome.
And then we'll also have a farms button on TitanX. So it's going to be easy for people to find so they don't click any wrong links. Because clicking wrong links on farms is deadly. It's only officials. Yeah.
That's great, man.
Where'd you go, Eric?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, so did you talk about like what we're burning first in the allocations and stuff? Like we're going to be burning all the Hyper, all the Hydra, all the DragonX.
Good. The core coins, yeah.
Yeah, at first, none of it will go to buy and burn Tink. It will be 100% burned off the market.
Ooh.
And then the TitanX and the Ethereum will be the first buy pressure for Tink. And then we're gonna modify that as we go.
That's better. Wow. Good job, bro. That's awesome. You guys didn't even need to do that. That's awesome, bro.
Bullish.
That's what I'm talking about. The builders here, man. The builders on this side is fucking dope, man. I love, man. They ain't playing no games on this side.
I think the biggest thing I'm fascinated about is how Tink is going to get incorporated within protocols as like an extra buy and burn source. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because I could see it being a thing. I think we have a bunch of extra memes now.
It's gonna be so good, man.
Yeah, what I really like is
you're gonna go nuts.
I like that we can send burn tokens to a specific address. So what we could do is when Mike launches Matrix, right, we can send Hyper to him or to anyone else, right, who's building on Hyper, if he's utilizing Hyper to basically enhance that protocol.
Oh, so dude, that's huge.
We could actually enhance other buy and burns. You know what I'm saying?
So it's like the adrenaline shot, you know? Awesome, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Hell yeah, man. That's bullish. That's dope. You think about it, right? That's like a secondary genesis helping out protocols to make sure how protocols are doing well. Phenomenal, bro. Wow. Well done. If you don't mind, I could send you my address. You could just send it to my address too. I'll take care of it. I promise I'll take care of it. I'll take care of you too, bro. I'll brush your beard. That's so funny. Oh man, I'm so happy, man. Wow, man, what a journey. What a journey, man. And we still haven't hit a year. We still haven't hit a year. Incredible.
That's the crazy.
I love how farms launched. I would all just quiet, either staring at the screen or just like mouth open thinking.
Yeah.
How much do we have in there now?
We want to get off stream and get on our own computers.
It was like 465,000. Mo, can you put it back up? How much is in there now?
Oh wow, man. Incredible.
Oh,
over half.
Silly me. 546 now.
546.
546. Wow.
There's not even a reward yet. That's crazy.
When did this go live? 20 minutes ago?
Something like that. 20 minutes ago.
546,000 in 20 minutes.
How much do you think it would get, guys? How much of the overall?
Well, I was going to say 1 million would be killer, but that sounds like fun. At this
we'll
point.
have that in under an hour.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
In 20 minutes.
Yeah, once these guys get off stream, we'll hit 1 million. That's funny.
Oh man. Yeah, I in my head am expecting, well, and I was just kind of figuring TitanX, but I was, figuring right off the bat, you should at least get probably, God, I don't even want to throw a prediction out there, but I was thinking at least 5 trillion TitanX right off the bat, you should be getting in farms. So then I guess how much TitanX, how much DragonX, how much Volt, how much Hydra, how much Hyper? Good Lord, I don't know. It's a good question. Maybe we'll just start with the total dollar value. Be awesome to see 5 million in by the end of the day.
Ooh, Eric, one thing you could add to the UI, because if you go to show details now, it shows your position. Like for example, on TitanX, DragonX, your position, DragonX, TitanX. But I would love to see the total amount of DragonX in the farms and total amount of TitanX in that specific pair, because it shows total dollar amount now, but not token amount.
Oh, total. Okay, we only have total dollar amount. Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Yep, yeah, because it shows total dollar amount now. That would be cool to see. Because I'll also track it on app.titanx.windows stats how much TitanX is locked in the smart contract of the farms.
I think we can get 40% or more of the total volume across the ecosystem. What do you guys think?
Why not? Yeah.
Why not, right?
I mean, that's
it's better than liquidity providing.
It's better than liquidity providing. Yeah, you should at least get half.
Better.
Mo, calm down, dude. You know what I mean?
I can't.
I'm already obsolete with farms. Like my job is no longer needed in educating on LP.
You got all excited. I pulled you up.
My member count is going to go down. They're going to be like, we don't need you anymore. We're just going to go into farms.
I mean, they're still going to need it for the single side exiting.
Right.
The farms doesn't solve that.
But man, how great is it to be learning about liquidity right now and being like, I don't know how to do it. I don't know where I should go. You just point them here.
How many ecosystems do this?
And they could practice safely here with small increments, you know?
Right.
Instead of getting murdered in Uniswap.
Oh man, Uniswap is, if you don't know what you're doing, you can absolutely fat finger something on Uniswap and you're paying gas for it too every time.
How many communities have you been a part of that are so obsessed about trying to make sure that you maximize your bags as you exit?
None. I've never heard of it before. That's why I was like, you know, we need to make a push.
This is awesome.
Yeah,
I've also never been a part of a community that one builder and another builder like.
Ooh, somebody just went up high.
What happened? Oh,
bro.
Oh,
I like that number 69. Yeah, it's a good number.
Trey has
it's a good number.
Wow.
Guys,
so where are we at here for these totals here? We're at wow, look at that. Here we go. 198,000 WETH on TitanX pairing, 176,000 on Volt TitanX pairing, 92,000 on the Hyper TitanX pairing, 134,000 on DragonX TitanX pairing, 89,000 on DragonX Hydra. Wow.
I wonder the guy who dumped all his TitanX just entered the farm with his ETH. I wonder if that was him.
Oh, like he dumped a giant amount and then went half ETH.
The bad actor. Yeah, the bad actor. Yeah. I wonder if that's what he did.
We need to have half.
Oh no, for sure now, because he exited all the linked wallets is 100% out. They don't even have any tokens.
And he has to go buy more.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they also participated in zero build on TitanX protocols. So that was like a coordinated effort.
Even better, right? It must feel like shit knowing that, damn, we didn't do anything. We just wasted money. Right?
Or like whatever you did. Like maybe you made a 2x on your initial investment. Congratulations. You just exited at the beginning of this entire run. Wow.
Yep.
700.
Let's get to 1 million on stream here.
Yeah, we're gonna get to 1 million on stream. I said 5 million by end of day. What the fuck was I talking about?
Once we hit 1 million, then we can go brush our teeth, you know?
Yeah, there you go. 1 million, we all go brush our teeth. 758.
Coming in like $50,000.
People want us to brush our teeth. Come on, people. We need to get some hygiene. I haven't taken a shower yet.
Come back. There's gonna be 150,000 in here.
I got up at 7 a.m. to a message from Drake. He's like, "You ready to stream? Let's go, urgent." And I was like, "That was 45 minutes ago. I missed that message. Damn it!" Let's go.
I was harassing everybody.
I got the seniors ready. I was like, "I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let's go."
Now, once I saw the stream on, I walked by. I looked at my wife. She's like, "No." I'm like, "Baby, I gotta go on stream. I gotta." She's like, "No, we got things to do."
Whoa! Party foul in the chat.
Shave your beards.
No way are we shaving our beards. No way.
No.
The day I shave my beard is the day I walk away from crypto.
Right?
Everyone.
You shave my beard when I'm on the deathbed. Get the fuck out of here.
I'll tell you what. I'll shave my beard. You can figure out how to get hair back on my head. Then we'll do that.
You and Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Jake jumped into action like crazy. So fast, man. You were just like running with it as soon as we let you know. That was awesome.
I was vibing. The moment you let me know, I was like popping new topics, putting music on. I'm like fucking harassing everybody right now, but streaming.
That's so
791. Good. We're almost at 800,000.
Good job, man.
Let's fucking go.
You know that GIF with that squirrel just saying Eric. I just want to do that right now.
Oh yeah.
Eric.
805, but almost at a
It's
million.
going hard. TitanX is
Each
going hard.
each of the pairings are over 100,000 now.
Look at that.
Dragon X Hydra has 102,000 in it.
Yeah, I
Biggest
expect
pairing is Weath right now.
prices for the rest of the day to go up and down because people are going to just ratio to get in the right pairs, you know? Yeah.
Definitely.
So that's good. If if you're in, that's pretty good.
If any of us lose our beards, that's your top signal.
Yes, that's right.
If Marco shaves his beard, that's the top signal for crypto itself.
That's right.
Like the next day, the regulations are coming in. Like that's it. If he loses his beard, I'm like, that dude knows. Shout out to you, by the way, for being at the Richard Hart court.
Yeah, man.
Court
it's funny, right?
The
because
I
got so much hate, right? I'll be, oh, you're a traitor, you in something else. I'm like, whatever. So everybody's like, oh, about almost 150, 200 people is gonna go to the court case on April. I was literally the only one that showed up. Literally.
I remember.
Not literally. You were the only.
And I was like, what happened with all this? I'm going and this and that, support, all that stuff. Like, guys, half of you guys just talk just to talk, just for likes and follows. Like, I live this shit. Like, I really do support this shit, So, but it is what it is.
Over 110,000.
Damn. Vault and TitanX, people are really going in on that one.
Mm-hmm.
The ETH TitanX is oh wow, Volt TitanX, yeah, 255,000 on that one, almost 200,000 on the ETH TitanX.
Hyper TitanX still looking juicy, guys.
And so once again, any of these protocols that's basically here behind the scenes, the farms will actually burn those protocols too. Interesting. Well, so far
only if they're input tokens. So currently the input tokens are TitanX,
Hydra. Okay,
Dragon
I see. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so basically all of them on the page, because Tink is also considered an input token.
Yeah.
Except for Volt. Volt is the only non-input token in this case. Until more is added.
Will in the future, is that something that could be included in future burns, Volt?
Yeah, you can always add input tokens.
Okay. 814,000. Good Lord. Half an hour. Or maybe half an hour into this.
I mean, we definitely hit the marketing hard. So everybody knows.
We got 3,500 people watching between all the streams. Let's fucking go.
That's awesome.
3,500 beautiful souls.
35. Where is the farm website?
And the TitanX dump is starting to get eaten up again. I love it.
Yeah, guys, I wouldn't tweet out the URL. I mean, maybe just retweet my tweet or something so we can have a single place where everyone can hit the same URL.
Exactly, makes sense. Plus, it'll boost up your algorithm for you too.
Yeah, just to make sure that no imposters are sneaking in. Because if people start posting announcement posts, they can seek in a fake URL into one of their posts.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. 100%.
Here's your official post, everyone. 49 minutes ago. Titan Farms. Your link is right there on Eric's page. G1 Eric. ERIK. Tried to slip a C in there.
It's going to be interesting to see how the Tink TitanX pair looks like, because it's one of the highest weighted pools. That's going to be interesting, because this is supply sync for Tink.
All these coins are amazing that you'd want to hold anyway. That's what makes this so damn hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. It's what makes it almost so easy. At the same time, it's hard to think about which one you want to go in, but at the same time, it's like, just go in one.
Yeah, because
bangers.
Bangers. Yeah, no matter which one you end up with, is from either side, it's still a great choice. Yeah, I agree.
Boo hoo, I'm all in Hydra, or boo hoo, I'm all in Dragon X.
Yeah. Oh
Like,
no! All my bags turned to TitanX.
Right,
There's no
right.
inflation anymore. You know, like it's a
Right.
win-win-win regardless. And the only
Now,
thing that changes
I
is
can't see
just
you
the
getting
time
mad
frame.
at- I can't see you mad if you're like, oh no, my bag is all in ETH.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Right,
one I will not
but-
touch. You know, personally,
But
I will only touch that if I'm trying to exit out. But why would I?
right,
You know, like
right. But all of these are bangers, just absolute.
I'm trying to see. Is it my computer screen? Oh yeah, it was my computer screen. This one has. It's already burning the coins. It's already burning them.
You can see the fees are being collected if you go to the burn section. You can see.
Yeah, I'm seeing it so far. It's dope. Good job, Eric. My God, so clean.
Yeah, I mean, you know, having a top tier team it's pretty much it's everything in tech. You know, like
Yeah.
Over the course of my whole career, I've known this. It's really an arms race for talent. That's how you win.
It doesn't look cheap, you know. It looks clean. It looks good. It looks like time well spent. Good job, man.
Yeah, I would say if you had to
Very
buy this
professional.
off a la carte, it would probably be $500,000 or $400,000 to build something like this. I mean, it's bigger than TitanX. Bigger than TitanX in terms of the amount of contracts and interactions and bells and whistles. It's just a very
850.
large
Good job.
piece of software. You know?
50.
Eric, if you don't mind me asking you, from the day you guys just started typing the code for this to now, how long did it take you to make farms?
It was on and off.
Okay.
For a couple months, maybe 2.5 months, I think.
Oh wow! Wow, that's awesome, dude. Nice work.
Yeah, but it was on and off. You know, we were doing other things as well.
Yeah. You could have done it quicker, but damn, that's great. Because some people they take literally all year to do something like this. You know.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, man.
If we were totally focused, we probably could have done it in 4 weeks or something like that. But yeah, no, I mean, this is the kind of project that people raise tens of millions of dollars through VCs to dump on your head to create, you know. So that's really the magic of this community, is that you can harness all the capital. If you look at what Hydra did in a single day, 7 million in TitanX. That's insane. I mean, I was in Singapore. I was in Singapore, and I showed Ivan on tech that, and he was like, "Wow!" He was totally engaged. He was asking me a ton of questions. How did this happen? How did you raise that much? Really, one day? He couldn't believe it.
Wow.
And it was actually more than that.
That's
it was around 9 to 10, because 20% goes to the vault for DragonX.
Yeah.
But hey guys, really quick, I'm gonna have to go. My wife's texting me that she needs help with some stuff. If anything, I might be back. Here, sir. If you guys are gonna stream longer, I'll probably be back in like 40 minutes. If you're gonna be on.
No, I'll probably head off as well. Because I've been streaming for 6 hours and a half in total.
Wow, yeah, it's 4 hours now.
We're trying to hit one.
Before I go, guys, phenomenal stream. Thank you for having me on. Great talking to all of you guys. Eric, once again, congratulations. Phenomenal work, man. It's beautiful, bro. I'm proud of you, man.
Thank you for everything you do, man. Thank you for representing this community.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm gonna definitely talk on the side.
Take care.
All right, guys. Talk to you in a bit.
You.
Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate you.
Wait, are we gonna stare at the screen until the million?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna stare at the stream until we get the million.
My wife's calling me right now, and I'm like,
no.
Pick this up or stare at the screen.
Yeah. You may as well pick it up. You're okay.
Hold on a second.
Jake, if you want to bounce, I can hang out with Mo.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll bounce. I need some fresh air.
Hey,
good stuff, man.
Jake.
Like the launch was smooth.
Thank you, Jake.
You.
Appreciate it.
And then there was 3. So Eric, how you feeling, brother? You're 2 weeks into it.
Yeah, I'm doing okay, man. It's pretty brutal there for a few days. You know, I couldn't even walk more than 10, 20 feet without having to stop. But it's definitely gotten a lot better since then. So yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Glad to hear. Did you take any ivermectin?
I never got it actually, but some is in the mail for me. Someone mailed it to me.
That's funny.
So
awesome.
I have like some ivermectin coming, express delivery.
That's awesome. By the time it comes, you'll have it for next time, maybe.
Yeah.
Good deal, man. But how do you feel about today? Are you just relieved? Are you just jazzed up? Like,
I'm excited. It feels like a new era, honestly. Like, this app is so powerful, and it gives utility to all the tokens. It's a huge flag to plant. I think this is something that we could go to big KOLs and big names and really talk about the innovation that's happening here. You know, whether it's using the single NFT and sharing it among the entire community for gas efficiency, or the fact that we can route through any pair and divert funds wherever it makes sense. It's just, there's so much here that's never been done before that it's absolutely mentionable at any level of like influencer or person interested in crypto. So I genuinely do believe that it's a major DeFi innovation and something that could really kick off a lot of interest in TitanX from outside of TitanX.
As a non-builder, go ahead.
Well, I'm interested to see what pair we could add to this that is not a TitanX pair that could bring in the next 100,000 users, you know, or the next 20,000 users. That would be interesting.
How do you come up with your innovations? Like when you think of like the single NFT to split, is that something that comes to you in the middle of the night? Does it come to you after long periods of conversations?
That was 100% my CTO, who was a brilliant guy. So it's really collaborative. You know, we have our own preferences and things that we think about based on our own experience in DeFi. My CTO has a ton of experience working with liquidity, and so he thought of that, and it was just a brilliant.
Hey, we just crossed 1 million.
Yeah,
1.279 million, bro. Hey.
What?
Congratulations. I'm very sorry.
That just happened.
1.3 now. Wow.
That was like, what was that? Like 600K and just
that's a half a million just
in.
like that. Just like
half a million just clipped in.
Just boom, boom, boom. I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. I just want to give you that congratulations. You know I'm going to do that. That's every stream. That's all I do is interrupt people. Good Lord.
No, it's all good. No, it's a big collaboration, you know, because we've had multiple, you know, numerous calls with Jake. Jake provides input. I have my own preferences and things I like. You know, my CTO is a brilliant guy who can implement things that I think very few devs in the entire crypto space can implement, and he has his own great ideas. I think Jake was the original one who said, "Hey, what about a farming platform?" You know, months and months ago. We eventually found the time for it, but just putting the heads together of me, Jake, and my CTO, and just applying everything that we learned, and then the tech being able to implement it, it's just such a deadly combination, you know? So it's really difficult to point to one thing or one specific person or a moment that makes this stuff shine. Because I mean, even if it was a great protocol, right? The community is what actually gives it life, right? So it's just this combination we have in TitanX where we have the community, we have the talent, incredible design. I love the design where we arrived at. So it's just a combination of a lot of smart people working together, and that's when you get a really awesome product.
Yeah, man. The community we have, that where we started from, where we were a few months ago, where we are now, like, good Lord, the excitement that's building, the amount of productivity that's being funneled in through this community. This is amazing. I can't even imagine how you and Jake feel with having fostered this and built it up to where we are now. I mean, you have a crazy solid community in DragonX that is rapidly supportive of that protocol.
Yeah, I know, and I'm thinking always how we can get the next 2 to 10,000 people in, right? It still flabbergasts me that there's 16,000 in TitanX, but only 3,000 in DragonX. You know, it is what it is. But DragonX is I mean, I'm gonna have to buy Hydra because I'm all in on DragonX still. But I think we're gonna buy some Hydra to do some mining here on Titan Farms. But yeah, I just think DragonX is such a fantastic token with a fantastic community, and everything's working out so well. Yeah, it's really, really great.
Are you saying you don't have enough?
Definitely not. Definitely not, man. I bite my own lip like when I look at how much I could have gotten, from my personal wallets.
Yeah, I can only imagine now, especially when things run, you're like, good Lord, the things I could have done with the knowledge that I have now. And looking back, I'm like, good Lord. Every single time I look at the DragonX chart, or even just about every single build on TitanX chart, I like to go back and point at these moments and be like, this is a huge FUD moment for someone holding because they watched it drop 30% and maybe they got out there. And then 4 days later, they would have made it 2x. It's so wild to watch what's going on with this thing. I mean, at any point, any dip in the last 3 months, any crash in the last 3 months is just a dip and a blip in the radar now. None of it meant anything. 100%. Every sell that's come before this point.
Mo, you remember when you guys remember when DragonX fell below parity for a hot second?
Yes.
Remember that? And everyone was like, not everyone, but there were people trying to FUD DragonX. They're see? And then you just look right down. You're just like, you stupid mother. You know what I mean? Just like, wow.
Yeah, beyond the 1-to-1. It went below 1-to-1 for a very brief period of time. You could have got DragonX.
You could have gotten
less than 1-to-1.
Oh. It's like you missed the 1-to-1 ratio. You had one more chance where you could have gotten it. And even better than a 1-to-1 ratio.
And I think people should be conscious of this in their messaging. When you're talking about DragonX, don't put it in the frame of look what you missed out on. Put it in the frame of look how much farther this token has to go.
Look where it's going.
Because yes, exactly. It's still just a tiny token with 3,000 users. It still only has a couple million in liquidity. This thing could blow up easily. Easily. I mean, there are absolute shit coins with pictures of dogs that have 30, 40,000 users. And we're building such a powerful foundation that, it's just, I would focus on the future for DragonX because it's really bright. We're not going away. It's just going to be more utility, more users. It's just getting started,
And quality.
Hydra too. I have
quality of users.
I have some interesting things I want to build on Hydra. We still have Awesome X, Morpheus, and Steve is going to bring Volt over to DragonX. So we have all that to look forward to.
I just heard that.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Eric asked him on X, and he was just like, done. I was like, oh boy, here we go.
Volt is so impressive. I mean, that's I think it's a perfect first, non-core 4 protocol to launch with, because people are super happy about it. It has a ton of volume. User growth is really high. The chart is doing really well. We want to help them in their mission. I like Steve a lot. He's a great guy. And we have a good working relationship and everything. And I just thought it was the perfect token to add to the mix. But it will be volume dependent as to what gets added after. It's not a Eric likes this or Eric doesn't like this thing. It's okay, what is the volume that this token brings in? Is this going to be a net benefit based on the amount of tink we're giving it? Can we provide enough tink for people to get actually interested in it? And will that result in a net burn? So those are the questions. I'm not the only one on that kind of board of directors is going to be making the decision either, right? Because Jake will also be there. So it's not a kind of thing where I'm just controlling everything. If it's a high volume token and it's popular, it's probably going to eventually find its way into farms.
Do you have a time frame of when you want to start introducing the next set, or is it just sort of you'll kind of play it by ear as it goes?
I think we just need to see how it plays out right now, over the next days and weeks.
Fair enough.
So yeah, it's tough to say because we want to make sure that the major tokens that are propping up the market cap and volume and liquidity of the entire ecosystem are adequately supported, you know, and then we can start to add other interesting protocols because the take emissions are fixed. It's one thing per second. So in order to incentivize a new pool, you need to withdraw tokens from another pool, right? Because that's one of the powerful things about this is there's no admin key on the emissions. The emissions are fixed. It doesn't increase with based on supply or anything like that, right? It's not like a proportionate inflation based on supply. It's a simple fixed issuance, which is great for buy and burn to take care of that. But at the same time, it means you need to be very careful about where you allocate the emissions.
Guys, I have to cut this short here in a bit. I can leave the stream going for just a little bit and let you guys talk a little bit more if you want.
No, let's end it. I'm also pretty wiped out. So
okay. Hey man, thank you very much for coming on. I know you're not feeling well, but Eric, congratulations, man. Brother. Just I can't imagine how happy you are now. This is all lunged. You're already at 1.5 million. I think we're barely 1 hour in.
That's a great stopping point. 1.5 million.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you, Mo, for hosting this. Really appreciate it.
Hey, man. Thank you. Guys. You know I'm always here.
100%. See you.
All right. Get better soon. Man.
Have a good day. Yeah. All get well. Boys. Take that ivermectin when it comes if you have to. Get better. Johnny, later, buddy. Appreciate you coming. TitanX, everybody. I love you. I'd go all day long if I could. It's 12:50. I'm 50 minutes past making the seniors lunch. So crypto, huh? Yeah, it's pretty wild. All right. Love you guys. Hope you're having a great day. Enjoy the rest of the week. Titan Farms. Let's fucking go. Hang out for 1 second. Watch this outro video. Maybe I have it set up. Maybe I don't. Let's see. Moment of truth. Have a good day.